answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief, mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman, grins from the dune, call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it rust? Every story, every sigh, hold it up, let it fly. We question the question, try under the wings of white. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship, tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending, or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you, or just a ritual? Under the wings of white, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh, hold it up, let it fly. We question the question, try the wings of one. Truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of white, we're calling out the sky, not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to light. Every doubt, every cry, bat bright in the night. We question the answer, try under the wings of white.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen, share the live. The story or copy link or repost, whatever option suits you. And here pretty soon I'll bet we'll have a few people in here with the curiosity or the courage to actually question their beliefs. That's the goal anyways. Not to debate, not to argue, not to tear anyone down or make them feel small. We are really just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Not just the name of it, and not just because a book. I mean, unless that's really, is it because a book said? Or do you have some other reason that you can actually articulate or show? Is there something that has compelled you towards your belief? And if so, what is that? say what the belief is, like I said, not just the name, but really what is it? What is the structure, the form? What makes that belief yours? And does that lend to its likelihood, or is it something else? Hello, Toad Modu. It has been a while. We've been here. Hope you've been well. I hope all of you are well. As a matter of fact, welcome in, everybody. If I haven't already welcomed you, thank you for being here, of course. Welcome, Everlasting Godstopper, Angel, also Birdies, Nenora, good to see you. Toad Modu, Girl Gnarly, good to see you. Oph's Clothing, welcome in. And welcome in anybody else who just happens to be joining us. If you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request out. I think, while we wait, of course, we could probably listen to another tune or two. I think I've got one that might be perfect while we wait.
Grandma says we're chosen, teacher says we're dust, preacher shakes his finger, both of them want trust. Candles on the altar, charts up on the wall. Everybody's certain like they got God on call. I question everything, every halo, every ring, every story polished clean about where we're from, where we're going, when we're gone. Sing along, but sing it wrong. If you're sure then something's off, so I question everything. Uncle swears by calm, friend swears it's just math. One hand holds a Bible, one hand holds a grab. Mother lights the incense, father checks his phone. Each has sacred language, each afraid to stand alone. I question everything, every blessing, every sting, every promise carved in ink about where we're from, where we're going when we're gone. If your map is iron strong, show me where the doubts belong, 'cause I question everything. Is it spirits, is it sparks, is it stories in the dark, is it cycles, is it sleep, is it nothing wide and deep? If your answer never shakes, what if that's your biggest fate? If your faith can never bend, how will anything transcend? I question everything, every crown and every king, every final word they bring about where we're from, where we're going when we're gone. Love you still, but I'm along with the crooked, curious tongue. Yeah, I question everything. Pass the wine, pass the prayer, pass the torch, I'll meet you there. Not in certain rigid stone, but in maybe flesh and bone.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God. But there's always room for one more in the shed.
Hell yeah. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the Batcolyte. If you are just joining us, we are just here seeing if you can question your beliefs. Of course, that's not to debate you, not to tear you down. I'm not here to present some opposing view for us to argue about and tear apart. All I'm here to do is see if you can question your view, your belief. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? There's plenty of boxes up here. We've already got over 5,000 likes. Appreciate everybody for tapping the screen. Truly, truly do appreciate it. And thank you guys so much for sharing out the live already over 75 times. Wow, you guys are really amazing. Appreciate all the taps, all the shares. Really do. And of course, thank you to Everlasting for helping with the first goal. Appreciate you so much. I think if they're not ghosts, we might have a guest. And they might be ghosts. That's okay. We'll question that too. Oh, I'm actually forgetting. That should do the trick. We'll see if that worked in a few minutes, but in the meantime, if anybody's got a belief and you're capable of questioning that belief, do go ahead and request on up. It may seem like I'm waiting around to pounce. It may seem like I've got some kind of ulterior motive. But truly what's on the board is what we're doing. Just seeing if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? We've been getting these really slow starts lately. It's kind of discouraging, but I'm not discouraged. We just need to tap the screen a little more, share out the live, and I'm sure the algorithm will do what it always does and keep us down, but maybe bring a few people in here who actually can question their beliefs. I do want to point out this morning, right? We ended the live with over 260,000 likes, which was really amazing. We've hit 300K before. I think we can. But that's a lofty goal. And I know many of you will sleep a wink or two before we end the live, so I appreciate every one of you, even just for being here. Well, and I appreciate that, Toaster. I really do. It's not Corbinitis, says Thrayle. Your voice is like ASMR. Thanks, I think. I don't consume much ASMR content, so I wouldn't know if I was doing it right. But I am just here questioning, well, people if they can question their beliefs. Not here to, yeah, I'm not even sure what ASMR does. I'm not here to do that. But if you're getting that, that's, good for you. Brad's calling it a Gotham accent. Well, I'm glad we can keep you entertained, Toad Modu. Brain tingles, cat. Well, maybe we are doing brain tingles, but we're doing them a different way. I don't know, I've scrolled across ASMR streams. I can't speak. ASMR streams before, and they are not what I think I'm doing. I've seen the ones where people do things to their microphone. I wouldn't want to clean up after all that's looked messy. And then the ones where they just kind of make bubble popping noises with their mouth. Yeah, I'm definitely not doing that. No shame, to each their own. But Corbinitis says mainly whispering is a trigger for me. I'm not sure. Whispering like this. I think you'd have to turn your volume up if you wanted to hear me whisper. I don't know. I'm not into the whisper thing either. I'm really just sitting here talking as if you're in front of me. There's a microphone and I just talk to it. Just put my fingernails on and tap the mic. No. No. Toad Modu says the Mickey voice is peak ASMR. Surprisingly, I can do Elmo's voice. I cannot do Mickey's. It's painful. No, we won't do the Elmo voice. That's a Discord bonus. Hello, DJ09, good to see you. Yeah, it probably was the Elmo Toad. I did do it once on the live. But usually it's more like a Meatwad or Stitch, Gollum. Those are all pretty much the same voice. Cat is running at peak anxiety today. I'm sorry to hear that, Cat. I was yesterday. I was definitely starting the live off on a bad foot. But I think sitting in the chair is a better way to start, right? Then there's no bad foot to start on. It may be a bad cheek. So I broke away for a moment there and wanted to see if this new track would load. I haven't heard this yet.
There's room in the shed for one more God. Oh, one more strange belief you've been hiding. The rafters creak with questions unsaid, and the corners whisper while you're deciding. Bring your idols, bring your doubts, bring your riddles wrapped in paper thin. I'll sweep the dust, I'll lift the boards, make space for the maybe to slip in. No need to argue, no need to fight. No one keeps score in this quiet place. Just leave your certainty by the lantern light, and let your wonder take up some space. walls will not judge, the floor won't betray. Every shadow is welcome, every echo allowed. We can sip the night and let the old gods play, while a new one hums softly behind the clouds. So if you think you've outgrown the sky, if your faith feels tired or thin, step into the shed where questions lie. There's always room for one more to begin.
Ooh, Michael V., I really like that one. Thank you so much. That was something. And it fit perfectly into the playlist. How about that? That was beautiful. Well, now I guess, we've heard some new jams. We've got our likes over 18,000. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you guys so much. Now all we need is a guest, a believer in God or gods or higher powers or aliens or mermaids, Sasquatch, Mothman, clown, specters or ghosts or, I don't know, ant ghosts. Oh yeah, I forgot about the ant ghosts. Ghost ants. Yeah, ghost ants. If you believe in ghost ants or alien clown Jesus or something like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request that. We're not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to tear you down or burgle your gods. I really am just here to see if you can question that belief. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And what if Sasquatch is a ghost? Toad Modu, that's a great question. I have no idea. I'd wonder what a ghost is and what a Sasquatch is. And what it is that's actually surviving, I guess, the enlivenment of the Sasquatch. It raises a lot of questions, certainly, and I'll have no shortage of them if you have a belief in a god or something like it, and you can question that belief. Do I believe in the possibility of a Sasquatch-esque, that's a fun word, Sasquatch-esque creature? The possibility of a Sasquatch-esque creature. Possibility. I have questions over that possibility. I think we could find some way to say it is possible, but then all of the plausibility alarms are going to go off. How likely, how adaptable would a species like that be, and how elusive do you think they really would be? How easy would it be for an ape the size of a man or larger to hide, especially one that's more human-like, that moves more like a man than an ape. I think it'd be much more difficult for them to be a stealth creature for so long. I think plausibility is definitely crumbling, but possible. Yeah, possible. I don't think that was the last Zoroastrian. I've actually come across Zoroastrians on the app. I've just never been able to interview one. I've never had one in the live. That would be very interesting to question a Zoroastrian. I have questions about I'm fairly certain their founder planted a giant tree. I mean, at least there's some kind of thing there with a legend. I have questions about, I don't know, some of their funerary rituals are also very fascinating. I really just don't, maybe I should crack a book again. It's been a while. I really don't have a lot of information. I think that would make it more fun to question. No worries, Bats. Rest well. I hope you do get some good sleep. I hope it's full of curious dreams that are questionable and as easily forgotten. Unless, of course, you dream about ghost dance, in which case I hope you don't remember that one at all. Or maybe I hope you do, and you come tell us about it. That makes more sense than the state of Oregon. I don't think Duragon has told me his Zoroastrian temple story, but that would be interesting. I'm gonna guess it had something to do with finding a temple roof. Or maybe finding one on Google Earth. Unless I found them on Google Earth. It is interesting. I don't think I have not. Girl Gnarly, that's not ringing any bells. And welcome in, Trez. We have no idea what you're saying, but hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. And who else haven't I welcomed? I've seen a few of you join since I started, since the last time I went through the list and welcomed you all. I see, of course, hope that Bats is sleeping well. I hope Angel is doing great. Good to see you. Danny Grax, I think I said hi to you already, but it is always good to see you. And Everlasting, Birdies, Girl Gnarly, Toad Modu, I'm sure I said hi to all of you, but it's so good to see you that I couldn't help but say it twice. And also Enki Bubs, Michael V, Nora, Brad, Witty, so good to see all of you. Welcome in, Ghost Espos. Cat, good to see you. Also Barfing Toaster, Legion, Mere Money, so good to see all of you. Welcome in, Emmy. Also Trackdale, good to see you. Olivia, Eve, MS Cleaning Lady. Welcome in, Monique, good to see you again. Error 404, welcome. I don't know, I see an Ominous and a Jordan. Good to see you, Jordan. If anybody's not already following Jordan and you like philosophical content, he knows what he's talking about way more than I do. I'd be asking him questions. I see you, Mateo. Welcome, Mateo. Good to see you. Also, Mason, good to see you. So many of you. So many good faces in here. And welcome to all of you. And of course, if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. And go ahead and request on up. Are you fangirling, Mateo? It is always a pleasure to see you.
Why y'all whispering?
Oh, I'm definitely not whispering. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
You want the real answer?
That's what I'm after.
I don't believe in none of that.
And why not?
I just don't. I never did. It's no sad story behind it. It's just like, even when I was a child, I questioned it, right? I was always like, guys, this doesn't make sense. You're telling me a group of people might not go to the heaven that you proclaim because they believe differently from you? I never believed in it. I never believed that one group of people was right. Even when you look at it, right? Everyone says that their God is powerful. Okay, if God's so powerful, then you have to question, why is your powerful God letting so many things slide? And they say, well, oh, that's just the demonic ways of the world. And you say, okay, that's fine, cool. You say that, then your God's not powerful. And they go, no, but my God is powerful. Okay, but your God's not powerful enough to combat the demonic things. And they go, it's just a big like fight that it's just.
I see. I'm curious, YB. What do you think would convince you that a god does exist? And keep in mind, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just curious. What do you think might convince you?
I'll be real, nothing. I think good things happen because good things happen. I think bad things happen because bad things happen. I think in the world you have to have good and bad. I think that's just the way of life. I don't think that, like, for example, if somebody was healed from cancer, I don't think that was a god. I just think that was their fate. Maybe good doctors, maybe the medicine worked, maybe their body was really good at fighting the cancer, right? But I don't think that, there was nothing that would make me believe.
I see. So nothing at all could ever compel you to believe that a god or anything like it exists.
No.
That's fascinating.
Someone said, what is she making?
It does sound like you're making a salad or something.
No.
Or soup.
No, I'm eating balut and rice and kimchi.
Well, thanks for filling us in. We can hear all the background noise. Why?
Sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
done.
So nothing at all could compel you to believe in a God. I really wonder why you are so absolutely certain that there is nothing. Does that not kind of seem like the same kind of dogmatic thinking that a Christian or a Muslim who says you could never convince me God doesn't exist? Doesn't it kind of sound the same way?
I don't know if that sounds the same way, because I'm saying nothing can convince me, and I think people who are religious are saying something can convince me. Like,
right. What I mean is, many of them might say nothing can convince me that God doesn't exist, or that this is the wrong God.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's kind of that same certainty, that unquestioning absolutism. And I wonder, do you mean to be so absolute that no thing at all could ever convince you of a God?
Nothing can. I'm telling you, I really tried to believe in it. And it's not like a sad story. It's just I genuinely tried. It's just like my mind, my brain, my heart would not let me, you know? It's like, it sounds like blasphemy to me. Like, I don't know. Like, it just doesn't sound it sounds like a beautiful story in all religions, whether that's Muslim, Christianity, Buddhism, like someone who's Jew. Like, it all sounds really nice. I'm not trying to. I want to be clear. I'm not trying to dog people.
I
who
can understand that.
Yeah.
I don't think the audience is thinking you're trying.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure.
Right. But I'm curious why you're so certain, I think, is what I was getting at. Why is it you're so certain that no God can exist and nothing can convince you?
The reason why I'm certain is because I'm comparing it to the books of the world that has been taught. So every book that I have read, and I don't know all of them, I don't know every part of the book, but I guess every book, every religion that I know says the same thing. There is a God, right? There is one God, and that God is powerful in some form. I ask them, how is the God powerful? They tell me many things. Then I combat that with saying just regular old smegler, day in and day out things that humans are dealing with. And they go, well, that's because of blase, blase. So you're telling me this is one of the many reasons why I do not believe in any religion. Every religion says their God is powerful. When you ask the religion, they say that the reason why their God couldn't help in certain instances is because of X, Y, and Z. I'd rather someone tell me their God isn't powerful, but they still believe in them, than for them to tell me their God is powerful.
Interesting. I wonder. Yeah, I'm hearing you kind of express your frustration with believers, with people who believe. But I'm wondering, is there no chance in your mind that something godlike that isn't written about in any book, something undiscovered, a mind behind things, could exist even in a possibility?
Okay, maybe, but it would be maybe nature is what I think. I think that's fascinating. I think that's something I can see. I can see the sky. I can see the trees. I can see the ground, the ocean, the water. I can see those things, but maybe if it was something that I just had to believe in, that's what I would believe in. Nature.
So nature, you could imagine a mind behind nature.
Yeah, I could. But then again, I'm telling you, it would be me forcing myself to I believe that nature is powerful. If I was going to say anything that's close to a god, I would say it's nature. However, I still don't think of it in that way.
Does it? I think I know the answer to this question, but I am going to ask it anyways. Does it matter to you if a god does exist or not?
Not really, no.
Why not?
I guess why would it matter?
Well, I'm not here to answer that, but if it, I guess I'm just curious why it doesn't. So, if you're saying it doesn't, is it because you can't be convinced that one could exist, for the most part?
I mean,
So you
I
don't even think of it.
okay. Let me dial back. There could be something out there, right? I don't think it's anything that has been taught to the modern day person of what God looks like. I personally don't believe that. It looks nothing like that. But I also don't believe it's this God that we should praise. Like, I don't know what it is, right? There might be something out there.
So
I
as
don't
far as you
know.
know, there could be like some great entity, like a celestial skeletal bat goddess unfurling her wings in accordance with the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages expanding as the universe does.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah, maybe.
Right. But it wouldn't matter to you because something like that wouldn't care about us just being
Not that it
things in
wouldn't
its own right.
care. It just wouldn't matter to me, right? Like, it wouldn't be something I need to look up and make sure I'm making sure to praise to. Like, it's
Right.
like, oh, cool, you're there. Fine. That's fine. We can exist together. But like, it's not something I'm looking out for. And maybe I'm just thinking that now, but that's just truly not something I'm telling you, I really tried to care about stuff like this, and I just don't. I don't. Mm-mm.
I can understand. I'm not here to force you to either. I think you've been very delightful, and I appreciate you answering the questions openly and honestly. I really appreciate that. I hope that you keep asking questions, and maybe, who knows, maybe you will find some reason to believe in something and bring it back here, and I'll want to question that. But I really appreciate you, and I hope that you take care.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank you, YB. Sometimes when I'm speaking to an atheist or a non-theist or agnostic, and there's, well, I guess not an agnostic, that certainty that God doesn't exist and can't, nothing can convince them. And that question I asked, it rings through, doesn't it feel like the same kind of dogmatism, the same kind of absolute certainty that is unflinching? To me, that feels like a dangerous thing. But it did sound, as she was speaking, like she was able to recognize that sort of hard line and soften it a little. So I appreciated that through the conversation, and really, W's for YB. There was some questioning there, a little bit, but I appreciate it. If I didn't already, let me thank both sidesing bats, also Angel, Brad, and Danny Grax for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you. And if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. As you can see, this isn't a debate. Excuse me. This isn't a debate. I'm not here to argue or tear down. I'm not here to badger or belittle. There's no intended contention here, though there may be a slight challenge, and I think that challenge will mostly come from you. If you can question your beliefs, well then go ahead and request up. Oh, I see a lot more familiar faces down there. I didn't get to greet Hanji. Hello, Hanji. It's good to see you. Also, I see a Vice down there. Good to see you, Vice. Hope you're doing well. I know I saw Morgan Le Fay. Good to see you, of course. I have another track here from Michael V. I don't know if this one's, well, I don't know what to expect from this other one. I almost don't want to, I don't want to cut this one short though. I can just vamp, that's fine. We can just talk about how there's no believers in here, and all of them are apparently already all the way questioned out. You've questioned all of your questionable beliefs. But what about those unquestionable ones? Why are they unquestionable? Can you not be wrong? As organic as ever, everlasting. I think it was, I don't know. I won't speculate. Hello, Shell. Good to see you. somebody's going for a permanent spot in my backing track list.
How are you, my friend? You okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great, Thomas. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't know if you remember me. Do you remember when we spoke before?
I speak to a lot of people, Thomas, but your name does
Yeah.
familiar. Profile picture looks
Yeah.
familiar. Can you tell me, do you have a god or a belief in it?
I'm born Catholic, but at the moment I'm not. I don't follow my religion.
I understand. You're questioning, or
Yeah. So what I was saying was that I spoke to you before, and I was receiving treatment for cancer, and I was under a lot of medication and stuff like that. And when I was speaking to you, I was speaking slowly. I don't know, slurring or stuff like that, and I never really got my point across. And I don't know. I think I was going around in circles, to be honest with you. And yeah,
that happens sometimes, Thomas. It's all right.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can stay more linear
On track.
this time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you say you were raised Catholic, but you're not following that belief anymore.
Yeah.
Do you believe that a God exists at all?
I do believe in a higher power, but I cannot name that or put that into a religion. I think that maybe there is something more higher than us, because otherwise we wouldn't be here now, right? So, like, when you cross the road, and you don't look, you're crossing the road with faith, right? And it's like, most people go through life and like cross the road and look, you know what I mean? No, but to cross the road with just faith, that's what faith is, isn't it? So I do believe in faith in some sense. Like, I'll cross the road without looking, knowing that I'll be okay. Yeah, that's my closest form of godliness. I believe, like, I've been through a lot, and I come out the other end, and I'm still here, and I don't know how I did it. So it makes me wonder whether God is real. Like, I think, like, because I don't know anyone who could have survived what I went through recently without some type of backing. Do you understand what I mean? Like,
Did you have? Well, I just need to check. Did you have any medical intervention in whatever happened with you?
I did, and then I did, and then I give up, and then I fasted, and I went into my own room, and I stayed there for like 2 months, and then I become better. Joe, I had 5 surgeries. I had stomach cancer. Yeah.
Thomas, I just need you to slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
So the question that all of this has led to was, do you believe in a God at all? And you're saying that because you came through this medical episode through fasting and going into yourself, that you think maybe that a God helped you with it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Why?
Yeah. Because I can't believe that somebody could go without water for 15 days. Do you understand?
So you went without water for 15 days?
Yeah.
Without drinking any fluids at all?
Nothing. Yeah. My tongue went rock solid.
Yeah. I don't know, Thomas. I find most of what you're saying to sound implausible and extremely unhealthy.
Yeah.
But I'm extremely incredulous to this. If you're saying that you went without water for 15 days or any fluids whatsoever after a surgery, frankly, Thomas, I don't believe you.
That's why God exists. You don't believe it? Do you believe?
You say that's why God exists, because you could be up here telling me a falsehood.
Do you know, I watch your live and I understand what you're doing, and you bring people in here to try and break them down.
I don't try to break people down, Thomas.
You don't.
No?
You're calling me a liar.
I'm
right?
not calling you a liar. I'm
You're
suggesting
saying you
that
don't
what
believe
you
it.
are saying is that you went 15 days without fluids or water.
I could, if you want, I could show you a picture of me, and I'm just bones.
So
Would
if
you
you
like
went
that?
through this process, and here's the thing, you could be telling the truth. As I said, I find this difficult to believe. I am incredulous to it. I think that it sounds far-fetched, but if you're telling me that this happened, that you absolutely went through this process, survived it, and came out better on the other end, without any medical intervention at all, then I would say it sounds like something happened that you're not including.
But to be honest with you, the only thing I did was sleep.
So you
I
went
didn't
through.
Yeah.
So you slept.
I just slept, and when I woke up, I just laid there, and then after 2 or 3 hours, I fall asleep again. And I didn't waste any energy on anything. I didn't shed a tear. I didn't go to the toilet. I didn't do anything.
Sure.
I just stayed still. Listen, I'll be honest with you. In that time, I was already like dosed up with an IV
I need you to
before I had
stop
start
for a
my
moment,
journey.
because you're just kind of rambling on to tell me more.
Man, you're stopping
about
me
to
from
try to
explaining
ask
to
you
you
a
what you're
question.
saying to me.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to ask you a question, Thomas. This isn't a debate.
You just asked me
Can
a
you
question.
stop? What question did I just ask you?
You said to me, I don't believe this is it's not possible and stuff.
Is
and I
that a
tried to explain
question?
to you.
Is that a question?
Yeah, it is a question.
No, it's not.
For me, if somebody says to me, I don't believe, that's a question.
Thomas,
I say, okay,
you're
then.
not here in good faith. You're just here to argue and try to prove some point, and I'm not interested. If you're not here to actually listen to the questions, then maybe you can wait until you're actually ready. But that was not. I don't feel that you were being honest, and you're just being argumentative. I'm not interested in that. I'm trying my best not to be biased, but you presented something extremely unbelievable, and I wanted to question it, and I couldn't help but present that I found it difficult to believe immediately. I usually prefer not to do that. I don't listen to no one. See, you're not even, your sentence isn't coherent. Will you did. Your sentences are not coherent, Thomas. Everybody should drink some water, right? Water's good for you. I don't think I'm wrong in saying that, but I could question it. Have a drink of water. Calm down. Oh, that wasn't the one I meant to do. Here we go. There is water in coffee, but you should still just drink water from time to time. I just wanted to double check because I remembered a thing that I have always been told about the 3, 3, and 3 rule, or something like 3. hours or something. I can't remember what it is. It's 3 hours without. I can't remember what the 3 hour one is, but the 3 days without water, and I can't remember how long it is without food. See, this is why I don't give facts, but I remembered 3 days without water, and that one sounds like really important. Yeah, it was 3 minutes without air, 3 hours without shelter, 3 days without water, and 3 weeks without food. And it's not all true, but it was one of those survival things that people used to repeat to remind themselves. Yeah. But the 3 water one, I'm fairly certain that one's pretty close to accurate, maybe 5 days. Yeah, I should check my so-called facts, Thomas. That's what I literally just did. So far, Gobble, we've had 2. One who can question their lack of belief, and another who couldn't seem to control themselves. And might have been dishonest, though I'm not calling them a liar. I usually do that much more boldly when I do. And I try not to do that. One, I don't want to call him a goober, gobble. I don't usually do that. Maybe a partial goober. He was not as goobery as the one who barked at me yesterday. That was a goober. Thomas, I was trying to talk and you couldn't stop talking over me. You got defensive and angry, and I dropped you. You can try to rewrite history now, but it is recorded and live streamed. I do that sometimes. Hello, Cam? Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
20.
You're very muffled. Is your phone in your pocket?
No, I got headphones. I'll take them off real quick.
Hello?
Now I hear you. How old did you say you were?
20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, just God, like Jesus Christ. You know,
Have
like...
you read your Bible?
No. I got one, though.
Not?
I don't know, I'm too scared to read it.
You're too scared to read your Bible.
Yeah, because I just found out what the Bible is. Apparently it's like... My bad. Apparently it's like each chapter, well not each, yeah, each chapter is like someone else's point of view of what God was. So, and there's like multiples, so I don't know if it's like true or if it adds up.
You're saying, I'm sorry, you said you're 20 years old. You just found out that the Bible has multiple different authors.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if I would believe them all.
Who did you think it was written by before?
Jesus Christ himself.
Why would you think it would be written by Jesus?
I don't know, because he'd be the only one who wouldn't lie about himself. You know?
Do you know the main plot
Yeah.
of what happens with Jesus in the Bible?
No. Have you read the Bible?
Yes.
Can I
Do you know
know?
what happens to Jesus?
Yeah, I know he gets crucified.
How would he have written that part of the book?
I did stuff whenever I died, and I came back in time just to do it, thanks to God. And it pisses people off, but... I mean, at least I think it's to God, right? Because I know God hates me, right? Unless it's to my own work, bro. Because if it's to my own work...
Okay, let's stop for a moment, Cam.
Okay.
You said back in time.
Yeah.
You're saying you time traveled and met God.
Yeah, well, he really just talks to me.
Are you sure these things didn't just happen in your mind, Cam?
Yeah, I'm 100% sure. I'll put it on a lie detector.
You put it on a lie detector.
Yeah.
These things aren't in your mind. How would
No,
a
no.
lie detector help?
Well, because apparently it could pick up when you're lying. Unless my prediction of a lie detector was true back in 2014, whenever they were coming out in 15.
Okay. Cam, you're just kind of saying things, and these things
But like they're true, bro.
obviously aren't related to reality.
Yo,
I'm gonna have to go ahead and just move on, Cam. I don't think that it's either you're trolling or you need to speak to a professional, and I'm not here to decide which. There's a certain point where if it's a troll, then I'm not feeding him, and if it's not, then I'm not exploiting him. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Thomas, you seem to be having some difficulty down there. Cam, it wasn't even that part of the story that caused me concern. Is it a happy tune? It felt a little jaunty for a moment there, didn't it? to play another tune if we don't get another believer soon. I think I've got one of those. I know what we need.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on welcome. Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on.
Oh, that song literally activated the Egyptian side of my blood. I was like, oh, I want that.
So
And
I
I'm not
said,
echoing for you, am I? Because I've been having that issue today.
no, you're not echoing for me. No, I saw you in the comments, and I thought, Hanji hasn't heard this one. You liked the other one that Michael V sent me. These were both from Michael V, who's down in the chat. And he shared those with me through the Discord. And so they're on the Discord. You're in the Discord. You can find them in the Curiosities channel. He's put them there.
Ooh. Are they downloadable?
They are.
Fantastic. I'm And plus, I'm a believer, so I thought, you know what? Why not? Why not let me come up and show them how a conversation is supposed to go?
Hell yeah. It's been a while since I questioned your beliefs. But we did question them very vigorously. So I guess we'll start at the beginning.
Okay.
Hanji, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
A woman never tells her age, darling. 2,000 years old. No, I'm just kidding. 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I believe in the Greek and Egyptian gods.
When you say the Greek and Egyptian gods, do you believe that they exist simultaneously in some kind of other space or on this planet? Or in what way do they exist?
The primordials have always existed, like chaos, the cosmos, Earth. And then there's the deities that are on this plane, like Zeus, Aphrodite, Set, Thoth. The list goes on. So both, technically.
What is the astral plane?
The astral plane? You mean like the universe?
Is that what that is?
Well, it's the universe. It always existed. Just like space, time, and matter. Or are you talking about deity-wise?
Yeah, when you said where the deities exist.
So the deity for the universe is Oranos. It always existed. It came from chaos. That's the Greek side. In the Egyptian side, you have Geb, which is also the universe, firmament, other things. I don't believe in a fucking firmament. The earth is round. It's not flat.
Is there a firmament in your mythology?
They're written about, like basically how the goddess Nut, which was the earth, and Geb, when they created civilization with the earth itself coming into being. Geb is like in the shape of, like, it's supposed to symbolize the universe, but the way Geb is painted, it looks like a firmament that separates the earth from the heavens or whatever, but I never believed that nonsense.
In what way do you see evidence of your gods existing?
Well, it depends, because on the Egyptian side, the gods are just based off of everyday things that the ancestors saw. Crocodiles, caiman, jackals, hippos. At least with the Egyptian side, it's based on animals for the most part. Things you could see, you could touch, you know. The Greek side was more metaphorical, like for emotions, strengths, weaknesses, stuff that's already here, like Poseidonas being the god of earthquakes, the ocean, horses, you know, that type of thing.
So are all of these gods like the animistic practices of old, of just instilling spirit into everyday occurrences and things?
In a way, if you really think about it, but more personified, more humanistic. Is that the word? You know, my English is not very good, darling. But like they have more human features, human characteristics.
Anthropomorphized.
Yes.
Is the thinking of them as anthropomorphized, as human-like, is this more of a framework of thinking that helps you, or is it how you really think they exist?
There's actually three, and it would be all three, including the third one being culture. A lot of the stories pertaining to both sides of my bloodline, they base the areas in certain places or like how things happen throughout history based on the deities. Like it's got its name, how Hathor ended up having the head of a bull because her son decapitated her and stuff like that.
So the stories help you to hold on to your culture's traditions and a memory of that.
Like a homage to the ancestors, if you will. Because this is what the ancestors, they were trying to get an understanding of their world during that time. And they would place a mythos in it for them to understand what was around them. Obviously, times have changed. We're able to see the world for what it is. Science is constantly evolving, showing itself, changing the way we think, the way we understand the universe that we live in, along with other universes out there. And I find that beautiful.
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
No,
Why not?
because at the end of the day, no one knows for sure. I'm not going to claim that they're the right ones, but I'm also not going to claim that they're the wrong one. They tie me to my motherlands. They tie me to my ancestors, which have literally did the things to make sure that even though most of us were almost wiped out, we're able to push forward, keep telling the stories, even if it's just educational. And I leave it in the home. I don't talk about it unless people ask me questions, because it's rare that they know people who are from the areas that they can actually tell them how the stories were written, how they were talked about, and in this case, sung. A lot of the stories were sung, they were hymns. But it's more so keeping the tradition alive. And if I'm wrong, then fuck it, at least I get to take a nice long dirt nap.
Which of your, do you believe the afterlives of your systems are both true? Are they merged? Is there some crossover?
In a way, I'm gonna be honest with you, Thrayle, you know how I am. I do believe that there is an afterlife. Now, do I go around telling people, oh, if you don't get right, you're going to go to the pits of Hades, or your scales are going to be uneven. You pissed off Ma'at. I don't do that. The afterlife is for me to find out. I don't press it on anyone. I don't force anyone to believe what I believe. And if there is none, I'm still at peace now. The whole point of my life is just to exist. Enjoy this human experience. We only have one. Why worry about what happens when we die when I could just live in the present?
So you believe there is something, but you don't try to define it? Do you have any desire to to sit before the scales?
Yes.
Do you think that it is up to you, or the scales, or Ma'at, whether the feather is lighter or heavier?
Darling, that's up to me. It's up to me. How did I behave in this life? Was I a good person? Was I a morally gray person? Did I have reasonings for the things that I did? It's all an internal critique at the end of the day. And only I am the true result of what the scales give me when my time comes. I like to think my son is in the field of reeds waiting for me, and his sister, and his father.
Is the comfort of a belief enough, whether it's true or not?
As long as it's healthy and you're able to use critical thinking and logic. You know, like you're able to question it, you're able to understand that you don't know for sure, but at the same time, you don't let it make your decisions in life. You don't make it a pinnacle for how you are as a person. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Good night, Vice.
If you could know that your beliefs were right or wrong before the end, would you want to?
Just for the sake of knowledge, I would love to. For I don't know everything. And like Socrates says, a man who claims to know everything truly knows nothing.
But would you want to know?
What's the why if they knew that we were constantly going to be this way, why continue to let us constantly regenerate? Why not just let the earth be at peace? Let Mother Gaia rest. In reality, we're just parasites and she can shake us off at any minute.
What is your favorite question against your beliefs? I had to think of how to phrase that. I don't like against,
No, I get it,
but
yeah.
I think it's the best word. It's the easiest word.
This is a good question because in reality, the gods on both sides don't claim to know everything. They don't claim to be omnipresent, omniscient, all that bullshit that the fucking Christian God does. I guess my only gripe would be if they created us truly, why create humanity with an instinct or a not the instinct but a certain behaviors that are, you know what I mean, like a serial unaliver doing it just for funsies, a child toucher, which I feel like they shouldn't fucking be breathing at all. You know, like why create us with those little tidbits? Or was that the point? Just to create us the way they created us, tossed us, and decided, okay, D&D campaign has started. Let's see how this is gonna go. You know? And then we just roll the dice and hope for a nat 20 that we actually are a fucking good person, which no one's really a good person.
Which, yeah, if they intended it to be this way, they intended people to harm each other. They intended people to be driven by urges and unable to, or unwilling. Is it determined by them, or is it left to just to go and do what it does? And if that is the case, then at what point do they step in and stop it from destroying itself? Or do they? And if they don't, does that mean they were never there? Your question spurred like 20 in me, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I honestly think that they created us for funsies. They're just like, fuck it. Let's see how these, Homo sapiens work out. And, we evolve, we learn social constructs, empathy, apathy, unfortunately, and some sociopaths. But I think it's one of those, this is my personal opinion. A lot of, certain, I'm not going to say all or majority, but certain pagans feel this way. They created us and just let us do our thing. And it's kind of like an experiment. Like we're an experiment to them. How can they coexist? Are they able to coexist? And they just leave us be. They're like we're like a how's the best way I could put it? We're like a zoo. Everyone has different features, different personalities, different ways of life, right? But we're all living under the same structure. And they're just letting us do what nature does. Letting it play out, see what happens. I personally think, now this is where my personal beliefs come in. I feel they don't want to get involved for two reasons. Not just because we have, the ways of us being, it's for us, it's like a learning lesson, but also humanity is dangerous. I'm not going to lie. If I were to, let's say hypothetically speaking, if I were a goddess, right? Which a lot of people do claim I am. I love you guys for that. But let's say I were a goddess and I were to help create humanity, and I see like how everything is going today. But like, you know what? Maybe we should let them level themselves out, because I don't like this. Why did we do this? And it's just one of those. We'll let the problem settle itself. I'm just an observer, kind of like a watcher type.
Mm-hmm. If we're like them or they're like us, at what point are the ones that are like the best of us going to do something? And if there are, sorry, go ahead. I follow.
No, it's okay. I like that you said that, because in a way, because I didn't think about this until just now. In a way, we are quote unquote made in their image, and I guess the whole point was to see if we would be better than them. Like, give us that strand and see if we're able to come to solid ground. Like, oh, we don't want to be like this deity or this deity. Let's, kind of like even though a utopia is really unrealistic. Let's just be honest here. Humans are going to human. But I guess it was like that sliver of hope that we would learn from them, like a morality aspect. But even the gods themselves are morally subjective. So it was basically shooting themselves in the foot with an arrow. But go ahead.
Well, the other part of the question was going to be, at what point are the worst of them going to do what the worst of us do? And if that was the case, wouldn't we be gone?
Humanity would cease to exist. If we got rid of all the people who showed social cues of empathy and kindness, understanding, this world would be just like the primordial. It would be complete chaos. And it would indeed make its way into extinction. Because the scales have tipped, now there's more bad than good. And it can be very devastating to human civilization as we know it.
Do you think that there has to be a balance, that good and bad have to be in balance? There should be bad.
That's honestly, that's my love. You know, that's subjective for me. I do feel like it needs to be balanced because at the end of the day, a good person isn't going to, like a thoroughly good person isn't going to get their hands dirty when it comes to someone who's a piece of shit, right? You know that term like anti-hero, vigilante or whatever. You need that type of darkness in you to handle a certain situation or problem, if you catch my drift.
If, as you had said earlier, get rid of all the empathy and all that, like if you did the opposite, got rid of all of the bad, would you still need the anti-heroes to deal with the bad?
The thing is that no one can really say for sure, because at the end of the day, humanity in itself shows a hubris, a natural hubris. So, I mean, probably for like a time, we could live in a utopia, but would it be indefinite? No. I feel like human nature is just going to do what it does. Certain things are going to kind of reset within humanity. Like we hear of places that have been utopias for a time, but what happened? Jealousy, power, greed. Within time, it does tend to evolve. No matter how much you try to create a perfect civilization, the hubris is always going to fold on itself, time and time again.
So you're saying that even if the gods were to remove all the evil from the world, then we would turn it evil again? Or we would balance it?
We would either balance it or completely shift the narrative. When the utopia becomes a barbaric society, like it flips on its head, you know?
So you don't think a utopian society of any kind is possible?
No, unfortunately, I do not. I wish, you know, but realistically, I don't see that happening.
Well, I guess the question would have been more with the intervention of your gods. Your gods couldn't create something like that, compel something like that.
Well, we have a story that they did, and humanity did exactly what I said. They started getting greedy. They felt that they didn't need the gods anymore. They started turning on each other, selling each other out for coin.
Did the
And
gods make humanity in your beliefs?
in both of them, yes.
Could the
But
gods have
created
made
at the same
them a
time.
different way?
Probably. Do I know for sure? No. Do I care to know? Sometimes. But we got what we got. Humans suck.
If you woke tomorrow and found that there was no reason to believe in your gods, afterlives, or any of it, would it change the way you live your life or the way you feel about the traditions and folklore?
No. Because I don't let it define who I am as a person at the end of the day. I am who I am, that's it. I'm neither good, neither bad. I'm an angel to some, a complete see you next Tuesday to others. Both are true. It just depends on which one you bring out of me.
So for you, your gods, do they have to exist for them to have meaning?
Yes and no. They don't need to exist for my life to have meaning. But to me, it's more so like a lesson, a story, a long ancient story. How to be, how not to be. Morally good, morally bad, morally in the middle. Would I do things differently? Would I see where they were coming from? Would I completely disagree? And, whoop their, But as far as like for my life to have meaning, no. My kid is my reason for living, not a god, not a man.
But for them to have meaning, for the gods to have meaning, do they have to exist?
For them to have meaning? That's a good question.
Can they have meaning to you as fictional characters of folklore?
Yes.
As representations of ancient ideas
Long since past? Yes. Yes, absolutely. That's how I see them now. Even though I do believe that the deities do exist, right? I also can be at peace if just the same, if they didn't and it was just a folklore this whole time. Either way, it doesn't change my perception of reality.
I don't know if I have any more questions. You can clearly question your beliefs. And you definitely showed them how it's done. Do you want to hang out and question beliefs with me if we get a believer?
Sure, not a problem. That's honestly why I don't really come up, Thrayle, because I have no problem questioning.
Holy freak, you guys have a scary skeleton.
Wow.
Oh my God, Fetus deletus, hello?
There was somebody doing a voice. It was pretendies. But you do that on a live, and you don't get to stay in the live, so... That's always unfortunate. But maybe somebody's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that, and is actually capable of questioning their beliefs.
You know, I feel like if Christians were able to question the way pagans and polytheists are able to question, religion would be a lot more healthier and not a pee measuring contest, you know?
Right? If only everyone could question. Hello, Seraphim. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 36.
And
Thanks for asking and having me on.
Uh-huh. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
You know, I believe that we are all one consciousness experiencing this reality from different points of view. That we are truly what we have learned to refer to as God. You know, that's a very limited term that creates the aspect of a higher being over us.
What is consciousness?
Right. Consciousness, awareness, where the beginning of all light took place in the form of darkness, and then the consciousness was awoken and began to experience itself. And we began to interpret ourselves in ways that were and are increasingly expansive.
I'm sorry, sir. You're kind of trailing off from what the answer. What is consciousness?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had a question. Consciousness is really boils down to awareness. What are we experiencing and what are we perceiving? It's a perception of all that is. So, what we are perceiving in our conscious present moment is consciousness. In its purest form.
Is consciousness what we are perceiving? It's the thing we're perceiving. So, like, I'm perceiving a screen in front of me and a microphone. I've got a cup of blueberry coffee. It's almost empty. Is this consciousness, the blueberry coffee, the microphone, the screen with you and Hanji, and the lovely music?
To me, it's more the ability that you are experiencing to perceive your cup of coffee and the screen in front of you. So it is not merely what you are experiencing, it is the screen, the lens, the feeling, and the connection to something deeper that is behind you and behind all of us.
A connection to something deeper.
Right.
What are you saying is deeper? Like, you said first that consciousness was perception. Or no, not perception, it was the thing being perceived. And so I asked if it was my blueberry coffee on the screen. You're saying it's not that, it's what?
Maybe that was too, simple of a way to phrase it, because consciousness can be phrased in so many ways, but it really only resonates with the comprehension in which we're able to accept it. So that
it only resonates in the comprehension in which we are able to accept it. What does that mean?
So, if right now what I am experiencing is some sort of bliss, though at the same time another person is experiencing some sort of confusion, there is there's a coherence in what we are hearing and what we are seeing, what we are experiencing, though that interpretation of our experience amounts to our conscious
Are
adherence
you
to what
just
is
kind
known.
of playing word association from one word to the next? What was the question I just asked?
I'm really trying not to. I'm trying to stay on point. Though when we're talking about comprehension and awareness and these sorts of things, it's very individualized. And that's what makes it so difficult for most people to grasp or comprehend.
I got the question, Thrayle.
Go for it, Hanji.
So, you're saying everyone is under this consciousness? Man, woman, child?
So I'm saying that we are all experiencing this level of consciousness in which we are perceiving into our life, but from different. So I guess as an example, if we were the creator of this reality of our existence, though we were so far beyond that level that we not only inhabited our own experiences individually, but we also inhabited them universally.
Where does
So
the divine feminine fit into all this?
the divine feminine is more than just the glue that that puts it all together. I mean, the masculine is the active, kind of the creation of the feminine, in my point of view.
So, the masculine has to exist for the feminine to exist?
I believe they coexist for the necessity, though I believe the feminine existed first, and masculine is the actionary, the movement in which the feminine dictates.
So,
and though that has been distorted, obviously, in our society, this is completely before society. This is coming from a comprehension that is not limited or constructed in the way that society now has distorted it. So I'm talking from the purest form of where we originate, not the established construct that we find ourselves in now.
So if we're all one consciousness experiencing life individually, then what's the need for the divine masculine or feminine then? Why put the gender to them?
Very simply, if there was no darkness, then we could never experience the light. If there is no light, we can never experience the darkness. If there is no love, we can never experience the disconnection. If there is no pain, we can never experience the pleasure. So,
how did you determine that?
Right.
That's a very essential understanding it's a very essential understanding or comprehension of any type of belief system that's ever been constructed, from the yin and the yang to
any belief system that's ever been constructed.
Right. And you can hold me to that.
You're saying every belief system that's ever been constructed says that there must be pain for pleasure and light for dark and good for evil.
There's not in the sense of sacrifice or needing to experience one or the other, but for both of them to be in balance, yes, there is this. So think about if you were before existence and you were living in bliss, what we would call heaven nowadays.
Why are you saying that before existence you live in bliss? What does that have? Like, where did that come from? How did you determine that was a thing?
Well, let's just think for a minute let's consider for a minute that maybe that is what we experienced before this experience.
Why would we experience anything before this?
Well, because I believe that we are eternal beings, that we are eternal souls that are, we are all collective and
what is
connected.
A soul?
Well, that is the very essence of us as individual expressions of Source itself.
I'm sorry, the essence of us as individual expressions of Source itself. It sounds poetic, but what do you mean?
And that's what I'd like to get into here. So I'm just saying, for the sake of the conversation, if we can imagine ourselves having absolutely no limits into what we experience, we can experience anything we want to whenever we want to. We are without pain, without suffering, without limitation whatsoever. For however many years, hundreds of years, thousands of years, whatever it may be. What would we eventually consider? We might eventually consider.
Okay, Seraphim, stop for a moment. I'm not interested in the TED Talk. It feels like this is just a long, prepared dialogue. Or monologue, I'm sorry. I'd rather have a dialogue. The question was, what is a soul?
Right, and I realize that it sounds prepared or long, but this is not prepared. It's very much just coming from my own experience and my own explanation. And I am getting to the point of what a soul really entails. And it's not something that's confined by any sense. What I'm trying to express is the realization that when we have no limits, when we have no boundaries, we end up craving and wanting to experience those boundaries. And
how do you know that? Like, what do you mean when we have no boundaries, we crave boundaries? What makes you assume that if we had no boundaries, we would crave them?
Because I've had out-of-body experiences where I have died. I've experienced the other side. And
when you say that you've unalived, was it your heart stopped beating?
I was hit by a truck when I was 12 years old, when I was riding my bicycle. And my entire face and skull and everything was smashed in, and yeah, I was saved. It was not expected that I was going to survive. And at that point, I was very much deep into my religious beliefs as a Christian, as I grew up as, and I experienced things much differently than how that all was kind of laid out for me.
Mm-hmm. So, you were struck by a car or vehicle, and you were severely injured. And the doctors didn't think you were going to make it, but you did. Or was it your parents didn't think you were going to make it, and the doctors managed?
Nobody thought I was going to make it. The doctor said I was going to be a vegetable if I did live.
Wow.
And
I'm sure that's the language they used. So, that
was the actual language they used, which is funny. I know it sounds kind of messed up, but they said that if he does live, he'll basically be a vegetable for the rest of his life. But I walked out of that hospital in 7 days.
I see.
With my mouth wired shut.
Miraculously. So, I'm glad that you survived, but I'm curious. During that experience, did your heart stop? Was my question.
My heart stopped. My everything stopped for
Your everything.
Yeah. I mean, I was like they weren't trying to save me at this point, to the point where they thought I was actually going to be resuscitated.
They weren't even trying to save you anymore. And so, are you saying that was your brain stopped? You were
Right.
ceased brain function. For how long?
As far as I went from the hospital to from the ambulance where I got hit to the hospital. So this was in California in 2001. So, I'm assuming it was probably a 45-minute drive. And then I started trying to fight the ambulance and fight the nurses and everything that were
while you were unalived.
Right.
I thought you were unalived. So was your heart stopped, your brain stopped, and while that was happening, you were fighting.
Right.
I see. I don't find this story to be credible anymore, Seraphim. I don't have any more questions.
I don't either, darling.
Well, I'm sorry to have lost you. I wish the best.
Okay. I just, I'm glad he survived. If that any part of that was true, I'm glad he survived. I don't know how to question something I don't find as being presented honestly.
Lot of plot holes.
I was just waiting for the explanation of what a soul is.
Same.
Oh, man. Hello, Philly. How are you?
Fantastic. How's the evening going?
It's been, well, that's the second one like that. But we had really, really good questioning with Hanji.
Oh.
You missed it.
I'm so sad.
I'm sure there will always be another time, darling.
I look forward to it.
Morgan says, "Are we having fun yet?" We've had some fun. We've listened to some good music by Michael V. We had a decent conversation with the first guest, who was a non-believer, while they cooked kimchi in our ears. And then the next guest was like that guest, except faster. And Hanji in between. So there's a big sandwich of great questioning.
Really, really Thrayle.
I love being in the middle of a sandwich. Look, I'm in one right now. A Philly and Thrayle sandwich. Yay.
Like a group hug.
Like a group hug.
Yes. Reverse Oreo style.
I wonder if we've got anybody out there with a belief, curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, because right now, I don't see anybody. Well, I mean, we do have one person in queue, and we can, if he's still up for it, if he's still there, we can question Brad for a minute. He's usually on his way somewhere. Hey, Brad, are you with us still?
Yeah,
How are you doing tonight?
I'm okay. About to go to bed, but yeah, catching what I can.
I know I don't mean to make you wait so long. I know our questioning tends to be pretty quick and a little disjointed, so I'm never quite sure where it's going to go. But let's start from the top. Do you have well, let's get your age first for TikTok TOS.
32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Gethsemane. Maybe as a blueprint, not just events.
I'm going to pause you there. Philly's got a question. I already know it.
Huh? Are you pausing so that I can ask
question?
you? Okay, thank you.
Because he said Gethsemane, and I knew.
Yeah. What is it about Gethsemane that is like a higher power to you?
I guess a pure, total, like omni connection.
A connection to what?
To all things, all exchange of energy, past, present, future.
How is that Gethsemane?
Christ transmuted every drop.
Like you're talking about the Garden of Gethsemane.
Where he prayed and bled, was pressed like an olive with the weight of all things.
So it is the experience of that.
I think it could teach us how to connect with one another, how to learn from history in a more intimate way.
How?
I hate to repeat myself, but stone tape, it
Okay. Can you remind everyone what stone tape means?
Stone is the place where memory event energy is trapped. Tape refers to it playing like a loop.
To
stone
clarify,
tape is.
I've asked you about this before. It's where a memory of a thing, traumatic or otherwise, is stuck in a place. And
I've only seen evidence of it once. A child's experience of displacement from a mountain.
So you believe that the literal location of the Garden of Gethsemane holds knowledge for humanity around suffering, connection?
Oh no, I don't think location mattered. But it matters everywhere. Like objects matter; they hold the memory. So,
Like rocks? Like rocks?
Memory, Brad.
I don't know. I think it was maybe the mountain itself, the land, maybe the gravestones. I don't know.
I'm honestly
how do objects hold memories?
I don't know how they hold memory. Honestly, they just seem to do it. I experienced the feelings of the loss of home being taken, burned, meadows lost, and game trails berries. All of it. I felt it overwhelming. I saw her face, but just
It's
in mind's eye.
disjointed again, Brad.
Oh, sorry. It's a crazy story.
It's because you're telling us parts of it, and you know the whole thing, but we don't.
The hollows in Shenandoah. Just forgotten cemeteries, but some of them not.
Yeah, we're there again, Brad. It sounds like you might need some sleep.
Okay, alrighty. Thank you, Thrayle. Talk later.
I appreciate you, Brad. Take care. I have so many questions, as always.
It was interesting. I've never heard of. I never even heard of that term before.
Gethsemane.
Yeah, but I got questions.
Philly, what is the significance of the Garden of Gethsemane?
It's the place where Jesus went with the disciples after the Last Supper to pray and ask God not to take away what was coming. And it said that Jesus like sweat blood from his praying before he was arrested that night in that garden.
Mm-hmm. But Brad said he wasn't talking about the literal location. Otherwise, the stone tape would kind of make sense there. I'm going to have to piece it together, or maybe ask him in Discord. But when he's more awake.
The most beautiful chapel I have ever seen was at the location that they believe is the Garden of Gethsemane. Just the most beautiful ceiling.
One thing I'm a sucker for, it's architecture.
Brad clarified it, Gethsemane, as a blueprint for stone tape experiences. He's talking about a concept. I always have to do a little bit more work, but...
So like literal stones then, like inanimate objects?
So when we talked about it before, it was kind of as a... stone tape, at least, was kind of as a reference towards things being like haunted by either being a traumatic or a meaningful memory trapped in a location. But how a memory would get trapped in a location is where we kind of got lost in the questions.
Oh, that's fascinating. I would have picked his brain for that.
Mm-hmm. So it's a kind of a representation of like hauntings in his mind and his way of thinking about it. Stone tape is a reference to that. But in this, he's saying it's also an object, so I'm going to have questions about that, obviously. But we've got Broccoli joining us. Broccoli hair.
Yo.
Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
21.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what you just said. I heard like this audio come up. It was like a donation or something.
Yeah. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah.
And what god do you believe in? Thank you, Big
God,
B.
what's happening? A Christian God. I'm Eastern Orthodox.
Why are you Eastern Orthodox?
Because it's just a preference that I have.
What is it about that religion that you prefer?
Just a preference.
Wow.
Scripture or more philosophical?
It's just a preference that I have. It's a good preference, though, in my opinion.
He's a troll.
Why am I a troll?
Because we've been through this before. You've done the same thing, or you're pulling someone else's act. It's boring either way.
Gross.
Good evening.
Hey, Rob.
Hello.
Rav was here
Hi,
for the
Rav.
preference, I think.
Sorry, getting my headphone in. I didn't hear what you said. Rav was, and then I missed it.
No worries. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you all doing?
Oh, we're doing pretty good. Just the huge.
The huge.
I'm so old. The usual things that we do every night. You know.
How 80s of you, Thrayle.
Where's Tiny says same shizzle, different dizzle?
Faux shizzle.
I like to say for schnitzel.
Man nizzles.
You like to say for schnitzel, why?
I don't know. It's a delicious food. Chicken schnitzel is like one of my favorite foods, like my favorite comfort food. And it's like sort of like for shizzle, but then it's kind of Jewy also, you know.
It was the last. It's kind of what also?
Kind of Jewy. Jewing it up.
Okay, I thought that's what you said.
Very different from Jewing down. I'm done.
Careful before TikTok gets you.
Yeah.
Aren't you the one that was getting on Hammy's case?
No, I know. Well, yeah, for sure. Well, that was because it sounded bad. I'm full out saying it. And I also, it wasn't that, like, I was laughing so hard. Like, and when Thrayle said, "Why do you keep repeating it?" I literally could not stop laughing. Like, I just was glad I wasn't on the panel because I couldn't stop laughing. I was just laughing so hard. And he kept saying it, like he couldn't he could have muted himself, he could have like recorded himself saying it, but he just kept saying it. Like it was like, you know, like when a dog's like licking a spot. Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh man, that was ridiculous. He chose a word. It sounded like another pair of words, and it wasn't bad. It was just a reference to a word. And he just kept doing it over and over. And half the audience and Hanji have no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, sorry.
Not a clue, darling.
Yeah. It was such a specific moment, but boy, was it a moment.
Rav is just being a bit of a hypocrite.
Yeah.
I just thought that was Rav being Rav.
Am I really being a hypocrite?
No.
No, just teasing.
You're being your usual goofy self.
Thank you. Oh. Speaking of goofy things.
Oh.
If there's people that want to question their beliefs, you know.
That was a really charitable segue.
I appreciate it though.
Speaking of goofy things, you got one of them goofy beliefs in a goofy God. Come question that goofy God.
And have a good night, everybody. It was lovely seeing you all.
Love you, Rav.
I might not meet some requirements. Skylar, you've already got me wanting to ask your age before you even hit the request button. That might be the most important one. But if anybody over the age of 18 has a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to burgle your gods. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs.
Hello, God bless you. How are you doing today, brother?
And why do you believe it?
What do I believe in?
I was still speaking. Stop.
I apologize, sorry.
Stop. I need your age for TikTok TOS.
I am 19 years old.
What year were you born?
2006, June 3rd. I turned 20 in June.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power?
Yes, I believe in the Christian God. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I've read the New Testament beginning to end. I have read the Torah. I haven't read all the works of the prophets.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
I do not believe every single story to be true and literal. I believe there's a lot of metaphorical stories in the Bible.
How do you tell the difference? What rubric do you use to tell what's literal and what's not?
I apologize for interrupting you again. I wasn't sure if your thought was finished. How do I tell the difference between what is true or not? Personally, I do not care what is true or not. It doesn't impact my theology. This is just purely a book of stories and whatnot. The Old Testament. It doesn't really
Do you believe that the God is actually there?
Do I believe that God is actually there? What? Say that again?
You just repeated my question back. That was correct.
Do I believe that God is there?
Yeah. You're saying you don't believe, like, it doesn't matter if the stories are true.
I believe.
Does it matter if the God is actually there or not?
I believe in the parts of the story which are literal, the God is there.
So just the parts of the story that you have decided are literal, those are the ones that matter. But the other stories don't. Oh, you haven't.
I apologize. I keep on. I mean, your pauses. I keep thinking they're just breaks for me to start talking. I apologize.
Is it because you're just waiting to speak instead of listening?
Yes, I'm forming thoughts as you are speaking. But I am thinking about my response to your question. That's how I critically analyze the response.
Are you Orthodox?
Me, I am Oriental Orthodox, not Eastern.
It's been a long time since I heard that term.
Yes. We truly follow the teachings of Jesus Christ and our early church fathers. Anyways, I apologize. Let me get back to your point. Personally, I'm not convinced on whether the story of Noah is true or not. I'm not convinced whether the story of if there was a localized flood, if there was a full flood. It doesn't really pertain to my theology very much. The only part which I will believe in is the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. That is a part which I take literally. The New Testament I take literally. The Old Testament I take as a collection of stories.
Okay, stop
for
a moment.
Jews.
Stop. So you only take the New Testament literally. The Old Testament is just stories. And the flood, the creation, all of that's just myths as far as you're concerned.
It could be, or it could be literal. I'm not too sure, and I'm not going to make any claims because I don't have any epistemic principles to ground that on.
Epistemic principles, huh?
Yes, oh, sorry. You probably had a thought. I apologize.
Why did you request that?
Would you like me to elaborate on that? I'm sorry.
I asked why you requested it.
Why I requested what?
Why did you request to be on this panel?
I'm questioning my beliefs. I'm requesting because what I truly believe in is the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. That one I can epistemically ground.
That you can epistemically ground?
Yes, I can make truth claims based off of that.
You can make truth claims based on that?
Yes. I can. I believe the evidence shows that Jesus Christ most likely existed, and most
I
likely.
see. So you came up here to debate the existence of Jesus?
I mean, that's my belief. You're trying to question my belief. If you want to question my belief, that's what I believe. I was trying to explain to you my belief, which is Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I believe Jesus Christ of Nazareth is true.
Why do you believe? Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that? I believe that because of the early church fathers. And
Can you speak a little slower? It's hard to hear all the words that you're saying, and
Sorry,
I
I'll slow
imagine
down
you
a
might
little.
be I imagine you might be a little nervous and a little
No.
Okay, well just
My,
could you
my
just
words are
slow down a
slightly
little bit?
fast.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
yeah.
apologize.
Just
So,
so why do you believe in the death and resurrection?
I believe in the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ because of the early church fathers who were persecuted for their beliefs, that claimed to know witnesses of the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And I believe Jesus Christ was a historical figure, which all atheists can agree on. This is a secular opinion. Jesus Christ was a figure who was crucified under Pontius Pilate.
I don't agree.
What a weird statement. What a weird declarative statement. So
Can I
let's
ask you?
back. Stop. Okay. Go ahead, Rav.
Yeah, can I ask you? Okay, so you're saying that you believe the church fathers that were martyred for their beliefs in this. Do you is it the fact that they held to those beliefs that they unalived for them? Is that what is attractive about their credibility?
So when I'm judging somebody's credibility, I look at what they have to gain for it. If let's say somebody is like a prisoner, right, and they're testifying against somebody, you would question their credibility because they have something to gain out of it. They could gain like leniency and whatnot. That would hurt the credibility. When we look at these early people, early Christians, they had nothing to gain but death and persecution by following Jesus Christ. That is why a lot of these original, because there was a lot of people who tried to pretend to be the Messiah at the time. There was a lot of people who just died and nobody followed them. The only person that was followed, let me finish, please. The only person that was followed was
You're not
Jesus
really
Christ of
answering the
Nazareth.
question, though. What was the question that you're answering?
Well, the question that I'm answering, he's saying
It was a yes or no question.
What's so appealing? No, you said what's so appealing about them being martyrs. That's what you asked.
No, what I said was, is it because they were martyred?
Okay, sure, yes, it is because they were martyred, the original followers, yes.
Right. Okay. So because it's martyrdom, then does that apply to all peoples that are martyrs or are considered martyrs, or is it just with Christian martyrs?
It would apply to all martyrs that claim to believe in something that isn't just that they've witnessed. If somebody claims to witness something, let me answer what it applies to. Just so I can be clear, because I want to make sure we don't have just.
I'm almost done with this.
This is
Chris, you're not here in good faith. You're not here to question. You shut the fuck up. I'm speaking.
What? God bless you. Bye. Have a good one.
Yeah, get the fuck out of my
don't know what you're talking
about. Child.
19.
And this is why I cannot stand orthodoxy. And no one fucking uses Oriental Orthodoxy as a term anymore.
He needs to learn some self-control.
They don't know how. That's how they are, Thrayle. They don't know how.
I don't think he realized that he walked right into all I had to ask was putting, I mean, I don't have to go that extreme, but people who do extremes acts that do horrible things for their beliefs. You know what I mean? Then it's just the same thing. I mean, there's no symmetry breaker. So I guess the question would have been what about the other people who do martyrdom things, and what makes their belief less valid than your belief, or something like that.
Now, before we do move on, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're here to see if you actually can question your beliefs. This isn't a contentious conversation. I'm not looking to score points. I'm not going to prove you wrong or burgle your god. Well, I don't intend to. I just want to know if you can even question it.
And the correct term, in case people are wondering, it is non-Chalcedonian. And basically, pre-Chalcedonian is like prior to the council in 451 Anno Domini. So that's why we don't use Oriental.
Well, it looks like James says he's requesting.
Yeah, he's repeatedly said scared in the comments.
I'm very scared of meningitis. Meningitis is my biggest fear.
Yeah, I'm not responding to goading. This is not a debate, and he can't recognize that. So if he's going to try to rage bait me into accepting his request, then I will wait for someone who is actually here in good faith.
Anybody have any fears? That's fair.
Do you want to point out Forrest Fern's Photography's question in chat? Is it questioning my beliefs or having my beliefs questioned?
It is a bit of both, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Well, that was what I was saying the other day, is that like there's a tension between understanding and questioning. Like if I'm seeking to understand the belief, then I think that there is an inherent need to question the belief. But if I'm questioning the belief, then there's a potential for defensiveness or a potential for questioning the belief. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yep. Also, my two greatest fears are meningitis and being buried alive.
Oh.
That's valid.
Meningitis is terrifying.
Yeah, I like constantly like put my head down. Not constantly, but like whenever I have like a headache, I like to check the stiffness of my neck.
Interesting.
That sounded way crazier than I meant it to, and
sounded a little, yeah.
Well, to be fair, considering the debates that we have with some of these Christians throughout the day, the headaches just come with the program.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I guess like it's just very scary because it happens so quickly. I don't know that there is a
That's
remedy.
valid.
Yeah. Is meningiration.
That's pretty scary.
Sorry I left you for a moment. I had to go get myself a fresh cup of blueberry coffee.
You had us scared. I thought you were going to go for milk and never come home.
Oh, well, I was also testing James's patience, and he's not in the queue anymore, so I guess he doesn't have patience.
Hey, Kat.
Hi.
Hey, darling.
Hi, friends.
How y'all doing? As for Kat, I've already asked everybody else. Yeah.
Okay.
Cat, how are you?
Good. All good.
You missed Hanji's response to your favorite song.
No, I didn't. I've been here the whole
Oh, you were just silent. I gotcha.
Yeah, I was just quiet.
Ninja in the night.
I've literally been here the entire live. It was really enjoyable listening to Hanji question. That was great.
Now, if only Christians can do the same, like I said.
You know, though, Hanji, I also really appreciated like that you just like went up and offered yourself up as a demonstration. Because I do that sometimes, but I don't really have that much to question, so it's not as productive.
I question every day, so that's why I was like, you know what? It's been a while. I'm pretty sure Thrayle has new questions for me.
No, that was great. It was really fun. It was really good to listen to.
I based some of those on our last conversation. I remember it well.
And my answer didn't change, did it, my love?
I don't think your answer changed, no. But it was more revealing this time, I think, of, I don't know, a connection I don't think I'd quite made before.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Because, Lord, the only thing everyone is promised in life is death. It happens. Don't worry about it. Just live in the now. You'll be fine.
I do think that is actually the ultimate worry, is that am I living enough? But people project it onto the idea of dying, and that really the question is, am I living enough to justify dying?
Have you done everything that you wanted to do?
How much is enough?
Nothing is ever enough, to be honest.
Yeah, but totally.
Yeah, I said how much is enough? Like, how do you quantify living enough?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I'm with you.
Meet trees, meet trees.
I think saying yes is like a good thing, you know, and knowing when to say no, of course. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We need a flashing banner that says something like, request up if you can question your beliefs. But that's too many characters.
I think that you should make it more provocative. Like, are you afraid of questions? And then put the flashing one, like in all caps. Like,
Yeah, just
afraid of
questions.
And like have it flashing, like super, super provocative. That's how we get people in here.
I have, are you afraid of ghost dance?
I don't know what happened last night after I went to bed, but like,
You don't want to know about ghost dance?
What are ghost ants?
No, I'm okay, thanks.
Well, they're like regular ants, except they're ghosts. I think the question was about if everything had a soul and left a lingering ghost, then what does that mean for ants? Wouldn't the entire world be overrun by ghost ants?
Probably. Shell reminds us of the croissant rock.
My grandparents had a pastry case that had cement brownies in it. And they looked like real brownies. And every new person I ever saw came over to their house would open the pastry case and go in to reach for a brownie.
Your parents are the biggest trolls? Oh my gosh.
Very funny. What were you talking about just before the rock croissant? Oh, the ghost dance. You know, you ever get those like tingly feeling, like something's crawling on your skin, and
You think those are ghost
nothing's there?
dance?
Yeah. Who's to say? You know, who's to say?
Ghost dance confirmed.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be funny if the only thing that become ghosts are ants?
The way they would seek revenge.
Yeah, totally. There's a. Nah, never mind. Who cares? Why am I talking about this?
I love your late night tangents, Rav.
Have I
There's a
been
whole rabbinic.
negligent? I
Sorry.
think I've been negligent. That's all right. I just needed to not be so negligent and make sure that I thank everybody who helped with that previous goal, which was Bats, Philly Red, Insomnia, Brad, Heather's Descent, Vice, Shell, Big D, Capital B, and Angel. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all of you. Now you can go ahead, Rav.
Oh, well, the thing I was going to say was that there was a whole rabbinic discussion in the Talmud about like what is the best witness, and I can't remember exactly why, but they determined that the ant is the best witness. So, for whatever that's worth.
The ant is the best witness. How?
All right, I'll look it up. God damn.
To the Googles. So, Thrayle, if I fall asleep in your box, just knock me down so that way you can make room. Just letting you know.
That's what we usually do to the sleepers, gently and without prejudice.
And forehead kisses. You can't forget the forehead kisses.
I think those are usually implied.
Good to know.
Ask Rav about all the forehead kisses.
I'm pretty sure he gets a whole bunch of them.
The other day.
Yeah, but then he gets all mad and acts like he wasn't asleep. He comes back up, he's like, I wasn't asleep. Yes, you.
The other day, I was sitting in my office having like a pretty serious meeting when this congregant came in, and a little cuckoo of a lady, and came over and like was like telling me a story, like just walked in the middle of this meeting that I was having, and I was like, "Oh, thank you so much. All right, have a nice day." And she came over and just gave me a kiss right on my forehead, just right on my forehead. It was thoroughly inappropriate and absolutely unhinged.
That's so.
She's like 85 years old. Absolutely unhinged.
Nah, Yaya just tried to show you some love. Might have a great grandbaby. I don't know.
Oh, and on her way out of the office, she just took a book out of my own personal library, just like walked out of the office with a book.
Oh, now see, that's rude. I don't play about my
I think
books.
that's the whole reason she came.
Okay, that's unhinged. Yeah, that is unhinged.
I kind of love that this is the energy that she's bringing at 85.
Yeah. Like, am I getting my book back? Like, I need that book. I reference it all the time.
Goals.
I want to be that unbothered.
did a scavenger hunt that included like a stolen book from a rabbi.
That you had tickets on the board.
From a senior citizen home, like that was her whole ploy. It was actually a pre-thank you for the
She was
book.
so smooth with it.
Yeah.
She was so smooth with it.
By the way, I found the text.
Off.
Oh, we didn't hear you, Kat.
You wouldn't see anything.
The Wi-Fi is brutal.
Yeah, she has bars on my end.
But Rav was saying he found the text.
Oh yeah, yeah. So the reason, like, that you can trust an ant is that it considers the needs of the colony before it considers the needs of itself. So, like, when it delivers food, it is delivering it not for itself, but to feed the colony, and so it's trustworthy as a witness.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Everlasting.
Hi, Hanji.
Hello, Everlasting. We also have...
Hey, Rab. Hi, Kat. Hi, Philly.
Hello.
We also have a Forrest.
Hello, new guest.
With a little bit of an echo. Forrest, did you want to join us?
Like a little reverb.
Yes, I did, actually.
Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm over 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do. I thought I had a better belief, but now I'm questioning. And so I'm not afraid to question.
Is there any chance I could get you to turn the volume down a little bit? Might help. So we don't
Does that help?
back. Actually, quite a bit. Can you still hear us all right? Hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm sorry, you said that you do have a belief in a higher power.
Yes, I do, but I have questions in regards to my personal beliefs are now being pushed. And so I'm open to questions.
Okay. So your belief in a higher power is what? What is your God?
So I believe that there is not just one God for all.
Say that again. You believe there is
not one God for all.
Not one God for all. What does that mean?
For myself, that means that everyone is entitled to their own beliefs, and mine may not resonate with others.
Mm-hmm. What does that have to do with God, though? Are you saying that everybody has their own unique God, and it is their God? Or is there a God that you believe in, and other people believe in it differently?
My beliefs are that everybody chooses what they feel as God for themselves.
Okay. And what is God for you?
God for me is Gaia, Mother Earth. And that may not work for everybody else.
Woohoo! Gaia mention!
You believe in Gaia as a god, as an actual entity that exists? Or is it just a word you use for processes of nature?
For myself, Gaia is a way for me to recognize where my energy is going to go beyond my personal self. But yes, it's not for everybody because everyone has.
When you say your energy, what do you mean?
Thank you. I thank you for that question. My energy, meaning that when I sit and resonate, or when I root my feet, or when I am manifesting, or when I am looking for help, that's where I push my energy, and Gaia gives me, or for myself, something that I can push that energy back to.
I have no idea what you're saying. You said, I said, what is your energy? And for you, it's when you can sit and push your energy. And what is the energy, though?
The energy would be manifestations, thoughts, feelings. And I need to focus on something. And so I choose that over Jesus Christ or Allah or others, not to discredit.
Mm-hmm. But you choose energy, is what you're saying, over Jesus. And that gives you something to focus on.
I choose energy, and I don't choose energy over any other, including Jesus.
Okay, I thought that's what you had said. I apologize.
May I ask where, because I'm conflicted. I'm having conflicted feelings, and this is a great room of intellects. Where do others put their beliefs?
Oh, you're trying to pull the panel and see what everyone here believes.
Not trying to pull anything. I'm just curious.
I understand. We're here to question your beliefs at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps in the questioning, it'll help you. But I would wonder what it is that you are questioning about your beliefs.
For myself, I thought with giving energy that I would receive, like a back and forth positive, like I put out positive, I thought that I would get positive back. And that's when my questioning comes to.
Because it doesn't feel like, or you question whether you will always get positive back.
It doesn't feel like it right now.
What do you think you would always positive back?
You were a little muffled there, Kat.
Do you know what I said? No.
I do, but I think it'd be better if your mic's fixed. She said, why would you think you would get positive back?
For myself, it was because of the way that I was raised. Keep your chin up, always smile. you put out this and people will personify it because that's what you personify.
But does the world really work that way?
That is why I'm questioning it.
Are you aware that when you smile, it raises endorphins?
Go ahead, Ken.
Having a positive attitude is like general good practice, right? But does that mean that just because you have a positive attitude, it's work out?
It's done me well for a very long period of time. But apparently not.
Why are you... what?
What does that have to do with your belief?
The belief is in something like manifestation. Is that correct, Forrest?
Yes, that is correct.
Like sending out positive brings positive back, and it's seeming not to bring positive back.
What is... How is this affecting you foundationally?
Thank you, Shell.
Foundationally, that's a deep-rooted question. Foundationally, it affects me on many forms of myself.
Why?
It makes me feel inapt. It makes me feel like I am failing. Not only for myself as a human, like myself individually, but also for my surrounding humans and surrounding family.
Sorry, what makes you feel like you're failing?
Okay, I was actually gonna clarify.
Sorry.
Are you saying that you have an echo too, Rav? I think so, yeah. Or Thrayle, one of you, but your box keeps lighting up.
Yeah, I'm muted.
So are you saying that because... Oh yeah, no, it's definitely you. You are not getting the results that you intended on getting or wanted to get. This makes you think that you are a failure.
I'm actually stating that the way that it used to work for myself, and I was asked at the beginning of this conversation for TikTok, how old am I? And I said, over 21. I mean, for the last 40 years, putting out this energy or creating space that I thought was positive is now creating negative. And so that's why I'm questioning.
If you are creating space that you thought was positive and it is turning out to be negative, have you questioned why that is? Like, what about the thing that you thought was positive could have led to this negative outcome?
Yes, I have, and I thank you. Like that's a really deep question that I am very appreciative for. I'm just wondering if my outlook and upbringing is changing, and therefore I should be looking at something different.
Changing to what, maybe? Like, okay, so again, I'm going to comprehension check myself. So your outlook thus far has been, if you put out what you want into the world, you will get like positive results, right? Put out positivity and kindness and what have you, and you will get positive results, and you are not seeing that now.
More of a mirror. Like if I put out positivity, then I should, in theory, but if I put out negativity, then I should, in theory.
So, but you have gotten the result of putting out positivity and getting back negativity.
Yes.
And so now your view of this is changing.
Yes.
And changing to in what way? Like what what is the alternative that you see here?
That's the question for myself.
Could it just be that sometimes we do the best that we can and still do not get the positive result, and there's like it's not really anything except that's just what it is?
Absolutely.
But this seems to be distressing for you, like on your foundation. Like I can hear the stress in this for you, and so I'm wondering why.
For myself, it feels crumbling.
Like something that you have spent the last 40 years thinking is true and seeing in practice is just crumbled around you because of this.
Did you say 4 or 40?
I'm definitely not 4.
Sorry, you said last 40 years?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that was. Yeah. Would you mind if I ask one question, Kat?
No, go for it. Go for it.
What is positive? What are you saying is positive? Like, is being over 21 versus being 40, however?
Not at
the
all.
Positive thing?
Age in general has nothing to do with positive. Positive to me is always making sure that not only yourself but your family is taken care of, that you look forward to others succeed, you hope and wish everybody health and happiness. Age has nothing to do with positive.
I guess what I'm asking is, why did you say I'm over 21 versus what your age was?
Oh, because it's TikTok.
Yeah, and also, like, you gave that as sort of the context for, you spent the last 40 years saying, like, what's positive or something along those lines.
My words were that when I entered this TikTok, I stated that I was over 21, but wanted to give a context as to who I was now that I realized that this room is somewhat safe.
Mm-hmm.
And full of people that would like to actually have questions, answers of myself.
This is a genuine space that we're genuinely only trying to do what we say we're trying to do.
So, okay. So what I'm hearing is this has shaken this, like, foundational thing that you've believed since you were a child. Does that mean that what you believe is still not generally true?
For myself, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not generally true, but it also is having me search out other things that could also be true that I wasn't taught or didn't know.
What do you think? I mean, you can't know what you don't know, but like, I'm curious as to like what you're searching for, I guess.
I think that's the enigma. I myself don't know, so I can't answer. I was always taught this one way, and then taught some other things that were told were bad. But I'm realizing that every religion, every belief, every human core, no matter if it's connected to a religion, has purpose. And I'm still just trying to, I guess, figure it out. If that makes sense.
Thrayle, I'm gonna go ahead and hop down, my love. I'm getting sleepy.
I appreciate you, Anji. I hope you
Thank
sleep
you
well.
for having me. You too.
Absolutely.
Good night, Hanji.
Night, Hanji.
I'll see you later.
I'd like to ask. Oftentimes, when I hear people say, that they feel like their prayers are answered in some way, I question if that's actually the case, or if they're just like counting the hits and ignoring the misses. And I'm wondering if maybe the opposite could also be true. That if we can get so focused on things not working out the way we expected or hoped, and ignoring like taking our focus off of things that might be working out in other ways. Is that possible, that maybe that might be what you're experiencing? And it's actually just things happening at the rate that things would happen with or without your expectations.
That was for me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do I need to clean that question up, or did it make sense?
No, actually, yes, if you could, without being like, I'm not trying to insult. Just though, if you could,
it's okay.
that would be wonderful.
Yeah. So I'll just repeat the first part, and then I'll try to clean up the last part. I question people that claim to have their prayers answered. I question whether or not they're just counting the things that work out, the prayers that get answered, and ignoring the prayers that don't get answered. And I'm wondering if the opposite can be true, is if your focus is only on the things that aren't working out, that you're taking your sight off of things that are working out.
So this is an open space, correct? And the only reason why I ask is for myself, I'm still trying to look at the difference between energy and prayer. So, like, pray to have something happen.
I am kind of equivocating prayer with manifestation.
Okay. And I'm working on that. So thank you. And yeah, you're not wrong in the aspect of individuals that manifest things to try and happen and then it doesn't happen, or pray to have things happen and it doesn't happen, and then the opposite. And in fact, when I say it out loud, when you manifest and it goes wrong, it is no different than when you pray and it doesn't equivocate to what you want. So yes, actually, thank you. That was a really good question.
Sorry, everlasting. Did you say you're equivocating, like you're meaning to be ambiguous?
I was trying to draw a parallel, if that's a better way of putting it.
Okay, got it.
That's how I
that doesn't
saw it,
sound.
is that he was looking to find a way to, they were looking at a way of trying to relate. And I really appreciated that. As I sit here contemplating further, so thank you.
Then I'll follow up with this, because this is part of the way I worded it originally. In either case, where you're counting the hits and ignoring the misses, or in the opposite direction, where you're just focused on the things that aren't working out, is it possible that in both cases it's just things work out or don't work out at the same rate, with or without your attempt to manifest or to have a prayer answered?
Are you saying shit
if you
happens?
remove yeah, exactly, at the rate at which shit just happens, and then our perspective is either directed at the things that work out or the things that don't.
Well, absolutely. Perception is absolute, like the way that you perceive and what you're looking at and not looking at. So things positively could be happening and my perception won't allow it to see, or things could be negative and my perception won't allow me to see. So yes, absolutely. Now, may I ask a question?
Usually I would say no, but unless Kat had a question.
No, I was just going to say I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but I'm open to answering one.
When individuals, and I can't speak on anyone in this room because, again, I don't know beliefs beyond my own, find themselves in this tunnel vision, I'm going to call it. How do you take yourself out of it?
Out of what exactly?
Fixation on a belief or an idea.
The tunnel vision of what you're focused on. I see what you mean.
Yes, thank you.
I think that you have to think that questioning is the answer. And questioning to the point of discomfort, right? Like you have to be willing to go to the uncomfortable places.
Are you saying that it is affecting like your day to day?
For myself, currently, yes.
I mean, in the most like perfect sense, I would say take a trip and then come home. Like I always recommend to people when they move into a new place that they should take a trip within the first month or so that when they come home, they feel like they're coming home. And I feel like, change of perspective can sometimes help with that sort of thing. It doesn't have to be a long trip either. Like you can go for a hike or something like that. Could help. And then I would also say like, sort of similar to what Kat was saying, but like maybe ritualizing something, even if it's like brushing your teeth, I don't know. I mean, just doing something that is normal and grounding and yeah, I think that ritual actually is a very important part of being human. I think we just have come up with some silly rituals that don't serve people. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have ritual.
Do you find yourself living in the present, past, or future more? Do you notice yourself living in any of those three states more than the other?
The future.
Have you spent any time focused on the present?
I think that's why I live in the future. I think of the future is because I feel trapped in the present. If that makes sense.
I'm wondering if I'm wondering if expectations might be imprisoning you in the present. And I'm wondering if you could be vulnerable enough to, let go of expectations and allow yourself to, be pleasantly surprised with the moment that you have in some way.
I mean, honestly, this is my first step. Like being on a chat with amazing humans that I know nothing about and they know nothing about me, and being open and honest. I feel like this is my first step. But again, perhaps I have expectations and nothing beyond myself.
Expectations are the path to suffering.
Expectations are pre-resentments. That's what I wrote in the chat.
I used to state no expectations, no disappointments. And so for myself to put myself out here, again, my expectation was to not be put in the request box. And I'm so very grateful to be here. And so thought I wasn't going to be, and here I am. But I'm really appreciating the conversation.
What's the difference between a like goal or a hope and an expectation?
For myself,
I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, I can think of sort of a dispositional difference between expectations versus sort of objectives or goals.
I think they're very parallel. I mean, you have an expectation when you enter a marathon to finish the race, but you also have the same goal. And whether you finish it, it's still the same label. You finished it.
I was thinking, I'm so sorry. There was a moment when I was in high school, we took like a class hike, and it was like the tallest mountain in the area. And I had this full expectation of like getting to the top, getting all excited. And that was also our objective, was to get to the top. And when we did not make it to the top because people in our group were slower and needed more time, I was so disappointed. And the teacher reframed the whole thing by, explaining that actually we had reached an objective, which was like working together and sticking together. We were climbing the mountain. Even if we didn't get to the top, we had still climbed the mountain. I think that's sort of what I'm thinking of. Is like for them to be able to see like the objective was still completed, even if the expectations weren't met.
But now it's an objective, expectation, and goal. And to me, that is like just moving the goal line farther by changing the expectation or the objective.
Maybe the adage like shoot for the moon or shoot for the stars and you might hit the moon or whatever, something like that. How does that land?
It's shoot for the moon, you'll always reach the stars.
I think backwards, but yeah, that's.
I mean, are either of those actually true, or?
No, I mean, you might overshoot the moon too.
And then you're just adrift in space doing nothing.
Whee!
Sounds kind of miserable. Or, I don't know, comparable to existence. But, Forrest, I put a question up a while back. Does your assumption serve you? I more would want to ask, how does the assumption serve you? And I realize you're working through this and kind of deconstructing it. I'm curious. How does fulfilling your expectations actually serve you? Or does it?
I mean,
is it something you wouldn't have been able to do without that?
For others, probably not. No, actually 100% not. And then those others would be drifting off into space past the moon. Whether it serves me, I get fulfillment of knowing that the people I care for are taken care of. I guess.
Does it
Short
require
answer,
lofty
no.
expectations?
Oh,
Or,
sorry, thank you.
I apologize. I interrupted you.
No, go
But does
ahead.
that require lofty expectations?
Does it require which, sorry, expectations?
Lofty was the word I used, but, does it require even seriously considered expectations?
For myself, it has proven that way for over 40 years. And I think that's probably why I am questioning and looking, because it may serve them, but it's no longer serving me.
Rav's off mute, so he perpetually looks like he has a question. Does he have a question?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. I don't know.
Was it an I don't know?
Is there something that, is this something that's been persistent or something that is like acute?
Continual acute. Seems like the same problem arises with different humans, usually geared around sickness. I'm reading back through all the comments, so now I question myself again.
Don't do that. Don't read the chat. Don't ever read the chat. Never read the chat.
Yeah, if you touch the main panel and then swipe to the right, that chat will disappear in a moment. It's so easy to do.
Oh.
What was my question? I can't remember even.
Was it acute, or is it something that's persistent?
Yeah. And you said
it's a combination. It's a
I know what I wanted
acute
to ask.
problem that happens in different people in my life.
Yeah.
And it's usually geared around sickness.
Sickness often involves you caring for other people.
Yeah.
Why? How does your belief play into this? That you have expectations.
Again, my manifestation is that, like, if I can gift healthy food or gift positive energy, gift an ear or a space, that person will be okay.
What does it mean for them to be okay?
To also have healthy food and a positive energy and a good space.
And how are you going to make them okay? Well, I guess why would you expect to be able to make them okay?
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, you're right. how and can and why. Just it was something that I'd already, or not already, but something that I've been doing my whole entire life, and everyone was okay. But the last couple of years have shown that even though I carried on the patterns to gift them things that they couldn't, like healthy food or a roof over their head, even though I continue to gift, they can't do it.
When I worked as a chaplain, I was doing my clinical pastoral education, which meant that I would go from hospital room to hospital room to speak with patients and sit with them and listen to their experiences and sort of let them be the leader of the conversation, right? Like I wasn't there to give them meaning, but that if there was meaning to be made, or whatever, like it was for them to sort of steer the conversation. But there were times where I sort of felt like I could save them. Like I could get them. They had alcohol issues. I could get them a big book, Alcoholics Anonymous, or if I could just say the right thing, like they would feel better or something like that. And part of the feedback process for this was to like get really critical, harsh feedback. And I was told that I had a messianic complex. It was really hard to hear, and like it was really hard to not be defensive over that, and not in like a savior, like a messianic, like a religious way, but like always thinking that I could be the one to make a difference or like help in a way that was like, in other words, like who the heck did I think I was?
I apologize. What is a messianic? Sorry.
Oh, so like the Messiah is like the savior of the world, sort of thing.
So like a Florence Nightingale.
No.
Sorry.
I would say more like I mean, I think the undertone is like, who do you think you are, Jesus?
Thank you for explaining that.
Say it again.
Oh, thank you for explaining that and answering my question.
Yeah, for sure. And I think like, the hard thing to hear is like I'm not a savior. You know what I mean? Like I'm not. The best I can do is be with somebody, and I think like the notion of making somebody healthy food is actually like really great. I think that's like so nice. I think like listening to somebody and like sitting with them and visiting the sick is so nice. And like showing up and taking things off of people's plates, it's like so nice. But like beyond that, like, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a therapist, I think, for me, and this is not, I'm not trying to promote any religion or anything like that, but I think like the perfect prayer, and I'm going to specifically leave out God's name, even though I just mentioned it, but the perfect prayer to me is like, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Because truly, prayer, if anything, is to me self-mediation through meditation. Asking what's in my wheelhouse, what's outside of it, and I guess I'm wondering, is it possible that some of these beliefs are sort of convincing you that things that are outside of your wheelhouse are actually inside of your wheelhouse.
Or the other way around as well. Things that I think are inside are actually outside. Both.
That's what I mean. I think that's what I
Yeah.
meant to say.
Which I have another honest question for you, and I really appreciate your dialogue. So
We'll
when I
let
was
you
a
get
kid,
one more before we move on. Regulus has been waiting a while. And
Sorry.
before you do ask the question, please hold it for just a moment. I don't want you to lose it. But I got to make sure that I thank Jazz, Heather's Descent, Polly Angel, Everlasting Godstopper, Hazelnut, and Danny Grax for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Now you can go ahead. Sorry, I was going to lose that list.
sorry, I laugh because I'm like, what was my thought? Oh wait, okay.
That's why I said hold it.
I did. I am not versed in books. Like, I've read a lot of books, but I'm not versed in religional books. But the verse that you just stated was part of every Saturday while I was growing up. The God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And I wonder if that upbringing may also feel like I have to heal others. But my question is that like truly in the books, or is that just in the big book?
That's a separate prayer somebody else wrote.
Okay. Thank you. I always questioned.
I wonder if Grant is adding another expectation.
Yeah, as if it's external. I think I really do mean it internal, as like
Why not try to have the serenity? Like, even if you, or if you're bold, and, I have the serenity. Have
nice.
Serenity.
I love it.
Or try, whichever is fitting for your approach.
Or allow myself.
Allow myself the serenity. I mean, yeah, if you find another way to frame it, you could find that you could reduce the manifestation expectation involved and put less pressure on yourself to be a savior to all. I should have framed that as a question.
I'm rubbing off on you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like a fungus.
I wonder how that might sit with you, if that raises any questions in you, Forrest.
Oh, you'll have to repeat because I'm stuck on fungus.
He's a fun guy.
I'm a fun guy.
I knew it.
If the framing of the grant me serenity could be in the expecting it from some external source, if removing that from it you could still find whatever motivation and solace was there without the expectations of having to be the savior of everyone.
I think perhaps if it was rephrased without the words, somebody grant me.
Mm-hmm. I can try. I strive for the serenity. I strive for the, what is it? I never had to recite it very often.
Perhaps it would be better if it was, I grant myself, instead of somebody gifting it to me. Because then I feel obligated to give it back to others.
But it's yours already.
I'm still, as I started this off, I'm still trying to figure it out, and I'm very happy that you allowed me in to have this dialogue.
I appreciate you, Forrest. I don't often recommend being vulnerable on a TikTok live, but I appreciate that you were, and that you were open and honest with your answers and this exploration. And I hope that the questions help you, and I hope you keep asking questions.
And I hope that you come back.
I hope
when you
that
have.
when I do come back, I hope that I am still invited back. I appreciate you all. I'm gonna resonate on what I've learned, and I'll come back with answers for myself.
And I'll ask you what resonate means next time. I appreciate you, Forrest.
And many questions about those answers. You did a good job.
Thank you all.
W's for Forrest. There was some, she came up already questioning. And we didn't even mention the moon pickles. All that manifestation talk.
How did we not mention the moon pickles?
I know. Nobody, I've checked in with a lot of people. I don't know if anybody made moon pickles. Maybe
Hazel made moon
Hazel.
pickles.
Okay.
No, Hazel definitely made. I think Philly did too.
That's awesome. We do have a new guest already joining us. I wanted to reserve their spot in line when I saw them in the queue. So, welcome up, Regulus. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Potentially something like that.
Potentially something like that. What does that mean?
So I don't know exactly if this is like, I don't know what to call this, but I have it's a reoccurring lucid dream that enables me to like uncover memories that I just there's no like just random things that I'd forgotten from maybe 30 years ago.
So you have a belief in a potential higher power from a dream 30 years ago.
Well, I don't know if it's a higher power.
Okay, what then is it?
Yeah, so if this is inappropriate for the live, you can throw me down, man. It's this recurring dream that I'm in the house that I grew up in, and I go underneath the stairs, which didn't exist, and in this dream I can go through boxes and uncover I like remember, like I physically pick these things up, and I'm lucid dreaming, so I can smell the air of my old house that I haven't lived in 20 years. My old cat is there. She passed away 25 years ago. And I just, every time I wake up, I have whatever, the thing that I was holding, which is somehow a memory, and I can recall it. And it's something that I certainly hadn't recalled prior to having this dream. I don't think it has anything to do with a higher power. I'm an atheist. But it's, I don't know, is this like woo-woo delulu?
Why do you think there would be any woo there? Or what woo do you think there is?
Well, I'm questioning. That's what I'm questioning. I don't think I have enough information about this to make a good judgment call.
So why do you think there is woo?
Well, I don't believe that there is woo.
So it's just a dream then?
Kind of. I mean, in essence, yeah, it's just a dream, but I don't know how often.
But it feels like it's like more than a dream?
Yeah, well, maybe not more. Like, I know it's a dream. I know that I'm dreaming when I'm in it. And I deliberately go to the same area. I've explored the rest of the house. There's, like, just normal. Like, I have to make it down there before I wake up. And then I don't know. It's just fucking weird, man.
Do you have by chance, do you have a pen and paper, like on your bedstand, that you are able to wake up and immediately write down what you dreamt?
No, but I always remember whatever memory was lost. It's been a long time, and I'm on very little sleep for some reason tonight. So I've been trying to recall what the last one was. I remember there was it was a person that I forgot that I was friends with in preschool, and I looked him up on Facebook and reconnected and stuff.
Huh. And you did that after remembering them from the dream, obviously. Yeah. You mentioned the smell, that like you smelled the smell of the house that you grew up in. I'm wondering, olfactory is like one of our strongest memory sensation, or registries, I guess. I don't know what word I'm trying to say, but it like really attaches strongly to our hippocampus. And it's kind of I always think it's kind of a weird thing how a smell can be like so abstract.
Yeah.
And triggering. So like I'm wondering if there's any connection there, like if there's anything that's reminding you of that smell,
like as I'm
in your
speaking?
actual life. Or something that like is taking your brain back to that place when you're sleeping.
Yeah, maybe something like throughout the day.
I used to get sleep paralysis, and I didn't know anything about lucid dreaming. And then I remember reading a book, and this was 30 years ago, but I remember reading a book and kind of following some of the protocols for being engaged in my dreams, and the sleep paralysis stopped. Like once I started, being interactive, and it sounds like you're already in the interactive phase of that lucid dreaming. And I don't see anything woo about it. And I know I should be asking a question right now, but I'm just kind of intrigued with what you're saying, because I'm fascinated with the way the brain works.
Well, that's so I've only ever told 3 people this in my whole life. So I don't know like what to think of it. It's just nothing else even remotely, I don't know, what like this happens to me or has ever happened.
So I have this really strange dissociation that I have experienced, and like it's kind of the same feeling, right? It's like so out there that it feels like there's woo, or like something more than just my brain doing brain stuff happening. But I don't see any reason to believe that it is anything other than the brain doing brain stuff. And I think that maybe it's a society thing, or maybe it's just we like to understand things that we don't understand, like looking for the explanation. But are you uncomfortable with like? Well, you said you've only ever told 3 people. Well, now like 120 people. Good job. Yeah,
Y'all don't know me.
And like, is there something about not having the explanation that makes you like uncomfortable with it, or like think that it's something that we don't have an explanation for?
Yeah. I mean, that's.
I mean, the idea that it's not woo doesn't make the mysteries of the human brain any less amazing.
Exactly. Yeah, and I'm wondering, I just thought of this, I wonder if it's something akin to, like, the Memory Palace. Like, I've read Giordano Bruno's book about that. I've heard other people talk about it, and I do use that, and it kind of, and it's always in my old house. But, I don't know, I've never heard of anyone lucid dreaming with all of their senses, and there's other things in the house that like I don't remember where the creaks are and the steps and you know, stuff like that, how the laundry room smelled, how my cat smelled. Like I can't recall that right now. When I'm in the dream I can, and after I wake up it's kind of like it just really happened.
So, there's plenty that our brain keeps in our memory that we can't necessarily recall, right? Like off bat, but also, this is the same thing that like causes the psychedelic woo, I think, is the brain's ability to manufacture an entire immersive sensory experience, right? Like you can, in fact, hallucinate with all your senses.
Oh yeah. I've done that awake before. So.
Right. So it can do it asleep too.
Yeah, right on.
We broke 100,000 likes just a little while back, and I just wanted to make sure I thank everybody for that, because you guys are really fucking amazing. I say best audience on TikTok all the time, but you really are. And thank you to Angela, Inksomnia, Polly, Shell, and Angel for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Regulus, what do you think actually is, well, let me phrase it this way. Do you leave any room for the possibility that there is woo?
I mean, scientifically, anything is possible.
Scientifically?
Yeah, but I'm not I'm not convinced that there's any woo.
No ghosts bringing you these memories,
right.
Serving them up to force you to relive something.
Right. No spooky ghost dance.
No ghost dance.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Falling into your ears at night, feeding you memory.
Thanks for that.
What do you think it would take to convince you that something supernatural was at play?
You're not the first person to ask me that, and I didn't have an answer last time. It would have to be something that I'd either never seen before, or that I couldn't
rationalize myself, or like ask other people, like come up to you guys and tell me that I'm still cool and part of the atheist club, right, Everlasting?
Yeah, buddy.
Thanks, man.
I'm the president of atheism.
Yeah.
Since when?
Just now. You heard it. Heard it here first, folks. He called dibs.
It's a dirty
That he was just appointed to that.
It's just there for the taking. Can I ask
gotta
a
do
couple
it.
questions?
Yeah, man.
Somebody's
Yes.
got to do it. So, why is it that you're assigning significance to the fact that you're having the same dream?
Other than just basic pattern recognition, I guess it's I'm more often gonna remember recurring dreams. Like, I haven't lived in that house for 20 years. Every dream that I have that takes place like at home, it's always in that same house. I've never like lived anywhere else.
That wasn't the question I asked.
So, okay. So
you said pattern recognition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but like this is like no different. So like, it's still it's still at home in my head, but these dreams are, I guess the difference is the lucidity. I'm making up that word, I'm sure.
Nope, that's a real word.
All right, man. All words are made up, but like,
Is it lucidity?
That one's
or
in
is
the
it-
dictionary.
Is it lucidity, or is it something else? Is it vibrancy? Is it more? Is it tangibility? What is?
Tangibility is a good word to describe that. Maybe like a self-aware consciousness. Like, I'm very aware that I'm dreaming, and in other dreams where I'm in the same spot, I'm not always.
Were there any other reasons that you're assigning significance to it beyond the pattern recognition? And the clarity. You're saying like the like that it's just like so vivid.
Yeah, well,
Immersiveness?
and the fact that I can, like, I go into these old cardboard boxes that are on the dirt under my old house, and I physically grab something and wake up, and it's in my mind like I hadn't remembered it before.
Have you ever seen the movie Waking Life?
Who's in it?
It's like it's kind of a documentary, but some people are like Ethan Hawke is in it, and the guy from actually, ironically, like it's impossible to tell, but Alex Jones is actually, like a young Alex Jones is actually in it.
Oh, when he was skinny?
It's honestly, dude, it's like impossible to describe this movie in a way that is like, it is one of a kind. It's like sort of a documentary interviewing people about like dreams and reality and lucid dreaming, and sort of like, honestly, to me it's like the original TikTok Live. It's like what the movie is, but it is filmed in a way where it is actual film with like cartoon-esque animation layered on top of it, so that sometimes you can't tell if it's the film and sometimes you can't tell if it's the cartoon.
Like it's Scanner Darkly?
Yes. I don't know. Is it the same director? I feel like
similar style. I don't know
okay.
if it's the same director.
I'd have to look it up, but some of this stuff with regard to dreaming, I feel like you might appreciate, given what you're talking about.
Okay.
And then, honestly, it's just like a great, great, great movie. Like in my opinion, it's a little wooey at sometimes, but it's like I think makes you think more than a lot of movies do.
Is Susan Sarandon in it?
Possible.
Nice.
You only watch Susan Sarandon movies?
Yeah. What do you watch? Not Susan Sarandon movies?
I'm not mad about liking Susan Sarandon movies. I'm curious, is it possible that this is just some loose memory stuck in your brain, repeating itself for literally no reason other than that it is there?
I feel like the dream is different every time, and I've had this same dream maybe a total of like I think under 10 times in my whole life. And
you say the dream is different every time.
Yeah,
I've had this dream.
Yeah, like I move differently through the house, and I think different things. Like sometimes I don't realize I'm dreaming right away. And I think the first time that I had the dream, I didn't know that I was dreaming until I was in this underground, like this area under my house. So, and I've had it throughout my life. So I remember being like 24, 25 and having it when I lived in Florida. And then I remember having it when I lived in downtown Chicago years later. So it like, I'm always aware of who I am and how much time has passed and how old I am. And like the more that I have it, the quicker I seem to recognize that it's a dream and what to do and where to go.
For whatever it's worth, the animation style that Scanner Darkly and Waking Life use is called interpolated rotoscoping.
I can sleep tonight. Thank you.
Me too.
Now we can all rest easy. Good night, everyone. No,
I think we're done here.
I think that's all. I think that's all.
Wouldn't that have been funny if you just ended the live?
You gotta stick with the bit.
No.
Conan O'Brien would have been proud.
Don't even joke about that.
Kat, do you have any more questions for Regulus?
Not right now.
I have one more question for you. Okay, Regulus, tell everybody what your name means, because I just learned that at a what do you call it, a planetarium a couple of weeks ago. So,
Regulus?
Yeah.
Like the star?
Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah, it's one of the three kings of Orion's belt or something like that. I actually got this name. It was my old AOL screen name, which I in turn got from the Bomberman 64 game.
AOL screen name. You guys are all dinosaurs.
My AOL Instant Messenger screen name from when I was 13 years old was Rabbi, and then my last name.
That's a long screen name, man.
Yeah.
Playing the long haul.
That's so many letters.
Oh.
Kat, did you call Regulus a dinosaur?
Well, yeah. I mean, him and Rav are the same age, so you're all. All of you are dinosaurs.
What do you mean, like a chicken?
That would be way worse.
You're a chicken.
Yeah, cluck you.
Oh my god. Potato Car, are you actually here to question your beliefs?
Oh no,
I didn't think so.
I was in one of your other YouTube.
I've been trying to think of a chicken kicker joke this whole time, and I don't have one.
Chicken what?
Chicken kicker joke.
That's not what I heard.
It's chicken kicking good. Oh, no.
Did you other dinosaurs see that they brought the Twister back from KFC?
Dinner sore.
This is so terrible.
This is bad. I still want to be friends with you despite that joke.
By the way, chicken kicking good doesn't even make any sense. Okay? The only reason that it makes sense is because it rhymes, but the real phrase is finger licking good, and finger and licking isn't. But it still works because it rhymes, and because Cat was looking for a chicken joke. A chicken kicking joke.
It's that is less than a pun.
And because the second word, which is the one that rhymes with licking, is the joke word.
Yeah. And I just need to point out that the Batcolyte does not endorse fowls or livestock of any kind. Do not.
Not even dead ones in voodoo circles.
I mean,
oh
I'm not here to tell you what you should or should do. I just
breathe.
That was really good, bro. For once, your joke wasn't a terrible dad joke.
I have to assume you were serious in your announcement, Thrayle. Like, I have to, really genuinely assume that it was a real concern that at some point somebody could have been upset. Oh man, I think I'm losing it. Oh, it's so funny. Oh.
You'd be surprised, Rav, the things people.
Yeah,
I can imagine somebody just coming back and being like, I kicked a chicken because of you.
They were talking about what? These monsters. And if you believe in monsters, gods, goddesses, higher powers,
Dead chickens in voodoo circles,
and ghost ants, you are in the right place to question those beliefs.
Liminal spaces, Winnie the Pooh, mermaids.
Susan Sarandon.
There you go, Thrayle. That's what I was looking for. You now just make it flash. There we go. That should be provocative enough. The reason for I said the flashing was important is because sometimes it's easy to not notice it, but if it's flashing, you definitely notice it.
I think it's the right speed for the flashing. Now I'm questioning whether or not questions scare me.
I have another version of that question because I forgot I had that one. So now I have. Or we can get more specific.
I like that one. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. What question scares you? Wait, what was the question?
Can you even question? Do you even question, bro?
Yeah.
You give Thrayle a new toy and he just runs with it.
Is that just a plug-in for the, like...
Yeah, it's the same way I do the board next to me.
Okay,
It gives me
yeah.
another menu now, and I can make these.
Can you put that anywhere? Or is it just
No,
on
just
the...
there. Just at the
okay.
top.
Yeah. Honestly, it's better than that, like, ticket thing or whatever, you know?
Yeah, that still goes by from time to time, but... Only the YouTube can't see what we're talking about at all, because I haven't reframed for that.
That's because they have no fear of questioning.
Actually, I don't even know if it would go through on the YouTube. The stickers don't go through on YouTube either.
Do you ever pull guests from YouTube?
We've one time had somebody come over from YouTube and request them. Though Potato just said that they came from YouTube, so watch out, YouTube, he might come back. I didn't see him in the chat over there before, though.
One guy that listens on YouTube a lot, isn't there?
There's a few. We've got more than one viewer right now, and I know Jet Main's awake. Jermaine, sorry, I added a T. Jermaine event.
That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah, Jermaine's over there. We also have, I'm not going to remember all of their names. Trip's over there sometimes. And we have... Well, I'm not going to list them all off. There's at least 4 more that are frequent over there. Sometimes they give us really good questions, too.
5 whole YouTube viewers.
5 whole YouTube. Right now we have 6 concurrent viewers. Thank you, Everlasting, for popping in over there.
I don't think they count if they're on the panel here.
Hell yeah.
When did you start streaming on YouTube?
Oh, we've been doing it for a few months now. I want to say it was November.
I'm out of
maybe longer ago. Yeah.
November sounds right.
Yeah, somewhere around there. I tested it a few times before then, but I think that's when it was pretty regular.
Also, sometimes it just goes down and Thrayle is negligent.
Yeah, sometimes. We had the audio was off for like 30 minutes yesterday. Trip was letting me know in chat, and then had to go to the Discord, and I didn't even see it for another 20 or 30 minutes. So, oops. And then it took me a while to get it back on. I couldn't figure out why the sound was off. Because I was having a conversation at the same time.
Now, did you have to do something special to get the chat to appear on YouTube? Like, you know,
No,
the way
it's
it's
just-
formatted, or that automatically did that?
That's part of the way I'm using OBS and the browser.
Okay.
Sometimes I try, Tress, I do. I try to make sense, but I can't make sense of your comment right now. Mika's comment about slot car races is seemingly somehow more on topic.
More on topic than what?
Triss too.
Oh.
Sometimes I try to follow.
I really like it when the entire chat is incoherent.
I'm sitting here trying to like find something to respond to or question, and yeah.
I'm reading the chat from when I was yapping. Everyone thinks I'm a woman.
Ever do that?
Oh, this is great. Everyone thinks I'm a woman, and they're like being really overly polite about it.
There's nobody. Oh, maybe it's just me. I try not to make assumptions either way, but also your username is Samuel.
It sure is.
Thrayle, is that all you had to say about that?
I try not to make assumptions, but it seems like a man's name, so I never made the assumption Regulus was one way or the other, but if I had an assumption, it was the other.
Really stumbled through that one.
Yeah, I did.
Dad,
I'm old.
I'm people in the comments are always calling me like, yes, ma'am, and you know, shut up, lady. You know, it's whatever.
Usually all the shut up ladies are directed at me, so that makes you feel any better.
Not in this live.
Oh, often in this life.
I don't think I've ever gotten a shut up lady. Not at me. I wonder what I'm doing wrong.
So many things.
World of Tanks has an interesting question.
Oh. What's the darkest belief you've ever questioned? Darkest is going to need a definition there. I mean, if it's so dark that I removed them from the panel or the live, then I'm not going to repeat it.
Wait, hold on. What is this? New Lamp doesn't like your long hair, though? What happened? What happened with New Lamp?
Wait, what? New Lamp doesn't like long hair.
I'm apparently not.
Where's that?
Shannon said it in the comments.
But Jesus, his Jesus, Keanu Reeves' Nobody called me Satan yesterday.
So about that next time we see him.
Somebody said the live was heavenly, though. But nobody called me Satan yesterday.
I saw somebody say
that you were a Satanist yesterday in the comments.
Oh, so there you go. Close enough.
It
Why would
was.
Why would they
It was
call you a
somebody
meat
that just got
replacement?
booted from the panel.
All right, you two.
What was that, Rev?
Why would they call you a meat replacement product?
Satan is a meat replacement product.
Yeah, SEITAN.
Satan.
It sounds like Seton.
Seton Hall. Eaton Hall. What's eating tonight? No, it's, yeah, Satan. It's pretty good, actually. What do you think of it, Everlasting?
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I can do a lot with it.
Yeah, pretty versatile. What do you think, Satan or jackfruit?
I have some dried jackfruit in my pantry right now. That's pretty good.
I have less experience with jackfruit, but I love it.
Yeah.
I have a tree.
You have a jackfruit tree?
Yeah.
How often does it produce fruit?
Well, it hasn't yet, but it's baby. But usually fruit trees produce fruit, one season a year.
Yeah.
Mini fruits.
Mm-hmm.
But I found there's this place that does these soft dried passion fruits, and those are, I don't really like passion fruits that much, but those are delicious. And I got some soft dried jackfruit from there too. That's why.
Like dehydrated, basically? Like soft?
Yeah.
We do have a new guest joining us. Before I introduce the new guest, I'm going to ask Regulus, did you want to stick around and question? Is that something you were hoping to try? Or are you ready to go ponder the meanings of your dreams or their non-meaning?
I could stick around if you guys don't mind.
We'll see how it works.
Cool.
5 Eve Lid, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 22. And
Do
I
you
am.
have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or I'm.
It's honestly, let's say, okay, bring it back. I grew up Christian, and then my mom's like full-on Christian. Like,
Hey.
she believes in, Jesus.
Did you hear me speaking before that I was speaking?
Oh, sorry.
And I was asking you a question. You jumped in. So do you currently have a belief in a god or anything like that?
I do, yes, but I don't want to doubt it.
You do, but you don't want to doubt it.
Yes, because you got to understand in my point, like I said, I bring it back. My mother was a Christian, and she believed it, and then she carried it on with me. So I kind of
Stop.
got to understand it
Why
in
did you request up?
a perspective.
Why did you request up?
I just wanted to debate, honestly.
You're in the wrong place.
Oh,
That's a
What
really
is this
weird
about?
thing to do, too. Fascinating you wouldn't read it before requesting. You have a belief in a god, you don't want to doubt it, so you request up on a panel that says, can you question your beliefs to debate God? Hang on, I have something for that. I have something for that. I rarely have such a perfect use for it, but
Well, that went really well for me.
it went really well. I was going to see if you had any questions for him.
Oh, this is my question.
But wow.
It's Socratic. Look, sometimes this is what you look at everlasting. Sometimes this is what you need. I remember the first time I asked that question. I asked that guy that question, and you just started laughing.
I don't remember the tone when you asked it the first time. Usually.
He was talking, and I literally stopped him, and I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
So this was it's I don't know the exact date, but this is about a year ago that I came up on this panel. It was the first live I ever was on.
Wow.
Happy anniversary.
At least once before.
Yep, about a year ago. And then Rav was up here, and Rav, you're my first TikTok friend.
Oh, that's so nice.
And now we're best friends in real life.
Do you remember what we questioned when you came up the first time?
I was questioning. I was I had subscribed to pantheism, and you asked me some questions that I didn't know the answers to, and then you congratulated me for my ignorance and told me to stick around.
This all tracks.
Yep. And then yeah, or just that God wasn't convincing to me after the questions.
Wait, are you saying that Thrayle stole your pantheism?
No, I was asking questions back, like these were already the questions that I had, and Thrayle let me stay up and listen to what other people's concepts were.
We had a looser format at the time.
This is fascism now, and he's a dictator. So.
It looks exactly the same to me. This is like I'm still up here.
Well, you clearly weren't here the night that we voted this into a dictatorship, so.
That's healthy, I think. Relationships change.
He's a bad dictator, though, and still makes us vote on things sometimes. I don't really understand that. It's lazy.
Just wanted to ask, who here's the Puerto Rican? Because I hear the coqui frogs in the background.
Nobody's Puerto Rican, but I live in Hawaii.
Fascinating how people make
assumptions. Okay, that makes sense. It's Cat in the Vat. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Fawcett, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Going to be 29.
Congratulations. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I just wanted to come up here and talk about the coqui frogs, but I'll talk to y'all later. Peace.
This is what they do, folks.
This is what they fucking do.
I mean, they do say their names.
That's what Cookie do. So he just wanted to showcase that he knew where Kokies were from and be wrong about assuming where the person with the Kokies is from.
Yeah, well, he is a assumptive white man. What do you want?
Yeah, I missed that.
What do you expect? He just wanted to showcase his culturally diverse knowledge.
Yeah, his caucasity.
Rav is passing out. We're gonna drop down.
Sweet dreams, Rav.
Night, best friend.
To have the confidence of a mediocre white man.
I mean, all of you know about that, don't you?
I just don't really have the confidence.
Well, that's interesting. He didn't just say who is from Puerto Rico. He said who's the Puerto Rican, didn't he?
Not. He also didn't say who is in Puerto Rico. He said who is the Puerto Rican. Not me, my friend. Not me. But those are Koki frogs. What are you doing?
Oh, that's the lid that I put on the coffee cup.
Are you just like popping it on and off? Like, is that just like a...
I might have adjusted where the cup was. Usually I'm muted when I move around, sorry.
It just made Thrayle feel really self-conscious about that. Did you hear that, you guys?
That's actually funny because I have a Contigo thermos of coffee, and the little the drink spout thing, it makes a little popping sound, and I always try to mute, and every now and then I forget to mute, and I like feel so bad about it. I see my box light up, and I'm like, damn it.
I really wish you wouldn't have confirmed your pronouns for the chat. I was really hoping that it would just be a mystery forever.
Oh, my bad.
It's just like speculation. Forever.
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't even think of that. That would be funny. Hold on, I'll fix it.
Never mind. That fixed it. Are there no believers left in believer land? None believing that their beliefs are believable and questionable. Maybe they're just all believable and no question.
Apparently it's too late. You can't change them now. Hazel, can you question that belief? Oh, there's a believer.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, if I taunt them hard enough, we know we'll get a GoPro to come out and play.
If there's no more believers, that means we won, right?
There's no winning at the Batcolyte.
We won the conversation.
There will always be a believer, thanks to GoPro.
Hello, GoPro. How are you doing?
Good, how are y'all today?
Doing good. I'm going to skip the first two questions because we know you have a belief in a god of some kind. And it might even be a god of gods. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. How did it become the god of gods?
From my understanding, that god expanded.
What?
What do you mean?
So, that god used its own essence to create other forms that are part of that god. So it's like one god existing in multiple forms that created like a hierarchy.
Just like a pyramid scheme of gods?
Like Voltron?
Pretty much. And then in that future, the hierarchy will be less of a hierarchy because the god of gods is more into family and equality.
I'm sorry. How do you know this?
That's what the Bible says.
Where does it say that?
Okay, so in
Deuteronomy
Revelation
32.
chapter...
Oh, you
go
go to
ahead.
Revelation. Okay.
I was going to go Job.
Deuteronomy 32 was the one that comes to mind.
So in Revelations chapter 3, verse 21, it says that we're invited to sit on the heavenly Father's throne with Christ. So it's like an ascension thing. And so we
Thrayle.
sit there with Christ.
Have we talked about the cube yet?
You're talking about the spaceship, yeah? In Revelation?
I have asked him about the cube on our first. Yeah, it was. I mean, in comparison to everything else GoPro believes, is that really that?
No, I just was wondering what his take on the cube was.
What is the cube?
The Borg cube in Revelation. The one that comes down and lands on New Earth. And it's half the size of the moon.
The Saturn cube?
It's a bling Borg cube.
It's a blink. No, that's so accurate though. It's a blinked out Borg cube that's half the size of the moon that lands on the Earth, and that's where you get to go if you were a good believer.
It's very
And live
colorful.
there.
Well, it lands on the Earth, from my understanding.
It's New Jerusalem.
Did you say it's colorful?
Yes, it is very colorful.
Like technicolored?
I mean, I'm hoping that it's very colored. Actually, in Revelations, most of the stuff seems metaphorical, so with this one I have to be fair and say, is that a metaphor as well? Or is it a real spaceship thing? I have to be open.
GoPro, why is that what you think is a metaphor? Like, I've read that part of, well, I've read all of it, but I have recently read that part of Revelation, and it seems pretty clear that is what's to happen.
Yes, of the stuff in Revelation, that one seems like that could be a definite
What would it be a
possibility.
metaphor for?
The beauty of the next phase of Earth?
What is it? What do you mean the next phase of Earth?
So there's a lot of prophecies about like the new Earth.
What happens when an object half the size of the moon makes contact with the Earth?
Depends how gently it lands on it, right?
What?
If you just like gently set the cube down, if it's half the size of the Earth, it'll be fine.
Half the size of the moon.
Half the size of the moon. Whoops.
Who is going to gently?
We don't want to be hyperbolic.
Well, also, if it's a gigantic flat Earth, then it might not be, we might be
Fuck,
fine.
I forgot. How did I forget about that? Never mind.
At least you started that with if this time.
Yeah. There's a lot of possibilities up in the air.
Gotten somewhere.
Baby steps.
I really admire your will to believe all of this. All of it. Like everything, it seems like.
Thank you.
Literally everything.
You're welcome.
Actually, that raises a very good question, Regulus. Everlasting. I don't know why I said everlasting. Sorry, GoPro. I'm sorry, everlasting. GoPro.
What?
Is there anything you don't believe?
That was going to be my question.
I'll have to think. This is like the process of elimination kind of thing.
So this list is shorter?
Well, there are a lot of beliefs out there.
Yeah.
There's got to be something that comes to mind.
I suppose with the path that I've chosen, if I've chosen certain things to lean one way, that means that I'm process of eliminating the stuff that I don't lean towards, right?
You know what, though?
Who
No,
knows?
actually, here's the thing, GoPro. I've heard all of us say this before. Well, maybe not you, but I haven't heard you on too many panels for this. But like the rest of us have said, if I am going to believe one irrational thing, then I have to believe all the irrational things. And you know what? You're the only one that's actually done it.
Thank you.
Props, yeah. I would say thank you.
Well, I'm definitely trying to be fair.
Do you believe logical contradictions can exist?
Can you give me an example of one, please?
A square circle.
That's called a squircle.
Damn.
Yeah. Did you not watch Pokemon?
The only way I think I'm okay with what you'd call a logical contradiction is if they're both true in a way. So something that's like multifaceted, or depending what angle you look at it, it is that way, and depending on what angle you look at it, it's true that way.
Could you give an example of something that fits that criteria?
Like light? Isn't there an experiment that they did when you watch the light, it behaves differently than when you're not watching the light, so then light behaves like different ways?
It's called the observer effect, and it doesn't require a conscious observer.
Huh.
It's just interference in the field with the equipment used to observe. So, in other words, it doesn't have to be a sentient, conscious observer to collapse the wave of the particle.
It's like using a measuring stick that leaves a mark.
So, in my opinion, that's like an example of something that has like multiple possibilities, possible truths.
But there's no contradiction there.
Yeah, it's light.
So I'm asking you, like, if we're doing a process of elimination of trying to find out, like a baseline of what you will accept as true, or as even possibly true. That seems to be more your position, is, well, anything's possible. So logical contradictions. A is not A.
Yeah, I mean, if something doesn't satisfy what is said about it, then yeah, I don't view it as a thing. So if it ever exists as that and is possibly true, then, it's possible.
So if you get two different versions of a story that contradict each other, you're okay with accepting that only one of those could be true,
unless the stories contain pieces of truth, because I can compartmentalize. So I can say story A. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, okay. So if story A is this person witnessed the car accident at 9 a.m., but then somebody else witnessed the car accident at noon, then their stories contradict each other. They can't both have happened at different times and it still be the same car accident that they witnessed, correct?
And that's a good point. Yeah, if the times contradict each other. However, if story A gets the weather more accurately and everybody that's around it better than story B, even though story B got the time right. You see what I'm saying?
Then it raises the probability that story is more reliable, more closer to the truth, what we would consider comporting with reality. So is it possible that both of them could be wrong and that there's actually outside confirmation that the accident happened at 2 p.m.
Or maybe the accident didn't happen at all.
Or I was trying to work that into the analogy also. The example I'm trying to kind of give is, for example, the gospel accounts of Jesus' crucifixion. One account says that it happens that he was crucified at 9 a.m. and the other one says that he was in court at noon.
The funniest thing that we do is that it says that Jesus was 3 days in the heart of the earth. And even from Friday to Sunday isn't even a segment.
I think about that a lot.
24-hour periods.
36 hours, really. If it's just before sundown on Friday, and Sunday morning, early Sunday morning was when the visitation to the tomb occurred. I mean, we're talking like a pretty small window. It's not 3 days, though. You're right. I was just thinking about that earlier today, too. But the point I'm kind of getting at is, both of those accounts can't be true. So we are dealing with contradictory telling of the greatest story ever told. We're told, right? Is it possible that both of them are wrong and that there was no story at all other than the tale that was written, the legend that was fabricated, perhaps? Is that possible?
Well, okay. I'll answer both questions because these are really interesting to me. So, if they were celebrating the truth, truly Jesus preaching in the heart of the earth for 3 days is awesome. I think that's awesome. And the fact that they can't get the math right from Friday to Sunday is quite alarming to me. So that's one thing. Another thing is, I figure one of the possibilities is that it could be like aliens that created certain religions in order to control humans, or powers or authorities that utilize religions to control people. It's like, if something exists, why does it exist? And did they want to use it as a tool, kind of thing? Right? Because religions are a powerful tool to control societies.
So you're saying that it is possible that the story never happened. It's not just the contradiction of the two times of crucifixion, but it's the idea that not just both of the. No, I'm sorry. How do I say? I'm stumbling all over this question. Only one of those could be right, but both of them could be wrong. And it could be just, like to me, it seems more parsimonious that this was just written by, people, human beings. But you're not satisfied with that. You want to question whether or not it was aliens that invented this story.
Yeah, so for me, I like to calculate in motive and agenda and incentive for something existing. Yeah, I have to be open to all the possibilities. And
okay, so you've opened up a fascinating can of worms. So the agenda, the motivation is what makes aliens a more plausible explanation than just human beings writing another mythology.
It could be either, right? Because there's humans that want to control society too. But
I don't see any logical contradiction with that, but I'm asking about parsimony. Which one is the most rational explanation requiring the fewest assumptions? I'm looking for an Occam's razor here.
I mean, my mind goes straight to all the possibilities. But yeah, I mean, it is true that humans From what I understand, humans
have a
wrote-
long history of writing fictional stories to try to relay a message of some kind.
Well, and it's also the fact that I think all Christians agree that Adam did not write Genesis. So then it's like, well, then who wrote it?
Yeah, I think that is pretty much the consensus. Okay, I want to formally apologize to everybody, probably especially GoPro and Thrayle, because I'm not being very Socratic right now, and I do apologize for that. I'm trying to work on that. I'm using like a lot of leading questions, but I couldn't help myself with
That's all right.
tapping
it made
it.
sense to go down that road. Made
Okay.
sense. Do you have further down that road you would like to?
Nope. I'm cool.
Okay. I see a very eager request right now, but I don't think they know where they are, so maybe when they figure out if they actually want to be on panel. Well, let's see where this goes. Hello, J Rival. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
There's only one God.
Which god is that?
The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
Are you Catholic?
Yeah.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
I haven't read it.
Yeah, but why haven't you read it?
I don't know. I never have, though.
Is it important to know what the divinely inspired Word of God says?
Is that like?
Yeah, there's a lot of scriptures I look up to. One of them is, if you can't love yourself, you can't love others. Another one is,
what verse is that?
I'm not sure.
We all ask at the same time.
Somebody
not
should
sure.
somebody should compile scriptures that have to do with Jesus into one book. That'd be a smart idea, right? So if someone did that, would you read it?
Like a summary?
Well, not. Yeah, sure.
I think that's why a lot of people don't read it. It's long. It's a lot to read.
Have you read any of it?
Yeah, when I feel it some type of way, I'll go to the index and I'll look for certain scriptures.
You'll go to the index and look. So you've never just picked a story and read it, or read from one chapter to the next?
No.
Have you ever done the thing where you just open it up to a random page and put your finger on it and then read it, and it has to do with your life?
No, I never done that either.
Wow.
Yeah, but I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, you know?
Okay, so...
Come, my people, enter your chambers and shut your doors behind you. Hide yourselves for a little while until the wrath is past. Sorry, I was just trying Regulus's trick.
Right, I was just saying, look what you did, Regulus. Okay, so...
And look, that perfectly describes what we're all doing here right now.
It does.
That's the Holy Spirit.
You guys are silly. I'm getting serious.
I think Regulus brings out the worst in me.
Apparently.
Seems that I'm a valued member of this panel tonight.
Okay, so this always gets me. So you said things like it's a long book. This is the divinely. Do you believe that the divinely inspired word?
You said what? You had broken up.
She said, do you believe it's the divinely inspired?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm inspired by it.
Not just that.
That's
I
not
think
what I
the
asked.
question was divinely inspired book, like potentially the most important book that's ever been written.
Do you think
And we're questioning.
that God inspired them to write this book? Do you think that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the text here was inspired by God, do you the God that you believe in, do you not see the importance, no matter how long it is, in reading it?
Yeah.
So why not read it then? Can you hear the dog tail something? I just realized.
Yeah.
Honey says hello.
Hello, honey.
This reminds me of, you know, in
Have
Star
you guys
Wars.
read it?
You know,
Okay, wait.
you know, in Star Wars, when Harry Potter has to take the ring and throw it into the mountain, but he didn't know how because he didn't read the Necronomicon.
And then he said, "You're a wizard, Harry."
Yeah.
That's the thing about being a wizard. He didn't read all the book.
Yeah.
That's
Do you
when
not
he said Autobots assemble.
Maybe Regulus does bring out the worst in you. What are you doing right now?
I think that's the same thing with everything, though. I think.
Wait, no, do you
know,
not see the point that he's making, though?
Yeah.
Do you? Do you get the point that he's making?
Like he had to read the Necronomicon in order to throw the ring into the mountain. That's how Darth Vader won.
Did anybody question Harry Potter? Like, oh, why didn't you read the book?
Yeah.
Nobody did that. You know?
Yeah, that's how he learned how to use the lightsaber, man.
Lightsaber.
Yeah, that was like the moral of the story.
J Rival.
Yeah.
Does it not seem at all important that you should, or would you? Does it seem important to read the book that you think is inspired by God?
Yeah, it's important.
Why? Well, let me ask this. I asked earlier, I think, if you believe the stories are true. Do you believe the stories you've heard from the Bible to be true?
Yeah.
So you haven't read it. You've heard stories and you believe the stories that you haven't read to be true. Why?
See, at Mass, we read stories too. We pick stories to read. You know, we don't read the whole thing in one sitting. So, it's the same, you know, that's just what it is.
This
I don't
is
think
what it
it's
is.
I don't think it's a bad thing that you ain't read the whole thing, you know.
But how can you believe it to be true if you don't know what it says?
I believe it to be true because there's things in the Bible that relate to you in life. And
Have you read the Tao Te Ching?
what?
The Tao Te Ching.
No.
If there are things in another book that relate to you in life, does that mean the book is true?
What's in the book?
Have you ever read any book that you found things that you can relate to?
I mean, the next question is, have you ever read a book?
Damn it. Why don't you answer questions?
My bad, I'm just distracted by that noise. What's that noise in the background?
Koki Frogs,
Jesus
why did you
Christ.
request Step Rival?
I want to join in on a conversation.
To join in on a conversation. Did you know what the topic of the live was?
Just can you question your beliefs?
Can you question your beliefs? Are you thinking?
Yeah, I don't question my beliefs, though.
But you said that you knew what the topic of the live was and you wanted to join. And yet the topic of the live is, can you question your beliefs? So
I don't question them. I believe in them.
Is it possible, J Rival, that maybe even this moment where you didn't read something and you jumped in without reading it might serve as a lesson for you? An example that perhaps you should read things before deciding to commit to them. I think we're ready to move on to a new guest. Of course, as soon as I dropped him, there's some... The poltergeist disappears. We could be listening to another Michael V song, or questioning Regulus on the anatomy of an ever-shifting yet reoccurring dream. Or cat.
You forgot GoPro was even here. But yeah, you can question. I mean, I'm always open to questions.
I was hoping the guest would last long enough for GoPro to actually have a question. And I was curious what that might be.
I have a question for GoPro.
Go for it.
Was the last guest that was on here, was that convincing to you?
Convincing about what?
Just like his beliefs. Do you think that his beliefs might be correct?
I would want to know how much percent of the Bible that they read.
I can give you a pretty good guess.
I guess it was somewhere between 0 and 5%.
Well, and then there's the topic of, there's like quotes that people think are in the Bible, and that becomes like pseudo legendary. I don't know what I would call it.
Have you ever seen Mezzo on this app? He's another creator on this app. Are you familiar with him?
How do you
His
spell
lives
that
here.
username?
MEZZ.
Yeah.
He does lives right before mine. We usually overlap a little.
He
Italian.
has this routine where he reads like a quote that you would he's leading you to believe that he's reading from the Bible, but he turns out it's Mein Kampf.
It's terrifying.
He'll get somebody to go along with they think they're just like, yep, sounds good to me, and he says, well, that was actually a quote out of Mein Kampf. Yeah.
So the only way you can dodge that is if you've read the whole Bible and you recognize what's a Bible verse and what's not.
You could read it.
And if you've read Mein Kampf. I don't think GoPro understands why this is actually a freak. GoPro, what is Mein Kampf?
What?
What is Mein Kampf?
It is a book that a certain German gentleman wrote.
Right. So do you see the problem there, though?
I'm sure he sees it.
That's why one has to be careful.
Is that why one has to be careful?
One does have to be careful.
Hey.
It's in the Bible, right?
Well, we could follow our nose wherever it goes and find Toucan Sam at the bottom of the panel. Hello,
Hi.
Toucan Sam. Can I get
Hi.
your age for TikTok TOS?
36.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
So you might not remember me, but I've been on your panel before.
I remember.
So I don't know if you want to go through all my beliefs, but I actually, which is off topic, but so if you question your belief, right? Sorry.
So you came up here to bring up something off topic.
I mean, I can go on. I feel like it is on topic. But so if you question your belief, right? Does that create a new belief that you then have to question also? Is it always just
know.
like, okay.
So you have questioned your beliefs on this panel before?
I've talked about my beliefs.
You didn't question them, though.
I mean, I guess I always have to question my beliefs, right? Like, because there always has to be some sort of like self-evaluation, right? Like there's never a point in which I could ever be sure of my beliefs.
And what belief is it that you question?
Well, so I guess my belief system is almost what's the term? There's a philosophical.
You're solipsist, right?
Huh?
You're solipsist, right?
Nihilism, I guess.
Let's go with that.
What exists? What exists?
Yeah. I think therefore I am.
There we go.
So just you.
That's the only thing that I can prove, or that I can be certain of that exists.
Solipsism.
Pretty nihilistic.
But nihilism, like I don't think that any of these conversations that we're having right now are a product of any free thought. It's just a domino effect of.
That's determinism, I think.
Is it not nihilism?
No, nihilism would be the. Nihilism is the belief in an absence of meaning, or the lack of belief in meaning, I suppose.
Okay. Well, you're smarter than I am. I mean,
purpose, meaning, whatever it is. But it can also be used in different regards to refer to beliefs in nothing, or.
Well, I guess if I believe in predeterminism, it's also nihilistic, correct? Like if everything is predetermined, then nothing then nothing really matters because it's already predetermined.
Right, determinism and predeterminism aren't the same thing either. So,
Are those frogs?
Yes. So
Sorry.
Toucan, yeah, it sounds like you have a belief in yourself as the only thing that exists and nothing outside of you matters, and that you think everything is, if it does exist, predetermined or just domino effects. As you
Well,
said.
I don't think that there's something creating.
I see.
Right.
I do
Sorry, no, I'm
remember
not
this
following the
conversation.
prompt. Do you?
Yeah, I don't know that I have any more questions already. We were questioning GoPro, and I had a few more questions on that line. Does anybody have any questions for Toucan before we go back?
No.
I'm good. What about you, Kat?
I am good.
I'm going to ask GoPro if you have a question for Toucan before we move on.
Somebody asked me questions.
Oh my god.
I'm so much. I want to have a
Appreciate
debate.
you.
Physical structures exist in reality. Oh, okay. I tried to
he
pull
said
one
we're
out.
gonna have a debate, and it was over.
Oh, okay.
Led Zeppelin or James Brown?
Are those two things related?
Yes.
Flo believes in clams. Let's go back to GoPro. So, where were we right before that? Before the part about Mezzo. And, do you believe in the Bhagavad Gita?
I haven't read it, but I've heard the title before.
What about the Enuma Elish?
I don't think I've heard of that one. Are these are religious texts, right?
Yep.
The Epic of Gilgamesh.
Oh, that one I know of, yeah.
Slightly less religious, but still along the same vein. Have you read the...
The only one that I know of is the Epic of Gilgamesh as far as the last titles that were presented.
Yeah, have you read that one? Or you're just
I've read
familiar?
I've read a bit of it, I think.
How about Dianetics?
Oh, that's a good question.
What was that last one?
Dianetics.
I've not heard of that. Is it?
Oh, you
Sounds
are
Greek.
going to love it.
Oh no.
How do you spell it?
He is.
Do that.
He probably is going to love it.
Yeah, don't do that. What about the Principia Discordia?
Oh,
we asked him about that yesterday.
I did look that up.
I was
thought
asleep.
it was gonna be, but I think it's.
I remember that. I
fiction.
wasn't asleep.
That is fiction. I found out. Although,
Wait, what? How did you find out it was fiction?
didn't it say? It said in the description that it was fiction, didn't it?
In what description?
On Google.
And so Google decided it was fiction for you?
You're right. Be more open that I can't trust anybody. You're right.
If Google
That's
said
valid.
the Bible was fiction,
Oh, that's not what Thrayle was saying. Thrayle was not saying you can't trust anybody.
if Google said the
is
Bible
valid.
was fiction in the description, would you take it?
That is a great point. No, you bring up a great point. So you're right. I should look into seeing if there's valid deep truth within that series. That's valid. You're right. It would be against my own belief system if I didn't. I did look into Hinduism yesterday, and I thought that there's a lot of valid things in Hinduism.
Wow.
Go from. Words are hard. I might have taken a little tiny road trip through. But could it be that you are just very open to possibilities? Like, do you actually believe all of these things?
I mean, the things that I say I believe, I really do believe.
Okay, so let's imagine. Let's do a hypothetical. Like, hypothetically, you are packing for a weekend trip, and except you're only packing your beliefs, and you have to bring the ones that you can fit into an overnight bag, and like that's it. Those are the only ones that you can bring. Which ones do you bring?
Are you saying what would I bring with me?
I'm saying if you're just taking the essentials, which ones are you taking?
Raw garlic.
God damn it.
Vampires.
Yep. Vampires. And delicious foods.
You eat raw garlic? Never mind.
I think they were asking me what like essentials are to me, and that's like a subjective question.
Wait, raw garlic? Wait. What?
So what was your number
mean?
two?
I think your answer, Kat, is vampires. I think that's really the answer.
What do you mean raw garlic is the essential that you'd put in your overnight bag? What is that?
It's very healthy.
Have you like been to a sleepover before?
Well, I wasn't sure where we were going. I wasn't sure what environment.
You just go to like your friend's house and you play video games and go to sleep. That's it.
I'm sorry, you weren't sure where we were going, sir? This person you're packing is raw garlic. No matter where.
Better safe than sorry.
Well, since it wasn't stated what environment I was going to.
Raw garlic is a suitable answer for all environments. It's a universal answer.
Yeah, if I'm sent to a cold environment, it would help me not get sick.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was the funniest thing I've ever heard.
You never know when you're going to encounter an avocado, and you're going to need to make some guacamole.
Or little green ghouls.
No, Sebastian, I'm not okay. I'm having a great time though.
Do you remember your question?
Yes, I do, but that was so funny. Okay. Whew. What I meant, GoPro, was if you had to say what your like very essential beliefs were, what are they?
gods and connection to the god of gods, and directly communicate with the god of gods. Focus on the god of gods. Yeah, that's the core.
Okay, so how much of the other stuff do you need?
That's a great question.
Like, what is all this other? What is the flat Earth and the Anunnaki and the fucking what raw garlic doing for you? Not what is the raw garlic doing for you. We know what the raw garlic is doing. Don't mind the.
Well, that stuff is just like bonus information of helping me understand my environment. But really, all I need is connection to the god of gods, and I'm going to be just fine.
Okay, how does that stuff help you understand your environment?
Because at least if a being shows up, like an alien, at least I won't be as surprised and shocked.
I bet you won't be.
Just in case an alien shows up, you're prepared.
You're going to be the least surprised.
Are you going to ward it off with the raw garlic, or?
Well, see, that's what this research does, because now I know what alien groups are more kind than others, based on witnesses.
How does anybody know that? Where did the people who you read that learn that information?
Well, there was Clifford Stone, and he was on a project called Project Blue Book that was categorizing different alien kinds, and he said in the 80s that they...
How do you know that is a reliable source?
I don't. I guess this is just based on what witnesses have come forth with. So at least I'm more open to it now.
GoPro.
Right?
One time, you were up here, and I said something kind of mean to you, and I felt kind of bad about it afterwards, but you were very receptive. And that was that you're in your mid-30s and it is unacceptable that you don't know how to think critically about things. I said it in a much more harsh way the last time, but do you know what we mean when we say critical thinking?
To me, critical thinking means like looking at something from multiple angles, being able to question it from multiple angles. Like become a philosopher, right?
That's a good start. But another part of critical thinking is being able to tell what information comes from a credible source. Like being able to assess and verify whether or not the source is credible, right?
Okay.
So how are you assessing your sources?
Well, to me, I should hear out witnesses, and yeah, once a witness says something, how do I verify that? Well, I feel like with certain witnesses, it's not really verifiable, right?
Right, so how do you verify that the witness is credible, then?
I leave it in a category called like it's possible, because I can't verify it, I can't unverify it, so then it's in like this existence of like a possibility.
Do you think that every claim needs to be taken as a possibility?
If it's not verifiable or unverifiable, then yes.
Why? Why do you think that?
Because I love the truth, and that means that if there are witnesses that are bringing the truth that's not verifiable or unverifiable, it's not fair that they get pushed away just because it's not verifiable if they're bringing the truth.
What does truth mean to you?
Truth is accurate information. To me, that is the truth.
How do you verify what the truth is?
Well, personally, I go to the God of Gods to help verify. That's my favorite way to verify.
Do you think that's a reliable way to verify?
I feel like it's the most reliable option that I have.
Why do you feel like that?
Because I don't believe other humans. So even if other humans give me information that seems super verifiable, I can't verify that the humans are telling the truth.
If you don't believe other humans, then why does witness testimony fall into its possible category?
Because humans can tell the truth.
How often do humans tell the truth?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know that percentage, but I want to find out.
You can guess it.
But I don't know.
Just guess it, man.
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know the percentage.
Interesting line.
Like, do you have something? Even if everybody thinks that they're telling the truth, how reliable is eyewitness testimony?
That I guess that depends on the viewer, right?
No, not necessarily. Like there are statistics about like how reliable or not reliable like eyewitness accounts are. Generally.
Well, the thing is, there could be witnesses where it was so shocking that their mind fabricated what certain things of the scenario. So even though they were present and witnessed something,
right? That's exactly right. That is exactly right. Good job, GoPro. So why would you take? So if you know that, right? Like you know that's a possibility. Then why would you just take all the like eyewitness testimony for what it is?
Because the witnesses could bring forth certain truths, and because they're bringing certain truths, then I have to be open to it.
But if you can't determine what those truths are, what good is it doing you?
It's because I love the truth, so I'm unwilling to push away a possible truth. It's because of my love for the truth.
I feel like I'm gonna go around in a circle again, and I don't want to. Thrayle, I need help. He's either asleep or making a coffee. If he's asleep, we're fucking doing something fun.
What are
you are doing something fun?
I don't know. We're not gonna shenan. There are no shenanigans here.
No shenanigans.
So,
and I would never do that.
Down there.
So, we're calling you GoPro.
We are.
You're a Christian?
Yes, I'm like a universalist Christian that
he's an everythingist.
I like the first Enoch. I view that as canon. And
you do?
Yeah.
Canon to what?
The Bible.
Okay.
I view it as scripture at the same level as other books of the Bible.
All of the scripture?
Yeah, although to me, some scriptures are more important than others.
Have you read all of the scripture?
Yeah, I've read the Bible.
Have you read all of the, like the stuff in the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi library?
I've read the Gospel of Thomas.
That's oddly specific.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Someone in the chat wants to know if you believe in vampires.
So it's possible that that's referring to a specific type of alien race.
Do you think that the angels are aliens?
Because of what's in Genesis 6, you have, and connected to Jude and First Enoch, when you have beings that come from somewhere else and then have biological hybrid offspring with humans, I would say that satisfies the definition of an extraterrestrial alien.
I would agree.
Yes.
I would agree with that. Were not all of those things wiped out with a big flood?
Well, there's multiple possibilities. If that they were able to come here, then they could possibly dodge a flood. And also what Genesis 6 says is that anytime they interbreed, the Nephilim show up. So
Well,
my belief is that they've never stopped.
Well,
doing
doesn't that mean that the Nephilim are the hybrids? So like they're not the ones with the technology. They're like this hybrid thing that's running around with us monkeys, right?
I think it's the fact that they are prioritized, which is why in ancient cultures we see so many hierarchies. So I think these aliens a lot of them are very hierarchical. So I think the Nephilim were very well taken care of and probably shared with the technology.
So you think that the concept of hierarchy comes from aliens?
I think a lot of it does, yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that there's hierarchies in other intelligent animal species on Earth?
Yes.
Okay. So that, for me, that would convince me that it's more natural than something like aliens or God.
Well, even if it's natural, what I'm saying is that the Nephilim were included in that hierarchy and possibly got special treatment. That's my point.
But why? Why would they get special treatment?
Because they're direct offspring of the aliens.
Yeah, but if they're like hybrids, why would the aliens care to give them that special treatment?
So, I think certain aliens wanted to rule over the Earth. And
Do
then
aliens love?
What?
Do aliens feel love?
I think so. Because we do. And I believe that we have their genetics, which is why we're compatible with them. Biologically.
So Jesus is God, right?
Yes. Jesus is the first creation, spiritually, so...
Okay,
Is he an alien too?
I mean, if humans have alien genetics, then... Yeah, Jesus incarnated into a spliced body.
Oh, so he wasn't an alien. Like, he's not essentially an alien. He was like, that was his avatar.
Yeah.
The human-alien hybrid.
Yeah, I think humans are spliced.
So God created these aliens that were evil intentionally, and then they came down and did the dirty with the monkeys, and now here we are. But those are the bad guys. Are we the bad guys? Who's the bad guys?
Well, according to Isaiah 45, verse 7, God creates all evil and light and darkness and everything.
Does that make God the bad guy?
So
it does.
So yeah, I don't like the word allow, where God allowed this, God allowed that. God is directly causing everything, really, by the way the Bible states it. Okay. So anything that happens, God is directly causing it.
So God's the bad guy.
I mean, it's
villain in control of the evil plan?
It's because he's working all things together for good that makes it controversial. But
do you think that evil is necessary for good to exist?
I really believe it's something that like God is flexing this controversy of turning evil into good. I think it's like a genius move. He's showing his multifaceted wisdom and flexing on us all.
So you think it's wise for a god to create evil and then turn it good instead of just making it good in the first place?
I mean, if this god is into plot twists and wants us to experience mercy and forgiveness and unconditional love and all these extremes of...
Why would he need aliens to do that?
I think this god loves variety, so this god created lots and lots of beings.
Is that what you would do?
Would I create lots and lots of beings? I think so, yeah. Variety is fun.
Alright. I think we're getting somewhere now.
Go ahead, Everlasting.
Wouldn't these otherworldly beings, wouldn't they be another species?
From what I understand, they are. There's some like human-looking ones. There's like some dragon-looking ones.
But specifically a different species than human.
Well, the thing is, when humans were created and the Elohim said, let's make humans in our image, I believe that's when these beings came and they spliced all their DNA together to form humans with stuff from the earth. So humans are like a genetic engineering project, I think.
So, okay, so how does this fit into the puzzle that we are closely related to other great apes, more closely bonobos? We share so much common DNA with bonobos. They're a different species. We are, we're human. They're, whatever class they are of great ape. But if we're dealing with another species, how is interbreeding possible?
So that's what I'm saying. I think they took DNA from the earth and then combined it with their DNA, and then sort of like a splice between like earth beings and alien beings. And that's my current understanding.
That they genetically engineered a spliced being.
So at the end of this, are we going to be like friends? Are we all going to be friends?
Yes, that's what I believe. Everybody's going to be friends.
Cool.
From YouTube, based on your earlier statements, you were saying that truth was important to you, and you wouldn't rule things out based on your, I forget the word you used, but the importance of truth. Have you ever actually discovered anything that you would consider a truth?
You mean like the most truthful thing I've ever encountered? I would say it's the God of gods that I'm directly connected to and can communicate with.
Directly connected to and can communicate with.
Mm-hmm.
In what way are you communicating with it?
Like telepathically, energetically, emotionally? Yeah.
Telepathically.
Mm-hmm.
How is it that you think it is a telepathic bond rather than a formulation of your own mind?
I sense that they can see all my thoughts and emotions, and I can sense theirs.
Have you ever sensed theirs before?
Yeah, I would say that the stronger your bond with the God of Gods gets, the more you get out of it.
Are you sure the emotions that you're sensing, the thoughts, are not just yours? In another part of your mind, perhaps? Some other way of your thinking?
It's possible, but that for me would be a plot twist. But yeah, that's possible.
You say
Would
that
that
would
be a plot?
Exactly. Go ahead, Kat.
Why would that be a plot twist?
Because it is very convincing. I'm convinced.
What is very convincing?
Well, it's because sometimes when I communicate with the God of Gods gives me things that I haven't thought of or considered.
Right,
And
okay.
then,
So, if it's very... here's the thing. Would you not be very convinced by something that you thought of in your head?
that would mean
Like, doesn't
my
that make
own-
sense?
Yeah, but you're saying that my own brain would trick me.
No, I'm not saying it would trick you. I'm saying that if you had an idea and you were talking to yourself in your head, you had an inner dialogue going on, that would be you thinking of whatever the thing was, right? Wouldn't it?
So you're saying what I perceive to be me communicating with the God of Gods is like my brain possibly communicating with other parts of my brain.
Yes.
I see.
Like a dialogue with yourself. Like we're having a dialogue like that, but except just with yourself.
I see. Well, that's certainly possible, right?
Would say it is certainly possible, yes.
What if you had information that would indicate that indeed was what was occurring in the form of like a brain scan, like an MRI that shows what part of the brain is lighting up while you're engaged with internal dialogue and this telepathic communication with the God of Gods.
But even if I saw certain parts of the brain lighting up, I would still consider if that's like me getting a download from heaven, you know? So.
Do you understand what Regulus was saying a minute ago when you were talking about the angels and everything, and like and he asked you this question, the last question he asked you was like is what'd you say, is that what you, it was something along the lines of, is that what you would do? And you said yes, that is what I would do.
Yeah, create a variety of a bunch of different beings. Variety is
Right,
fun, yeah.
so could it be that you came to this conclusion through like this through this inner dialogue and the inner dialogue led you to the thing that you would do? As the answer.
So you're saying the way neural networks are set up, you're saying that because I so strongly was focused on this, that there were neural networks that set up to cause this, for me to perceive this reality.
Does anyone mind if we go back to a question that Thrayle asked earlier?
By all means.
What's something that you don't believe in? Like, specifically.
I don't think that things are meaningless.
I mean, in a more physical or metaphysical sense.
Metaphysical?
Do you believe in leprechauns?
I don't know, because that's
tough, dude.
That's in Ireland. I don't know all the beings in Ireland.
Do you believe in Mothman?
That's a cryptid that I think a lot of eyewitnesses saw.
Really? Do you believe in mermaids?
Yeah, I heard on Joe Rogan they said they're on the Seychelles.
He said they what?
There was a guest on the Seychelles that said that they're around the Seychelles at night in the water. And they went there with a boat and saw it themselves. They said they were an eyewitness.
I fucking hate you.
Do you believe in chupacabra?
I mean, that one's one of the most believable, isn't it? It's like a type of like dog thing.
Yep. Chupa thingy.
Do you believe in vampires?
See, that one's interesting because I'm not sure if that's referring to like an alien race or if there's their own like species of beings. Yeah, I'm not sure with the vampire thing. That could be multiple possibilities.
You're not sure if they exist or you're not sure how they exist.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's different types or not, basically.
So
do you believe in Martian fire yetis from Mars?
I mean, I literally... Didn't we speak with one yesterday?
Oh shit, was he here yesterday? Fuck.
Yeah.
God damn it. I saw that one with my eyes. I discovered that one.
So, if there is literally nothing that you don't believe in, how are you going to do that? That verifiable and unverifiable thing.
As a Christian, I believe that I will get all knowledge eventually. So that's the only way I can. But for me, I feel like being open to more is a better path to be on, because then you'd be less surprised when these things actually show up. You're like prepared for more possibilities that way.
Yeah,
that's a good place to be.
He's the avatar alien of the god.
So Colossians seems to say that when God decided to expand and multiply, that Jesus was the first creation. So it existed spiritually, and everything was created through and for Christ, and Christ was sent to reconcile all the beings, the ones in heaven and on earth. That's Colossians chapter 1, 15 through 20. So Yeah. Jesus is the one that's in charge of the family reunion. Or was sent to, be in charge of the family reunion, yeah.
The avatar. The alien avatar, though. So... yeah, I know there's a question here. I can't wrap my brain around it right now.
Yeah, so I believe that we exist spiritually and then we incarnate in human form. Some multiple times, like John the Baptist and Elijah. I believe
You said you believe in reincarnation also, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember you saying that yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
What about Jesus? Does he reincarnate? Has he taken other incarnations other than the story we get in the gospel?
Well, it's interesting because in Malachi, it says that Elijah will return. So they were expecting Elijah to return. And then Jesus admits that prophecy was fulfilled through John the Baptist. And then so that means that Elijah reincarnated as John the Baptist in my mind. So when it says Jesus will return, if it says that I will send Elijah and Elijah reincarnates as somebody else, then yeah. If Jesus saying I will return, that could imply reincarnation fairly. Right, if I'm being fair with the text.
Wasn't he referring to the resurrection?
Oh my god, don't talk with your mouth full.
I mean, it is very specific how Jesus will return, but I mean, it didn't say that he can't return like more than once, I suppose. There's a lot of possibilities.
Do you think it's possible that Jesus already returned?
I do believe that it's possible, because even you have some Christians that believe that like Jesus is like a time traveler that showed up at different spots throughout the Bible, so
that's
it
not
seems
what I
fitting
mean.
with that theory.
Remember his sermon where he was telling the people that were there, like literally in front of him, that some of you won't unalive before my return. Like what will happen within your generation.
Those are the vampires.
So like, are any of those people alive today?
The Lost Boys.
Well, according to the Sumerian kings list, there were some kings that lived like 36,000 years. So there might be some beings there.
Right.
Yeah, there might be some beings that were in the crowd that have a very long lifespan.
Right. But do you think that any of those are Sumerian kings?
It could be. They could be Anunnaki.
Like this is what I'm suggesting. Like that when you read the Bible, maybe Jesus isn't talking to you. He's like 2,000 years in the future. Have you considered that?
Can you repeat what you just said, please? You're saying...
Yeah, when you read the Bible, I feel like you're reading it as though Jesus is talking to you. When in the story, Jesus is talking to real people that are like in front of him, like during his miracles and during his sermon.
Audience relevance.
Yeah, that.
That is an interesting point. Like in John 17, it says to like all believers. So some are included all in the context. Plus, well, you have Psalms where I would say there's multiple things. Like with David, sometimes what David is talking about, he's personally going through, but he's also prophesying what Christ will go through and also what we will go through. So I feel like some things are sandwiches of multiple layers.
So you're talking about dual prophecy?
Yeah.
So can't with that type of a hermeneutic, can't you just do that anywhere with your story? Can't you just like superimpose your story over anything retroactively and just call it a dual prophecy?
Fancy worded message that I like. Yeah, I mean, you could. Well, even Christ said that everything connects to Christ, right? So, yeah.
That doesn't strike you as somewhat circular?
Well, I mean, I'm not necessarily anti-circles, right? Or should I be?
Regarding critical thinking, when it comes to reasoning, it seems to be what's the word? What's the term I'm looking for? It's not convincing. Yeah, if you're using something to confirm itself, self-confirming, and there's no external way to verify it. So what I just said about like, couldn't you superimpose a dual prophecy over, like anything if you squint hard enough? How do you know whether or not you're actually dealing with something legitimate or if it's just something that's being retrofit?
And I would say as humans, I feel like the best option that I have is verifying through the God of Gods, because I can't necessarily trust humans. So that's my main option.
Verifying through the God of Gods, which could be a voice in your head. And I want to point out, you said was the thing that you most believed was true. I'm really confused. Do you verify it through the God of Gods that your hands exist?
Yeah, because this could all be a simulation, right?
Do you verify it through the God of Gods that the questions, the one questioning, the you that is talking to it supposedly in your mind, that it exists?
Yeah, I believe that they exist.
So more than that you exist, you believe the God of God is God of Gods exists.
I mean, I believe that we both exist.
Which one do you believe exists more? Which one are you more convinced of?
That's a good question. Now that I'm thinking about it, I would say that the God of Gods exists more.
Wow.
On a scale of 0 to 100, 0 being not at all, 100 being absolutely sure, how sure are you that you exist?
That's a really good question.
I know. Thank you.
Well, I don't lean on this being a simulation. So, I'm leaning more towards like a 100 that I exist.
On a scale of 0 to 100, 0 being not at all, and 100 being absolutely certain, how certain are you that the God of Gods exists?
100.
So you're equally as certain that you exist and the God exists.
Yeah, I mean, I find the simulation theory fascinating, but I don't lean towards it.
If you're equally as certain that the God of Gods exists and that you exist, how are you so certain that they are not one and the same?
I think the God of Gods currently has more access to wisdom and knowledge and all that than I do.
I thought you said you had access to its thoughts. Wouldn't
I
you
do,
then
but
have access to its wisdom and knowledge?
I do, but it has easier access than I do currently. But I'm getting better at accessing it.
But even if you have a telepathic connection to the mind of this God, what kind of actionable information can you receive?
Well, you can get information about the future. You can get information about everything, all truth, and powers.
So I have, we were talking to somebody earlier about memory. I have a memory of standing in a doorway, seeing my mother talk to a person. I was probably 3. It's one of my first memories. Who was that person? The God of Gods would know, right?
The God of Gods would know.
You have access to the God of Gods. You can ask it. Who it was in my memory at 3, talking to my mother.
I mean, you are correct that all truth is given through the Holy Spirit. That is true. But I may not be the best at accessing information yet. But I do... Theoretically, I do have access to it. And what you're requesting is definitely a fair request. And I do hope to get better at accessing the information.
So you think that you actually have that access to the information of who my mother would have been talking to in my earliest memory?
Theoretically, I believe it's incredibly possible.
What prevents you from accessing it?
Well, according to what Jesus said, it would be my faith and expectation would be the only modifiers that affect it.
So you would need more faith and expectation in order to access the identity of a person in someone else's memory.
That, from what my current understanding is, yes.
In what way will faith fuel your ability to access information like the identity of a person in someone else's memory?
Because Jesus said that was the key for all things being possible, is the belief and expectation. He says those were the only modifiers necessary.
He said, anything you ask in my name shall be done.
Aren't you also supposed to be able to do all the miracles and even greater things?
Yes, all things.
Can you do all things?
Healing, resurrection, miracles, yeah, all of it is possible.
Yeah, but can you do it? Like now?
I would say I have the most experience with healing. If anybody needs healing.
In In what way do you have experienced healing?
I would say for praying for others and myself, you experience healing. They experience healing. Yeah.
I'll be honest, like, I'm not that impressed with, like, your run-of-the-mill medical anomaly. You know, like something that your body can heal on its own, and being claimed as a healing miracle. I'm very unconvinced by those claims. But I am missing some teeth. And if you can regrow my teeth by praying, I would be very convinced.
Well,
why do no miracle healings ever involve amputees or like even teeth? Like, a lot of people are missing teeth. Why wouldn't this God of gods be able to regrow parts that are missing from humans?
It's actually a really good point. Not just like amputees, but the missing teeth part. I would really expect that to be a minor miracle for a god.
That is a great point. And I do believe it's entirely possible. And I will definitely be expecting your teeth to grow. And I'll believe for it. I'll be expecting it in the future. Now and in the future, yeah. I'll believe that for you.
But the teeth aren't there anymore to grow.
But it's miracles. So a miracle, the teeth can just, appear.
So,
you mean like something from nothing?
The God of Gods has the power to do that. The philosophy in the Bible is that everything physical came from something spiritual first.
And so that's how Jesus walked on wine and helped a deaf man see.
Well, sometimes Jesus used ingredients, it looks like, but he didn't have to use ingredients. It was that the God of Gods was pleased to use ingredients, I suppose. But the ingredients weren't necessarily necessary for a miracle.
But if you're a believer, then you should be able to do a miracle. Like, you could feed one man 1,000 loaves of fish.
That's true.
All right. Can you do that?
I mean, I would have to request that food be multiplying. Are you requesting I request that food be multiplied?
Yeah, and I'm offering myself up too. Because I don't think that I could eat 1,000 loaves of fish. I would say that would be a miracle.
We could do it over
these
time.
These mashups are hitting hard. I love it.
You like them, Matt?
Yeah.
Well, all things are possible.
Walking on wine. That was a good one.
Yeah, and you're helping the deaf man see. So if all things are possible, it's not. But that isn't really like what the Bible says. It says that they're doable when you believe, right?
I mean, Jesus said that you can make that mountain move. That's a very extreme feat, right?
And have you made a mountain move?
I've never requested a mountain to move. At least not a physical mountain.
Do you think that the verse was talking about a physical mountain?
I do.
Do you think anyone has ever tried to move a physical mountain?
Probably.
And do they move?
I believe it's possible for them to move. That's the exact thing that Jesus said is possible.
Yeah, man, but like, have
How
they?
many maps have changed the locations of mountains due to people having faith in it?
I don't know if they have the faith required to do that.
So nobody's ever had the faith required to move a mountain, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know how many people have the faith required to access that ability.
Why would faith access these abilities at all?
Because Jesus said that was the modifier.
Is it possible that when someone accesses the level of faith required to move a mountain, that they would actually just be convincing themselves?
You're saying delusional?
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose I would ask how verifiable it was before and after.
How verifiable what was?
Well, like if a mountain actually moved. Where did it move from? Where did it move to? That would be verifiable, right?
And as we've discussed, you're not aware of any verifiable mountain movings.
So you're saying that a Christian, because Jesus said that was possible, that should be on like the bucket list of Christian goals?
I think anything would be good. Because it says, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these.
Well, so far on the requests, I got Everlasting's teeth to manifest. We got Thrayle wants a mountain to move. Are there any other requests?
No, I didn't ask you to move a mountain. I'm just asking if you were aware of any verified mountain movings.
Yeah, no, I have some cat necromancy that I need done, so...
I want some people in a pale house to...
I gotta know if Kat's ever watched Pet Cemetery before at all, or...
I haven't, and don't ruin this for me, please.
I think you should probably watch that before asking for a cat back.
Is Kat saying the cat wants all the cats to resurrect?
No, I want 2 specific cats to resurrect.
Okay. That's possible.
Great.
Saying declaratively, that's possible, doesn't that close you off to the possibility of the truth that it is not?
Ooh. I like what you did there. Yes, it would. Yeah, if all things are possible, then all things must be possible.
Including their impossibility.
Isn't that a contradiction?
Then why would all things be possible?
Oh, wow. I'll have to think about that one. So you're saying like there's an alternate universe kind of thing where just nothing ever gets done because that's a possibility. Because all things are possible.
Definitely like didn't say that.
Oh.
It's an interesting reductio, but not.
Always with the universes, this one.
I mean, all things being possible makes me think of alternate realities.
Yeah, so why would there be... So why are you saying all things are possible?
Jesus said it.
Because Jesus said it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if all things are possible is logically contradictory, then how could all things be possible?
I suppose we'd have to look at if that statement is accurate, that all things are possible.
If Jesus was wrong about all things being possible, if even that was a contradiction in and of itself, then what would that say for the rest of what you attribute to what Jesus says?
From what I understand, Jesus is like the closest to the God of gods. So if Jesus being accurate is very fundamental to my beliefs.
So if Jesus is not accurate, then what?
You know, this is interesting because I believe there are people that wrote about Jesus. Because I don't think it was Jesus writing these things down. So then it depends on their testimony as well for what Jesus was saying. It's very
if we're
interesting.
if we're depending on this testimony of what Jesus said, so they say he said, and then we look deeper and find that it's not even they said he said, it's they said someone else said he said. How do you verify that you have any idea what Jesus ever said at all?
That's a great point. That is a great point. That is a great point. How would I verify that? I'll very much have to think about that.
And I just want to I want to ask, are you aware that that is in fact what we're dealing with when it comes to the Gospels?
Yes, I've given it thought recently where, when was it written? Who was it written by? Kind of thing. However, to me, that statement is so profound, of all things being possible, that I'm most likely going to think about it just because I believe wisdom has intrinsic value within itself.
What if the wisdom is not wise? Are you familiar with deepities and platitudes and thought-stopping cliches?
Can you give me an example, please?
It is what it is.
I like that saying.
Keep on keeping on.
Boys will be boys.
I mean, there must be a study of how wise something is, right?
What is wisdom?
I think wisdom is... How would I define what wisdom is? Wisdom is the most ideal things that should be done with knowledge, I think. So, I'd say wisdom is about idealism. Very connected.
Say that one more time. Wisdom is...
Wisdom is the idealism of what should be done with knowledge?
The idealism of what should be done with knowledge. The idealism of what should be done with knowledge, according to whom?
According to idealism? But then you'd say who decides what's
idealism
ideal?
is just the best of what is.
the isness of what is.
So that's why I go to the God of Gods, because I believe the God of Gods has the best perspective to figure out what is most ideal. But I
God
can
of
also
Gods, which could very well be a voice in your mind.
Well,
an aspect of your own thoughts.
Possibly. But I do believe in the pursuit of idealism being the best option that we have.
Can you pursue what you view as ideal without a God of Gods?
Well, since I believe we're interconnected, even if I wasn't factoring in the God of Gods would still be connected to that. But yeah, I believe that a human can pursue idealism. I believe any human can.
Really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and thank Insomnia, Heather's Descent, Shell, and Cassie the Sea for helping with the previous call. Thank you guys so much. Truly appreciate you. Oops. Well, that wasn't what I meant to do. That was not at all what I meant to do. But thank you. Thank you guys so much. If there is nothing that you don't believe and you believe everything, doesn't that lead you into contradiction itself? Don't the things you believe lead themselves to their own contradictions?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think if you have knowledge that is contradicting with others, I think it leads to certain truths triumphing over others. Like an update. So I do think that certain things get swallowed up by something better, kind of thing. Like mercy triumphing over judgment.
I'm not quite sure how that answered the question.
I think it's kind of like rock, paper, scissors. Where?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
Do you mean lava, water, beaver dam?
So, I mean, it's not a perfect allegory, but yeah, it's like it's the fact that mercy swallows up judgment. Judgment won't exist because mercy is a higher reality. So then judgment stops existing because mercy just made it non-existent.
How did you determine that's a higher reality?
From all the philosophical thinking and studying about it that I've done.
So trust me, bro.
Well, it is a philosophy found within the Bible, and I do believe the God of Gods is what?
Is it actually? You say it's found within the Bible, but is it actually? You say that mercy somehow abolishes justice, but yet is the mercy actually abolishing justice if it is selective?
So the mercy triumphs judgment is a direct quote, I believe, from the book of James. Let me find it.
Does that actually mean that it is entirely abolishing it, or is it just winning out in certain cases? Is this actually addressing contradictory belief? Or is this dovetailing concepts together?
You actually bring up a great point, because in the greater context of James, wow. So I'm combining a lot of different verses together to come up with this theory. Romans 11:32 says the goal is for mercy to be on all. So I view,
if the goal is mercy to be on all, and there are stipulations how mercy will not be on all, does that mean God fails his goals?
I think it means that there's a bigger plan of how mercy will eventually spread everywhere. And I think since God is all powerful, then God will.
Written plan.
No, there is there is a written plan. It's just a process.
A process. A way that you have to cross-reference and interpret the scriptures and your own philosophical understandings. And then, of course, consult the God of gods in your brain.
Yep, lots of cross-references and contacting God of gods for the big picture of what's going to happen, yeah.
What is confirmation bias, GoPro?
Can I look up the definition right now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did we decide if contradictions can exist or not?
He dovetails them so they don't.
Okay.
They like stare at each other while they're joined at the hip or something. I don't know. It's
right.
Metaphor them into working.
Like a purgatory thing.
Well,
stalemate.
Okay, so I looked up confirmation bias. Since I believe that the God of gods is into negotiation, I think that confirmation bias is perfectly fine.
What do you mean perfectly fine?
So a lot of times, the God of gods is looking for an excuse to show mercy or kindness. So then confirmation bias would be encouraged for somebody to come up with a theory as to why God should improve things as soon as possible. So God is looking for...
Should confirmation bias be encouraged for those who disbelieve or believe in other gods?
I think confirmation bias
is it only good when it's on your side?
Is only when it's towards idealism or for peace.
When it agrees with you. So confirmation bias is good when it confirms GoPro's bias.
No, there could be others out there that are more idealistic or more peaceful or more joyful than me.
Those are your bias, though. Those are the conclusions that you think confirmation bias is good for. So that's your bias. Do you see what I mean? This is your determination that this is when confirmation bias is a good thing. It's the exception is when it agrees with GoPro, when it confirms GoPro's bias towards these ideals.
Well, I believe in
the definition of confirmation bias. You are using confirmation bias to confirm the benefits of confirmation bias.
I believe very much in the pursuit of peace and joy and idealism. So, if confirmation is part of those pursuits, confirmation bias, then I think that's fine. I mean, I'll have to think about it. If it's the most ideal way to go about pursuing it.
I really think you should. I think this is one you should question deeply.
Okay, I will. Think about it a lot.
I appreciate you. Does anybody else have any questions for GoPro?
Not tonight.
Oh.
Is capable of learning anything, or do you think it's omniscient?
That's a good question.
Thanks, I'll work out.
I think they may be capable of experiencing new things, but how should I say? That's a good question, because they could create new scenarios that they've never experienced before, and then they would acquire new experiences. So,
right, but they would already know of the experience, right?
does experiencing new things count as new knowledge acquired?
They wouldn't have to experience it if they already had the knowledge. There would be no need for them to create an experience where they obtained new knowledge if they're all-knowing.
Yeah, that's what omniscient is.
I suppose it depends if there is intrinsic value in experiencing new things. That's the only thing that I think would be a possibility.
It would already know that, though.
But is there a difference between imagining something?
But it's omniscient. It already knows, though. It would know the difference, and it would know everything that can come of that.
I still wonder if there's intrinsic value in experiencing something.
Are you saying there's a limitation to God's knowledge?
No, I don't think so.
It kind of seems like you're implying
what
that.
Is intrinsic.
Yeah.
I think there may be intrinsic value in experiencing things.
Yeah, what intrinsic value could there be in experiencing things if God is already aware of the value? Like he would already be aware of that, right?
My theory is that there's a certain level, a high level of empathy that you gain from experiencing something for yourself.
Okay, but my question was, is an all-knowing God capable of learning anything?
I do believe that things improve forever, so it's possible that the God of Gods improves.
Sure, improvement. But is that learning? Is that being capable of learning?
I would think if we are capable of learning, then the God of Gods is capable of learning.
You would think that, right?
What?
You would think that, right? Because you and I, we can learn. But something that's omniscient would be incapable of doing it. Do you understand?
Yeah, I mean, even in the Bible it says that we humans will eventually gain all knowledge and prophecy, so
right.
I'm not sure what that's like once we have all knowledge.
So the difference is
all
that
knowledge.
Yeah, the difference is we humans can learn all knowledge, but we're still not all powerful,
Well,
we're not
if
capable.
Revelations 3:21 is correct, then we will be all powerful.
Really quickly, I'm gonna speak past you and make sure that I thank Miss JJ, also Shell, Cassia the Sea, and Bridget for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of you. So, again, relying on a prophecy from Scripture, from Revelation, to verify that we will somehow gain all knowledge. A guarantee of something that you know because of the book.
Yeah, the theme of the Bible is that we are children of God that will grow up to be with God.
With God, but does that mean we'll have the power of God?
That's what you got from that book?
Yeah, all knowledge, all prophecy, and then sitting on the Father's throne in heaven, yeah. It all implies that we'll grow up to...
So your ambition is not just to be with God, but to be God.
To be with God. And,
so you already hear the voice of God in your head. You assume that when you consult this voice in your head, that it is God, that if things confirm the biases, that they align with your ideals, then they are right and righteous, and the bias can be confirmed because it is along with your ideals, and your ambition is to sit on the throne of God. Do you hear the pattern?
Also, I just want to add on to that. You've described this God, you've aligned it, or you've conjoined it, you've married it to idealism. In that your consciousness is where everything is occurring.
Yeah, in my consciousness, but I would like to say, like, there's times where I ask for guidance, or when I presenting my theories to the God of Gods, and the God of Gods gives me different insights. It's not all like the God of Gods just agreeing with everything that I say or request, or you know what I mean.
You and the God of Gods do have pretty similar tastes, though, wouldn't you say?
Well, it's because I've been communicating with them for so many years that I've done my best to absorb their philosophies.
Oh, okay, so you're taking their opinions. It's not the other way around.
Yeah.
Alright.
The voice you would talk to in your mind.
That's correct.
What's something that you used to have an opinion about, and then the God of Gods gave you their opinion, and so you changed your mind?
Focusing on heavenly realities more, focusing on concepts like peace and joy, and really the amount of focus to it being like hyper focused on that thing.
So you didn't want to focus on peace and joy?
When I was younger, I had a more balanced view of focusing on earth, focusing on heaven, focusing on a lot of things. But with this view, it's like hyper focusing like a laser onto peace and joy and faith in higher realities. So now I'm more hyper focused on those concepts.
Tough gig.
Of what?
I said it's a tough gig.
Tough gig. I feel like we could be here all day with GoPro. I think we've raised some questions that you should. I don't have any more questions for you right now, and I see a few people in queue who may not be there if we wait too much longer. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward. GoPro, appreciate you coming up and answering questions as always. I hope you go away and actually question some of these ideas deeply.
Yes, I will look into
confirmation
bias. Yes, I will look into confirmation bias.
And also, who was Thrayle's mother speaking to in doorway when he was?
And also your teeth appearing.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, GoPro.
I'll take one of those drops if you got one for me.
Yeah, I got one for you. Appreciate you, Everlasting.
Oh,
Hope you rest well.
everybody's gone.
Wow.
We do have a few people in queue, and I see there's one who Mrs. JJ would really like me to bring up, so I guess they'll probably be the next one. But before I do, thank you guys for the 120,000 times you've tapped that screen. I really appreciate you, and for the 109 times that you've shared the live. Thank you guys for that, of course, as well. All those taps and all those shares do help us get out to the FYP and maybe have somebody else who can question their beliefs come along and request on up. Hello, Jordan. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, 35. Old.
And
Feeling old.
So ancient, so entirely decrepit, and I'm sure.
Absolutely.
I'm sure you're decomposing as we speak.
Absolutely. I'm sitting outside doing it.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power? Or
I
anything
do.
like that?
I'm Norse pagan, but I grew up Mormon. The silence.
Okay, so, well, I'm not sure why you offered the Mormon part, but maybe we could question some of that. But you're Norse pagan now, so have you read your Eddas?
I have.
Do you believe those stories to be true and literal?
I do. And I think the question that really set in my mind with all of this was the difference between, like I was debating the difference between faith and knowledge. Faith is a belief without knowing, and knowledge is having seen it. I think that's the huge issue with a lot of people.
Yeah, I could ask about the difference between faith and knowledge and belief, but I'm just kind of curious. You said you do take the Eddas to be true and literal, that you believe the events in the stories literally occurred.
See, and here's the hard part, because it can all be left up into interpretation, but I'm more of a literal believer. To a degree. I mean, I'm also a science. I also studied science, so I mean, I'm smart enough to know that thunder in the sky is not Thor probably hammering on his anvil, because we've quantified exactly how that works. Am I willing to believe that there is a being that is called that? Yes, absolutely. And
Thor hammering on his anvil. Is that what it was described as?
That was the old belief that when you heard thunder or lightning, that Thor was hammering on his anvil somewhere in the sky somewhere.
So as someone who believes in science, you don't literally believe Thor is hammering an anvil. Do you believe that the world is made from the skull?
The skull, the bones, the viscera of a gigantic being. It's a tough question.
Is that what you believe?
Yeah, I would be willing to believe that in some way, shape, or form, the universe could be made from, or is made from and and this is my personal beliefs, not subjective to anything else, having come from this. It seems silly, but yeah, I would be willing to believe that in some way, shape, or form that the matter of the universe could have been reconstituted from what it was to what it is. It sounds goofy as hell.
The matter of the universe could have been what it was and made into what it is. So it's not the earth, but the universe.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't even know if the question would be, even in questioning my own beliefs, that the beliefs that my ancestors had are so archaic and proven to be, how would I put it, based in a certain level of ignorance, that I look at it more from a theological standpoint, that these beings do exist, that the literal interpretation of that may be based in ignorance, but at the same time, I would also be willing to say that I was not present for how the universe was created or how it was manifested in any way, shape, or form, so it could have been reconstituted from a being, because we're all made from matter. Paganism is a lot of things. There was someone in the chat who was asked this.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we've got more questions. I was letting it kind of settle for a moment. So, do you remember the question you were answering?
Do I believe, I think if I remember correctly, it was, do I believe that the
You're very muffled all of a sudden. Are you?
Is this better?
Yeah.
It was, do I believe that the universe was created from some being? I would be willing to say in some way.
Well, my question was the distinction. Was it the universe or the earth? Was my question.
I would say.
And so you're saying it's the universe.
I would say more of it's the universe. I don't know if I would say it's just the earth, because the earth is such a small thing. Like
So you're saying the god. Are you saying that Midgard is the universe, not Earth?
I would say that Midgard would be the Earth.
Okay, Midgard is just the Earth.
But the 9 realms were created from Ymir.
I see. So the 9 realms.
Yeah, which would encompass the universe. And my beliefs are...
Do you think that Yggdrasil is a real tree that is somehow growing on Earth and connects the 9 realms also?
Honestly, I would have to answer that one. I don't know. I haven't explored every tree, but I mean, I think there are trees that roots run deep and...
That roots run deep?
It seems like if you were to call into question the legitimacy of the literal beliefs of anything, that's where the hard part comes in, because literally
Then why would you believe in anything literally as far as ancient stories?
That I can't have an answer for, is because sometimes believing in something literally gives me strength when I feel low or less.
How does it give you strength to believe that there's a tree connecting 9 realms created?
I would say that it
from the remains of a giant.
I would say that in some way it makes more sense than some tool reading a series of gold plates through a hat with a couple of stones and convincing everyone to believe it. I mean, one seems...
So is it because you were raised Mormon that your standard of comparison is, if it's less ridiculous than Joseph Smith, then it's therefore...
Probably. I guess I would say my real answer is that, you know, like the reason I would say that the big when I was chiming in the chat was it was based in faith and knowledge. Faith gives strength. It's a belief in something you can't see, whereas knowledge is something you can see. And I don't know if anybody really in the chat or in anywhere has actually seen, because knowledge is knowing, it's tangible, it's real, but none of us, I don't think any of us really know. And the human condition is letting us, it's wanting us to cling to something bigger than ourselves, to make sense of something in some way that right now we can't make sense of. And like having come from something that was oppressive and I mean, and I guess we're going to be kind of raw with it. I mean, yeah, I guess when you have something that's oppressive that you have to put a mask on to please the people that you're around and you break, anything makes more sense than that. And I know it makes no sense in some way, shape, or form, but that thing, you know, that thing that I cling to has given me strength. It's helped me look beyond myself in some way. But do I know? No. Like,
Well,
I
it
have
wasn't
not
the
seen.
question. Stop for a moment, please. You're kind of rambling, and I don't know if you know what question you're answering anymore. Do these things have to be true to give you strength?
No, well, they don't. And I would say that strength could come from a lot of different things, but for me, I guess strength comes from believing in something that's bigger than yourself, be it your friends, your family, your community, or whatever. You know, even if it's a God, if that pushes you through the next day, then, you know, whether it's proven to you or not, then, you know, I guess that's subjective.
It seems like I'm having connection issues. I keep cutting out and missing bits.
Is this better?
It's not your fault. I'm having connection issues.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
I don't know why you're apologizing.
Oh, I mean, it sucks having internet issues.
Yeah, Jordan, if it doesn't matter if your beliefs are true or not, for them to give you some benefit, then why do you say that you believe literally in the lore of Norse paganism?
Oh, this is going to make me sound so foolish, but I mean, in some way, I guess it made more sense than what I was doing at the time. And I mean, I guess the whole reason I left is I was looking for some answer I could not find there.
I'm not sure how that answers my question.
I guess the direct answer to let me make sure I had the question right is if my beliefs, if where I pull strength from doesn't matter why I believe in something wholly and wholeheartedly.
It wasn't wholly and wholeheartedly, but literally, is what said that to you.
I guess the honest answer would be I'm looking for something. And I guess maybe believing in something literally may guide me to an answer. It sounds ignorant, but you know, I guess I'm still looking for some sort of answer here.
If I were looking for the answer to what caused the Grand Canyon, would believing the Paul Bunyan story about dragging his axe, would that lead me to the answer?
Probably not, no.
What's the difference?
I guess the difference would, at that point, would be personal. In the sense that, you know, I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking for. And this is what led me to the next step.
If it's leading you to the next step, then why would you believe that this step is literal if you assume there's a next step?
It's a good question that I don't know if I have an adequate answer for. Because, to me, things... If we're talking like personal belief in some way, I guess... And I guess there's a bit of background here that may not be known. Like, my birth mother was Norse pagan, and I grew up hearing these stories from friends, and I guess maybe there's a family aspect to it. But in terms of why take this step is literal, if there's another step, you know, I don't know. There's some answer, I guess, I'm looking for, and I hope somebody else is looking for too, in the sense that, you know, if there is a next step, or, you know, and I think questioning everything is important because there's got to be an answer somewhere. But in terms to answer your question, I don't know what the next step is, and taking things literally now when you put it that way, you know, having spent a little time looking at it, but been so wrapped up in it, it does seem silly to do that.
What is it you think you're searching for?
That's the question. That's that big question I keep asking myself. What am I looking for? Like, I left the Mormon church because it didn't make sense that the answer to there was something missing. And I don't know if maybe it's a piece of myself, like a part of my heart, the soul, if you will. But I felt there was something missing. And when I was looking for hope, strength, faith in something in a crisis, there were aspects and things of being pagan that made a lot more sense than organized religion or Christianity. And most of it was based off of, where I came from, how I grew up, and the abuse and oppression I endured having to put on a mask to sometimes gain the favor of the people that I was with. So I'm still looking. I'm Norse pagan, but I guess I would say the honest answer is that I don't know. I've knowledge is having seen, heard, tasted, something like that, but I don't know. I believe there's something out there, but I'm not sure what it is. Or even if it's, I would say it's organized. So I guess I would say the thing I'm doing is, at least to the people that have a secure amount of faith, I'm grasping at straws.
Why do you think that there should be an answer?
I don't know. It's something that makes sense in my brain. Is
it potentially because you were always given an answer before?
I would honestly say absolutely yes, because to every question growing up the way I grew up, there was always some sort of answer. But the problem with the answer was it was always vague. It was always have faith or believe or wait and it will be revealed unto you or something like that. And that just, I've had patience. I lost my dad when I was 6 and everyone's like, oh, you'll see him again. But I'm like, how do you know that? How do you know that? Like you're asking me to accepting a happy ending to something that in terms of a mortal life caused pain. That anybody that could have told you this is probably not here anymore to tell you. So, I think the reason I'm grasping at straws, grasping, is because every time I had a question, there was some non-satisfactory answer given, but it was still an answer. And now I'm looking for something. And that is, someone in the chat said that's dealing with grief. Yeah, it is a form of grief dealing because it hurts to leave the community and look for something when you don't know.
I liked the I don't know part of your answers. Why do you think that you need to apply so much explanation beyond that when I don't know is the honest answer?
Oh, it's an insecurity thing.
To have you honesty. So, if you recognize that this is an insecurity thing, that the ultimate belief is more about comfort and some kind of reconciliation with your desire for answers, then why would you stop here and apply the label? Why not keep searching without baggage?
Honest answer, probably acceptance. It's something I crave. I want to be accepted for who I am, and sometimes it means that I guess I forget the end goal is enlightenment in whichever way that comes. It may not come with a group. It may not come with a label. It may just come on its own terms. But that need for community and communal acceptance, it's hard to break.
Go ahead, Regulus.
Have you where are you at again?
Like, where do I live?
Yeah, like just like a state.
Oh, Texas.
You're in Texas. That's cool.
Yeah.
Have you considered starting the community that you crave?
That's a really good question. It's probably crossed my mind in passing, but you know, I think that in some way there's a lot of people that are looking for some kind of answer.
Oh, dude, everybody's looking for answers.
Yeah, you know, and the question is when you get a group of people together looking for that, is what is the conclusion that they will all draw?
Yeah.
They all have to draw the same conclusion?
No, I think the debate is one of the most beautiful things of that. The debate, the pondering, the I wouldn't even say it's guessing, but the pondering, I think, is the better word here, to find what it is. I guess what it is we're, as a group, we're looking for.
You said something along the lines of the goal is enlightenment in whatever form that may take, and that may not come with community. Why don't you create the community anyway, and then do the enlightenment journey like simultaneously? Like, you don't, like, it's not necessarily one or the other, right?
Well, no, it's not. I mean, I think there are certain parts of a journey towards enlightenment that you have to take on your own, because they're personal things. They're you know, there's those deeply personal things. But starting a community, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even know where to start. I mean,
it's way easy. Just go on the internet like you're doing right now. Say like what you like, you know, like you're digging like the Norse gods right now. Other people are gonna dig that. Like you seem like very at least emotionally intelligent. Not that I'm one to make that judgment call, but like, you know, I like I would hang out with you, you know. If you wrote down what you've set up here that resonates with me, then I would go and check that out. And I'm a pretty average guy, so.
Well, I think the truth is I don't know, you know.
Yeah, and that's also fine. Don't like start another fucking cult, dude. Like,
oh God,
nobody knows the answers. Be forthcoming with that. But like, everybody's, especially now, like everybody's craving community. Everybody's scared. You could be that kind of the glue down in Texas. People like that. They always dig that, you know.
Yeah, maybe there's a way of, I guess, I don't know, you're through people's personal meditation and dialogue. Maybe there's a way that through understanding each other, we can understand more about, I don't know, the world. I feel that, paying attention to the individual is more important, is in some way, well, not more important, but it's a very important part of paying attention to the whole, because the whole is made up of individual parts. The world is a living thing, and it's living because we're here, and among many, many other things. And there's a balance to be had somewhere. And I guess that's what I'm really looking for, is the balance, between myself and the universe, myself and other people, myself and myself, self versus whatever, and I think that would really be the religion that I'm preaching, is balance.
And it doesn't even necessarily have to be a religion, right? Like, it could just be a spiritual thing, an emotional thing. I think you should just go ahead, try to build the community, talk, be forthcoming like you have been up here. I think people will be real drawn to that, and you'd be surprised at not only yourself, but at how common and how human the thoughts that you're having are.
Yeah, I guess my belief, I guess, is humanity and being human, like looking, just be you, and in some way, I guess I would like to think that we've come a long way as a species, but being good is easy. In some ways, it's not enough to just be good. We need to be better. And, having a community to talk and learn and grow and be a part of is a necessary part in some way of not just the individual, but the community being better as well.
Good morning, Heretical.
Good morning, Kat. I don't know Regulus. I don't think I've seen you before, but good morning, and good morning, Thrayle.
Morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I was summoned by a person who keeps books to join, and I was wondering why. And then I kind of heard a little things, I guess, of why I was interested in listening to Jordan here. Jordan, you're a Norse pagan. Is that what I've gathered?
Yeah.
Why are you a Norse pagan?
I had a crisis of faith. I hit a very low point in my life. To synopsize, to give it a good synopsis, I was looking for a community, and I found that community, I think, in friendship, and that friendship led me to a system of belief. But there are still, when you look at the literal beliefs of it, it seems far-fetched, but for some reason, I don't know why, it just resonates with me.
Is it possibly that it's the community that's resonating with you and how they believe versus what you truly believe or what you truly want to think about?
Probably, it's probably more of the community, and people who see me through my lows and my highs, which in some way, looking at it that way, I guess in some way I already have a community, but in starting a community of people that I think the way I'm thinking would be, a community of open-minded people that are willing to say, we don't know and we're looking, but we don't know what to look for, or we're looking for something.
I know about one of those.
You in Houston?
No, you're at it. You're in it right now.
Oh.
You found that community when you joined.
Yeah, I hang out with those people every day.
Yeah, I mean, Mrs. JJ was the one that was like, hey, you need to listen to this. And I was like, okay, I've got most of the day off tomorrow, so why not? So here we are.
There's even a whole Discord server. There's a link in Thrayle's bio or the Batcolyte's bio.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Look at that.
Because, I mean, I guess, I think one of the things I could fundamentally agree with is questioning things is what leads you to finding an answer. If you just blindly accept that that's the answer, it doesn't leave a lot of room for growth. Because the question anyone could answer, and I mean, there are people in the chat that are probably having a debate now, quoting scripture or whatever. But the question is what if you're wrong? What if you don't know? Have you put your hands on this being or any, if the answer is no, then you don't know. The same way that I don't know, or my deeply religious mother doesn't know, because if Jesus has been in my house, that would be a shock to me. I must have missed it or been asleep or something. But I think there's a beauty in saying I don't know, and I'm still looking, and I'm trying to find an answer. A system of belief, a moral code, or something, whatever someone may be looking for.
Can you not just have a moral code without having a religious faith?
Yeah, you can. And I do. I mean, I do have a moral code without even, without having a religious, I do have a religious faith right now, but, I had a moral code before then. There are things that are just instinctively right and wrong, and I've had to learn and grow to find out what was more. Let me rephrase I've had to learn and grow to find out the nuances of my moral code, what I'm going to put up with, what I'm not going to put up with, where I'm going to put my foot down and where I'm not.
So how tight is that grip on Norse paganism? How long have you been one?
7, 8 years.
And have you read your Havamal front to back, cover to cover?
I've read the Poetic Ada in English and the translation, the direct translation, the Havamal. I think I've read parts of it and then ended up putting it down due to getting distracted.
So you only read which Edda? You said the Poetic?
Poetic.
Why just the Poetic and not the prose as well?
Good question. I hadn't really ever gotten around to it, I just not for any assumption. It was more of I just haven't done it. So and there's a part of me that looks at a lot of the people that I worship with and kind of looks at it and goes, are we doing this because we believe this, or are we doing this because we want community here? Because the interactions of people that want community are different than those that are joining in uniform belief, in the sense that, like, in uniform belief, there's less open debate. How do I put this in a? It seems the debate with people with uniform belief is less than it's more, it's on the small things, versus it can vary widely from the various groups and rituals that I've been with or participated with various people that, in the tribe.
Why can't your community have both?
That is a profound question that I have not really put a lot of effort into thinking about. I guess I've been more putting more effort into conforming than individual thinking. And I guess that would be what the problem really is.
What are you conforming to?
Oh, probably friendship.
That's not conforming to what does worship with Norse pagan deities look like to you?
It's sacrifice on altars to the various gods that you worship in terms of what they would want. It's the Saturday rituals of cleansing yourself. It's Yule. It's there are some people that practice Samhain. I don't feel like that's a pagan thing, not a Norse pagan thing. There's the equinoxes and other things like that, which is usually and really I think what it boils down to, if I could give it a good, it's rebirth is what it is. The idea is rebirth, that Ragnarok isn't necessarily the end. There are gods that will live through it, and it's a cycle. It's cyclical. And in some ways, in a lot of religions, that's what it looks like, is it's cyclical. Like, this isn't the first time we've done this. This isn't the first process that's happened. I mean, like, even in the Bible, in the one of the first things that, the first commandments that God gave to Moses the second time he came down was, thou shalt have no other gods before me. The debate is, was that him being a jealous God and saying there are no other gods and it's me and only me, or was it him saying that there are other gods and I want you to focus on me?
I wonder why you would think that's really the debate, when it kind of clearly states that he interacts with other gods throughout the text. But I do need to make sure and speak past you for just a moment to thank Donna B. Yellow, also Cassia the C, and Mrs. JJ for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you. I'm noticing where you're referencing the Bible now, saying, the God says you shouldn't have other gods, and that causes the debate of whether or not there are other gods. Why would you put any stock into what the Bible says at all?
I mean, probably because I grew up that way. I'm not saying it's a foundation of my belief now, but if we're looking at one of the books that many people say is the truth, and earlier in the discussion it was talking about omnipotence and things like that. Well, if I would believe that if a god is omnipotent, they would phrase what they're going to say very carefully. They wouldn't just say it off the cuff. They would phrase it carefully because they would understand that what they say now matters in the future. the same way that we as a community hold people accountable to the things that they say and do. And so to me, I kind of the first thing I looked at, it was like, okay, in my journey here, it was like, okay, well, this being that, I grew up believing in said that there were other gods. So that means there's other systems of worship and other, there's other afterlives or other places that we can go to based on our choices, our beliefs. And if you're, there's part of me that wants to believe that the happiest group of people are either going to be the people that end up with the creator they believe in, or the people that are open-minded and just say, we're happy as we are.
Doesn't matter if your Norse pagan path is real and if you truly would go to wherever it is you need to go or would like to go.
No. At the end of the day, really where I end up is, I would like to hope that where I end up is somewhere, it doesn't need to be idyllic, but it's somewhere I belong, somewhere I'll be happy.
And refresh my memory because I have a really bad brain. You said you read which Eddas did you read?
Poetic.
And you read the Poetic front to cover?
Mm-hmm.
Front, back to back, all that? Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Yeah.
When I'd asked you at the beginning of the conversation if you took the Eddas literally, you said yes. And we kind of whittled back some of the literalism of it, making room for science in some ways, but you kind of interpreted it in ways to still make it fit. I'm curious. We spoke a little about Yggdrasil. Do you think there is a literal squirrel running up and down this interdimensional tree, spreading rumors between birds and snakes?
Fictionally, I would love to believe that. I mean, I would be willing to believe that in some way there may be a tree, but a squirrel running up and down it, I mean, and I feel like I'm calling my own belief into question here by saying I'm willing to believe one part but not another here.
I mean, calling your own belief into question is kind of what we do here.
Yeah, I know. What? I know. Like, and at that point, I mean, I'm willing to. I'll buy the tree part. I'm willing to believe that one. But I don't know.
But the squirrel is too far.
There's I don't know. Like, it seems stupid. Like dragons and unicorns and all the rest of that mystical stuff is amazing and wonderful. And
but the squirrel is too
far. Squirrels are they're too real.
Have you met a squirrel, Thrayle? Yeah, of course the squirrels are too far. They're fucking assholes.
Yeah, squirrels are dicks. Like, I don't want a squirrel running up and down this sacred tree, unless the squirrel is, Squirrel Jesus.
All this
Squirrel Jesus.
So rough.
Yeah, I mean, if the squirrel's not going to cause problems to the tree, then fine. But, the real answer is, I don't know. Like...
No, I think the real answer here is Squirrel Jesus.
Yeah, Squirrel Jesus, right? But the
tree is inside of us.
I think the tree in some ways, yeah, you're right. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor for something that connects all of us.
What's the squirrel the metaphor for between?
I'm still trying to figure that one out because squirrels are dicks. And on given what the conversation we just had, maybe it's the animosity that the world experiences and the fact that we can shift from one system or one idealism to another, as a collective, or or in some way, maybe it might be that we don't know, because sometimes when you watch a squirrel, it seems like they know what they're doing, but they go from they rely completely on instinct. And maybe the squirrel is the instinctive spirit that humanity may have.
Or it's just a squirrel that talks shit.
Right. Like, I mean, I have a friend whose husbands feed squirrels, and they have ruined their backyard on that one. And I used to feed squirrels as a kid, and then I got bit by one.
What did Ratatoskr do to you?
Honestly, it was probably a God of War thing at this point, because he had all those stupid challenges. But it's, I think, but I'm going to have to go here because I do have work in like 4 hours. But
understandable.
Yes,
I appreciate you, Jordan.
But
I really do. Thank you for coming up and answering the questions honestly and openly, going on the journey. I hope that you keep asking questions.
I think that's the thing I'm doing, is just questioning. There's part of me wants to say either it's all true or none of it's true, or there's part of me that wants to say what part of it is or isn't. The reality is, I guess, the three most beautiful words I can have come out of my mouth in this entire conversation is I don't know. And
that's the only way to win on this live.
Yeah.
I appreciate that answer. Jordan, thank you for coming up. I hope you come back with more answers for us to question.
I would love to, and if I could get a Discord invite, that would be wonderful.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. The first link takes you there. Make sure you read the rules when you get there. And if it gives you any trouble, DM me or one of the mods. We can get you there.
DM Thrayle, he won't answer you. DM one of the mods.
DM one of the mods.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I look forward to joining the Discord.
Appreciate you, Jordan.
Thank you.
To be clear, I'm not saying that Thrayle never answers his DMs, but he won't answer you quickly. The mods will.
But definitely W's for Jordan. He's questioning those beliefs. It threw me at first when I asked him if he took the literally, and he said yes. And then Midgard was Earth, but the 9 realms was the universe, and also something more. I don't know. There were questions there I didn't ask because I felt like the belief was less a belief and more of a wanting. And I wonder if that might be a thought for him to question too. Kat complained about the music earlier. Now I can't hear it at all. Is it there?
Yes, I can hear it. But I also, like I told you earlier, the overstimulation is so real today, so it might have been me, but I really needed it to be less in that moment.
Understandable. Well, we've had a couple of people waiting in queue for a little while. I'm not sure who's waited longer. Let's see if either of them are still around.
I apologize. I had to step away. I've got multiple little hobbits that are not feeling well this morning. I may have to.
Understandable. I have accepted all of the poltergeists, and they failed to apparate, which leads me to believe that they don't exist. Well, at least not in a tangible way.
I did want to point out that the last guest said that he read the Poetic Edda front to back, but then he didn't read the Hopalong, which is...
I thought that was included.
It is. It is included in the Poetic Edda, so I was confused.
Perhaps he means he has a separate Havamal he has not read.
Yeah, there are
standalone translation.
Yeah, there are separate translations that are standalone books. A lot of study ones.
Mm-hmm. That was the only part. When you asked him the second time, I thought you were gonna ask about that, but I also didn't want to be too confrontatory when it sounds kind of like some of this view may be new and maybe trying it on after leaving Mormonism. He did offer up that he was raised Mormon, and I wonder how recent that was.
He said
I feel
8 years is what he said.
8 years, that's right.
I feel like trying on new beliefs is like a hallmark of leaving Mormonism.
I think it's true for a lot of beliefs. When you move on from whatever you were raised in, if it gave you answers, you might assume that there are still some out there, or that the ones out there are accurate. Someone out there might be accurate, but I wonder if that's just a reflex.
The community thing, he said he was from, Texas is where he was from?
Yeah. South Texas, I think, is where he was referencing.
The issue is with a lot of newer Norse pagans, they get confused with a lot of things, and there's a lot of dog whistles that need to be addressed.
Yes, there are. And I didn't ask some of the key questions that I have asked in the past to kind of weed out some of those elements. Perhaps I should have. Maybe there was...
You think it's too new to even know?
GoPro is already trying to adopt flying squirrels, interdimensional flying squirrels, into his belief system.
Well, nobody tell them about the primordial cow.
Oh, I'm wondering if he read, I already forgot the name of the book, the Finnish myth, including Vanamoinen, the god entity that plays a magic flute and cracks an egg that births the universe or the world or something. Not Pan, no, Vanamoinen.
Oh yeah, just GoPro has to know about the moon pickles too, right?
See, musical instruments are powerful tools. They can obviously crack universe eggs. Kalevala. Thank you, Morgan. Morgan knew what I was talking about.
Well, of course she did. It's kind of in the name.
It's one of those lores, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but GoPro, do you know about the moon pickles? I swear, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not doing it.
If you're not done, if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, go ahead and request it. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question. Orin says, moon pickles are so powerful. How powerful are they? Are you overstimulated again? Trying to question GoPro?
Oh, no, I'm not done with GoPro. Sorry, I'm not done with you, GoPro. That's not what I was done about. It was the comment directly after that that I was done with. And no, I took care of it. It's over. I don't have to be done anymore.
Oh, I see.
Is it that the pan person?
It was. Yeah, I saw the comment.
Just loosely following the conversation.
Had that been the only thing, that could have been let slide. Had I not spent the last 40 minutes telling this person how to behave, I wouldn't have been so done. Don't do that to him. Don't do that to him.
Sometimes you just gotta light the stick of dynamite, throw it in the cave, and walk away, man.
Why?
For fun.
Chaos. You attract the chaos. Goblins. Gremlins.
I might have been encouraging Regulus pretty much the entire time.
You were. You were. And as you so rightfully pointed out, he probably would love Dianetics.
He seems like the most harmless person.
Right, so why would you...
And you can go bother John Travolta with this shit. It's like a win-win.
No, GoPro, it's a cult. Don't, please. Squirrels are chaos squirrels, you guys.
What about moon pickle squirrels?
Especially chaotic.
What about Martian moon pickle squirrels, yetis?
Only if there's fire involved.
There's fire being involved with the Martian yeti.
And only if they have golden retrievers named Lava Girl and grow tomatoes. Look, okay, so here's the thing, Heretical. GoPro was up here earlier, and we were trying to figure out what he doesn't believe in, and I said, at one point, I said, do you believe in Martian fire yetis from Mars? And he said, didn't we just talk to one last night? Because I didn't know.
Yeah, he spoke to Martian fire yeti yesterday. I was in the comments, but I was listening in.
That fire yeti, he's an enigma.
Such an enigma.
I did see Hammy's question to Martian Fire Yeti, which was, asking who it was, and Martian Fire Yeti responded with, "My answers do not help you question your belief."
Is it actually is a good answer, I think.
I can't believe I missed that. That's so funny. Oh my god. You remember the first time the Fire Yeti ever showed up in the chat and Hammy was here and he was like so the fact that Hammy asked that and then that was the response is so good. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kisses. Oh, thank you. Hi.
Hammy did lose his streak.
He's still contemplating the Fire Yeti.
That must be. He was afraid if he came back, he'd have to question GoPro again.
He was especially afraid of that.
Hello.
Mrs. JJ, that sound is honey.
Sorry.
Licking cat's face, probably. Honey is a dog, by the way. I'm not saying that that a bee product is licking her face. That would be weird.
I do have those too.
Sound.
I've heard that name in other places, but that's not TikTok friendly.
Morgan, stop what? I don't know what I did.
Morgan, you're not my real dad. You can't tell me what to do.
I don't know. I haven't seen the results of a DNA test.
We just look so much alike. You don't need one.
Sorry, you guys. How do you tell a sweet dog to not kiss you? Like, how do you do that?
I don't know.
Just wants to say hi to you guys.
I have a old English Mastiff that weighs 190 something pounds when we took him to the vet last. I don't like him licking my face because then I won't have a face anymore.
Well, I have like a 50 or 60 pound like little sweet dog, and I do have her face if she licks me. And I am hitting the mute button. Sometimes I can't help it.
Just a little too late.
She just loves me so much.
Don't chew with your mouth full, or don't talk with your mouth full.
I'm not talking with my mouth full. That's you.
Interesting.
I could have worded that better.
I mean, I said don't chew with your mouth full. I could have worded it better.
The cat is very close to me.
Aren't you the cat?
Feline cat.
What's the difference?
She's human. The one we're talking to is human.
Hold the fucking phone. It sounds funny.
Well, I mean, probably mostly at least appears to be. I haven't confirmed.
Polymorph is one hell of a spell.
I'm actually one of those weird alien things. Like Jesus.
One of those weird alien things. I think that book called them Michaels. Oh wait, no, different book.
What are you talking about?
It was
Dianetics.
No, Urantia.
Is that a ranch book? Oh, did I tell that story here? Did I tell that story here about the terrible date that I went on that one time with the Urantia guy?
Yes, while we were questioning someone that believed in Urantia.
Oh yeah, right. Because I told him I had to tell him why it was terrible. Yeah.
I don't know if it's the alien ape man eugenics or the 1930s take on evolution that is most questionable, but there's probably more.
Hebrew Israelites. They got aliens.
I mean, some of them. That's a different thing altogether too. We've questioned several of them. We've questioned several of them. I haven't seen very many of them questioning.
I don't think I've seen one last more than like 5 minutes.
There might be a reason for that.
Oh, I can think of several, but
I wonder if we need a musical segue.
I think that we do.
I think I know which one you would vote for.
Maybe you do.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like
request, but they weren't patient enough to wait through that. And if you're not patient enough for a 3-minute segue, then how are you patient enough to question your beliefs?
Well, my friend, the answer is that they aren't. It's really quiet now.
I apologize. Trip Trip is keeping my brain entertained over on the YouTube side. I don't know what they're on about, but Moon Pickle. Pickles on the moon must be peak dining. Things are peak now. Not peak of anything in particular, I guess. Just peak, like
Did you see
noses
my?
or burping.
Did you see my comment earlier when you guys were talking about shooting for the moon and landing among the stars or whatever? Because it was funny.
I missed it.
I missed it too.
I said, well, another option is you could shoot for the moon and hit it right in the exact right spot and split it in half.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, you
I commented again.
And I thought it was really funny and clever.
We lost the music again. It keeps being so quiet. I can't even tell it's there. There it is. Robust appetite. This is about questioning beliefs. If you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Ketchup said maybe it's my dad ears or my phone or my sensitive disposition, but the frogs stab my brain.
I'm really sorry that the frogs stab your brain, but I can't do anything about them. They live here, and I didn't choose for them to live here. Walmart did.
We have always gotten mixed reviews on the frogs. Some people love the frogs. I'm kind of neutral. They're just there. They're not terribly annoying. There are some noises that are very annoying. The frogs are not, to me at least.
Stop talking about my dog like that.
It's just very wet.
He's a dog. What can she do about it?
Use mic manners. I don't know.
She sneaks up on me, and I don't know that it's about to happen because the dog has snuck up on me, and
Getting outwitted by your dog.
she's just really quiet and sneaky. And she's not licking the microphone, she's licking my face usually.
It's not necessarily better.
I mean, from an audio standpoint, it is barely distinguishable. I guess that
You guys just hate dogs.
licking the microphone might have more of a scraping sound to it.
You guys just hate dogs.
Well, how else do we feel about stuff? Can you question our beliefs?
Yeah, I can. Don't worry. Oh yeah, Morgan does hate dogs a lot. She doesn't even let them go outside. I forgot.
Oh, yeah. How dare you? Oh, that's not the one I meant to click.
Does have a good point. Anytime somebody in the chat hears their dog whine once, they're like, Morgan hates her dogs.
Ketchup says that they rather the dogs than frogs, and then dogs are greater than frogs. I mean, the math might be right. Dogs are greater than frogs in mass, like 1-to-1. But I don't know. Do frogs outnumber dogs, or is it the other way around?
I would definitely say that the frogs outnumber the dogs since there's only one dog.
Like in the world?
No, like here with me. Yes, there's only one dog and it is Honey.
I mean, there's got to be more frogs than dogs.
This feels like something a crack team of researchers should look into. It seems very relevant.
If you guys could see this dog, you wouldn't be mad at her for the noise.
If I had wheels, I'd be a wagon.
That'd be weird.
There are an estimated 900 million to 1 billion domestic dogs worldwide, according to global pet and free-roaming population estimates, often cited by groups like the World Health Organization. I'm looking for the frog estimate here.
Are toads frogs or are frogs toads? Frog's a toad bucket.
You don't know about the toad bucket.
According to ChatGPT, there are more frogs than dogs, and it would be uncountable. Like, it would be in the terms of hundreds of billions, possibly more.
Yes.
Frogs than dogs.
Yeah, I believe that.
Right again. Suck it, cat. Specifically.
Yeah, that tracks.
I imagine hogs would be less than dogs.
I got a lot of those around here too.
Are we counting motorcycles?
Oh, see, I didn't think about that. But then if we're counting motorcycles, then we also have to count hot dogs, don't we?
Warthogs? All pigs, right?
Does that include misogynists?
Ah, the entire male race, whatever we are.
Population. You just...
I call this a race. Men are from Mars.
Yeah, so are fire yetis.
Apparently it's quite hot there. Didn't he say it was hot?
I think so, yes.
I think he said
That's why he vacations at the volcano, because he likes the hot.
I might like the hot.
I don't know if it's that hot there. I think I looked it up once and it was like 80 degrees at most.
On Mars?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's the same as here.
It was like the hottest it gets. I could be wrong. Hello, Fanny. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you with us, Fanny? Well, Brad liked the name at least.
That is unhinged in the chat, and I love it. What? What? Did you hear that?
I did.
I don't even know where he is.
Okay, that silence was too long. Usually, I'm all for it. But I think we need a song if we're going to sit here and wait for a believer to actually request stuff before I have a poem anywhere near ready. Yeah, that one.
Who carved these crowns in your sky? Gave them your hunger and your time. Taught you to kneel so you feel tall. Then called the shiver in your spine a sign. Tell me, what are gods to you? Names on a leash around your throat, soft little certainties, tied like stones inside your coat. If doubt is such a holy crime, why does it feel so sharp, so true? Tell me, what are gods to you? The cage is made of words you never choose. You say you're led by sacred hands, yet you won't look at your own. You fear the crack in every room, so you build your prison out of stone. Tell me, what are gods to you? Echoes you're scared to let grow old, sweet little certainties, burning your questions into gold. If silence is the highest law, why does your buried anger move? Tell me, what are gods to you? But change your kiss, afraid to lose. What if the voice you call divine is just your terror, dressed in light? What if the devil that you blame is only you, with open eyes? Tell me, what are gods to you? Must you mistake for your own face harsh little certainties, keeping you frozen in one place? If freedom is a whispered word, why does it thunder when it blooms? Tell me, what are gods to you? If If not the key of fear to turn in you.
Thrayle,
Yeah.
did you hear what I said to you while we were talking to GoPro? Did you hear? Okay, right before GoPro. Okay, so right before GoPro said the thing about the raw garlic, I had taken a road trip. Like, not like your road trips, but like same idea, you know, just a little same but different.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then GoPro started talking about the raw garlic. It was the funniest thing that's happened all week.
And now we were prepping a go bag for vampires.
I love that he did not say anything about vampires. He's just like,
It was just raw garlic.
garlic.
And now I've got to question his belief in vampires. Which turns out to be, you know, either space aliens or
Okay.
immortal being.
But here's the thing. It's real. If you have to pack an overnight bag, what are you taking with you?
Garlic for sure.
Why is that the first thing that came to mind?
That's the only thing. Remember, it was garlic and then God.
It was the only thing.
I mean, I can't say that I would even say blueberries myself, which would be like my equivalent, I guess.
I hope not. I hope he doesn't eat raw garlic like you eat blueberries.
I don't think there's a wrong way to eat blueberries.
I'm pretty creative. I enjoy blueberries, but I can think of a wrong way.
Yeah, with raw garlic.
Maybe I need to start flashing this one again. I don't know. Maybe less inflammatory. I made a bunch of these based on the conversations yesterday. And looking back, we went over some really interesting things, didn't we? Like, yeah, that happened. I tried to keep most of them vague so I could use them again. I don't think I'm going to use this one again. I don't know. How likely is that?
Do you guys?
But I like this one.
That's the best one. They're spooky. Are you guys familiar with It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Never heard of it.
Really?
No.
GoPro is Charlie.
Except more sedated, but yeah.
That's just it's just Charlie.
Oh.
Tiny green ghouls. Milk steak, jelly beans. It's.
I mean, a little bit. I do need to address something over on YouTube. Sebastian, you can't see the banner I'm playing with because it's right above the image there. And it's not even on the YouTube stream. But I don't know how to get it on to the YouTube stream either. It's not on my source feed. But that's just one more reason people should find their way to the TikTok to know what the hell we're talking about with the questions above the prompt. But we do appreciate all of you guys over there on YouTube. It's good to see you guys. It just feels a little too early for poetry. I mean, I've got one here in front of me. It's not proofread at all. But we don't have a believer. No believing believers believably questioning their beliefs. At least that's what I believe. Maybe that belief should be questioned by a believer coming up to question their beliefs, and then my belief would be thoroughly questioned. I wouldn't even need to ask myself a question. If the believer can question what they believe, then my questions would be irrelevant to myself, at least.
Someone believe in something and come up here so this stops.
Azure Arsonist asks if you believe in life after love. I would be curious if you believe in love after life.
Thank you, Cassie.
Oops. My finger slipped and messed up the music player. Mrs. JJ just quoting all of the songs with belief in them. Brad asks, does REM graze the astral? I have no idea if you mean the band or the sleep cycle. And then I gotta ask what the astral is. I believe, in the relative completeness of a poem that I haven't read, and the concept of wrapping things up to a conclusion of some sort. I believe that's a thing that might converge in the near future if a believer doesn't request up with the belief that they can actually question. And I don't know if that's an intentional request, but I'm going to accept it like I always do. What's up, Mateo? Did you mean to request? I'm going to guess not. We're usually in a pocket.
Oh.
Yep, I'm going to guess we're in a pocket. I've questioned Mateo's beliefs actually more than once, and they've been really great interviews. But it has been a while. Wow, Mrs. JJ reaching deep for the believer songs. I really appreciate all of you tapping the screen over 142,000 times. At least 5,000 of those have been in this lull of nobody requesting up, so I appreciate every one of those taps. Makes a difference, and who knows, we might even get one more believer before the end, or or more. I could imagine convincing myself to stay awake another 2 to 4 hours. Just depends on if a believer or any believers manifest like moonlit pickles.
I think I'm gonna have to hit the hay.
Yeah, appreciate you, Regulus.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, it's good to have you up. Keep asking questions as always. W's for Regulus in the chat. I think he did well.
I think so.
Pickle. Yeah, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 21. Do I have to whisper as well?
No.
Okay.
Nobody's
But I feel like I
whispering.
kind of need to.
Okay, so you're 21, but you're gonna act 12. You can request back up when you grow up a little. Hello, Usa. You got a lot of background noise. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Give you a moment to sort out your background noise, but... Oh, you're just up here begging for follows. That's not how this live works. Nope. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you can question your beliefs in a god or God's higher power, or anything like that, then you can go ahead and request back up. What do you think? Was I too short with yeah?
No. No, I don't think I'm too short.
No.
No.
Yeah, no.
No. No. I don't think you were too short. Sweet dreams, Regulus.
Wonder if he'll have the same dream, but this time find a jar full of manifestation pickles under his childhood home.
If he does, I hope he comes back and tells us about it.
If the same dream now includes Squirrel Jesus, what will that say of the dream?
That he's easily influenced by weird beliefs.
thought we had it. There they are. Hello, the real deal. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I'm 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god do you believe in? Okay.
Sorry, my dark.
They're speaking.
Are you having some difficulty there?
They're speaking to me. They're saying,
Wow, 27. 27 years old, everybody. Rookie or Joker. I mean, I don't know, Morgan. He said 27. And then he got his giggly as a child. Seems like there's a lot to question there. Do I know Madoka's wish? I don't. No, Brad, I can't say I know what that is. Mika, it could be. I don't know what's responsible for the last guest's behavior. They just seem not to be able to answer the question for some reason or another. And they're requesting back up, but I don't know why I would expect any better behavior. Please do it. So you can...
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry. I had something going on my computer. I can't disclose what. So yeah, the answer to your question is I believe in the dark messenger.
Do you think it's cute to act like a child?
Doesn't matter. He's gone.
I wish you had left him a few minutes longer. I was going to ask some really poignant questions.
Do you see the
About
cue?
living in his mother's basement.
Right.
Forever.
Yeah.
And,
I don't want to shame people who do live in their mother's basement. Maybe that's their only option.
well,
It's not where I'd
there's a
want to
reason that's his only option.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing, Blake?
Good, just working on some genealogy stuff and getting caffeinated.
There's also something in there about how the reason he has to live in the basement is because he's not allowed in the main part of the house.
Is the basement the dark passage? Wait, did he say the dark passenger? Is that a thing?
Yeah,
I
he
did
was
not
making,
get that reference.
It was a Dexter reference. The dark passenger is the thing in his brain that makes him do the things.
Oh, I was like Dexter's laboratory?
Yeah, Dexter, the anti-hero serial killer from the TV show of the same name.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just imagine it must be a miserable existence to be that guy.
I mean, he seemed pretty jolly.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that works out for straight white guys for way too long, and then their life's just like unrecoverable.
Not a troll, but a gremlin.
That's insulting to gremlins. Okay.
That is. I like gremlins. I get along with a lot of gremlins.
Mm-hmm. I self-identify as a chaos gremlin. That was not the same thing.
There's chaotic good, there's chaotic neutral, and then there's chaotic annoying.
Sorry, I'm proofreading. I'm on like the 12th stanza. It's a long one.
while Mr. Skeleton Man is proofreading, if you have a belief and are willing to question that belief, request on up.
Hell yeah. I mean, heavens yes. If you have a belief, we're not here to burgle it. We're not here to argue with you. We just want to know if you can question that belief. And if you can, then what is that belief? And why do you believe it?
As Morgan points out, only you can stop poem time in the end of the show.
That is true. Well, I'll delay it. It is inevitable, but how inevitable? You never hear about things being inevitable, do you?
Have you been watching 10 Things I Hate About You?
I haven't watched that in like 20 years.
There's this part at the beginning of the movie where Bianca, the younger sister, and her best friend are at school, and they're like walking through the courtyard, and her friend goes, can you, she says, you can be overwhelmed and you can be underwhelmed, but are you ever just whelmed?
I'm feeling whelmed at the moment. Yeah, I'm pretty whelmed, I think. Oops, we missed a segue.
Welcome in. Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up.
That was it. Short and sweet. But did it work? That's the real question, right? Oh, no, empty queue. But we can use the silence for, I don't know, thanking Claire and Polly, Brad and Shell, Mrs. JJ and Cassie of the Sea, and also Bats for helping with that goal. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna bet that Q Ghost was just tapping the screen wildly, which I appreciate. I appreciate all
Michael V.
44,000 taps. That's amazing.
Michael V wants to know who your favorite guest was this show.
That is a good question. Forrest did better this time than last time, but I think there's still room for her to question more.
Forrest was definitely most improved.
Regulus was hilarious.
He was.
And ask good questions.
And asked really good questions. I thought he could. Had a feeling. And,
He did bring out some shenanigans in you, though.
he certainly did.
That was fun.
And our Norse pagan guest really has a journey ahead of him. I'm curious where that takes him. I think those are the best guests alive. Our first guest was pretty questioning. At first, they seemed very adamantly atheist, but
That was really good. That conversation went really well. Also, we can't forget GoPro.
yes, GoPro does get an honorable mention. I pick, but that's because I know he can question better than he lets on. I think he tries to challenge us sometimes.
He's such a good sport, though.
Yeah, he is.
Dang it. I missed GoPro because I've formulated a question for him now. Is anything ideal if everything is ideal? I'm like trying to get at this idealism thing.
He's probably still listening.
He's probably reading Dianetics right now.
He might be.
Oh no, did he hook up with the Maria Abramovich performance art religion guy?
No. It was recommended to him. Oh good, he's not reading Dianetics right now. That's good. GoPro, don't listen to anything Regulus says. No, listen to lots of things Regulus says, except for the part where he recommended that you read Dianetics. Don't do that.
Maybe read about the author before you read that.
Right.
I forget the word Dianetics. Don't even, that doesn't exist anymore.
He'd probably have more fun with the Urantia book, but you shouldn't read that one either.
Definitely don't read that one.
Maybe you should read all of them and the Principia Discordia.
It's a better idea.
More of them. Bridget says he probably needs to throw away the Gospel of Thomas book, though. Or read the other Gospel of Thomas.
Or just read the Principia Discordia.
Yeah, that one.
There's this part at the end that really just takes care of all of these problems for us.
That's true. And I hope you don't have an attachment to hot dog buns. more stanzas to proofread. It's a long poem.
There's been a request made for you to reset the gift goal.
Oh my. Thank you guys so much. Oh, well, appreciate you, Cat Witch. Thank you. Spring must be springing. It's definitely starting to warm up in the studio.
That's good. It's still rather chilly here right now.
Which will happen first? Will we have a request for questioning beliefs? Is it something that happens anymore? Is the ghost ants at the top of the screen? I think that's what's scaring everyone away. That's okay. Ghost ants are frightening. I like this question. Are your beliefs really yours? I don't know. We didn't hit 50K before we got a Brad on panel, but it did kind of happen right at the same time, so thank you guys for the 150K. Hey Brad, welcome back. How you doing this morning?
Hi, doing good? Oh, sorry, I got, let me mute for a sec.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You said Ghost Town and it's clicked, sorry.
Oh. Ghost Town made it click. How's that?
I don't know. The Old Faithful Inn at Yellowstone. I think they walked there in the halls. I don't know. The women, lots of women died at Old Faithful Inn when it was first built. And in the hallway, I was vacuuming. Worked the summer. Yeah, little alcoves for the windows on the top floor of the lodge, and straight up like sister wife pioneer vibes, like just kind of crossing my path in the hall, going into the window alcove, maybe 10 feet in front of me, and as I vacuumed past, no one was there.
What is it that you think that you saw?
Honestly, like a very tangible, just like 4K kind of pioneer woman ghost,
4K pioneer woman ghost.
Did you say this was in the Old Faithful Inn? Like the Yellowstone?
Old Faithful Inn on the top floor, maybe I don't know which wing, the wing that goes towards the geyser, I think. Not the new wing, but the one in the middle, actually.
Wasn't that built in the 1900s and not during like pioneer times?
Sorry, like her clothing. Her clothing reminded me of sister wives and pioneers. Floor length dress, with the sleeves. I don't know.
Do you believe that what you saw must have been a ghost, a stone tape, as you mentioned before?
My best guess is that maybe it's someone that died in the hotel, and maybe she just remembers looking out that window and it stuck.
We've talked about your idea of stone tape before, explaining apparitions or spirits, memories left behind in a place. In what way do memories become detached from minds?
I guess like impressions of energy exchange. I don't know the words.
Impressions of energy exchange. Do impressions of energy exchange linger or recur in ways apart from deceased humans in specific places?
A word comes to mind. Wormholes. Gethsemane.
Yeah, we talked about Gethsemane last night.
Access to experiencing other moments that a space has had.
The question I guess I'm asking is, are there other kinds of energy that we could measure that have this kind of effect? Or is it only with spiritual sort of memory energy?
Oh, sorry about the chirping. No, not just that. I think in terms of helpful energy, unfriendly energy.
How is energy unfriendly?
Distracting, really. Harmful, distracting, harmful energies. Often channeled through men, but
Distracting, harmful energies. Are you talking about behaviors?
Oh, men with more demons than a cliff full of pigs, Mary would sympathize.
What do you mean by demons?
Maybe hardened schemas, tainted hives in the mind, just ego.
So you're saying that harmful or unfriendly energy is you said hardened schemas. Are you saying like rigid goals?
Biases, judgments, assumptions, judgment, did I say? Perception. Schemas are just thought structure, thought pattern. I call them game trails because I miss the meadow. You follow where the deer, you observe where the deer run, which game trails they use, where the bushes are, the berries and bears.
The metaphors are really thick, Brad.
Okay, I better go. Thank you, Thrayle.
I appreciate you, Brad. I hope you keep questioning. Bring them back to me when you get more answers.
We have a delightful little band of regular guests.
My interviews with Brad are brief, and I'm piecing them together over weeks. But they're delightful. I follow a lot of what he's saying. I'm not here to make diagnoses, hedonistic, but I understand. And I'm happy to communicate with him and question him as long as he's happy to do it. And it doesn't feel exploitative. And I don't think there's a difference in behaviors between him and other guests who seem disjointed. I've had very clear communications with Brad. Hello, Stan. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey guys, I'm 33.
We spoke before, but I'm going to ask some of the same questions to start us off.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
We already talked about that.
I just told you I'm going to ask some of the same questions to start us off.
Okay.
Why did you request up, Stan?
Well, I had a different belief that I wanted to question, I guess. I've been thinking about our live the other day. I'm like, what else do I believe that I might question? But yes, I
so
believe.
you might have thought about it since you left, but we talked to a bunch of people, so we need a refresher.
Okay. Yeah, what is it, Thrayle? me and Thrayle went back and forth on like I believe in Jesus's message, and that's all I believe. And I believe that there is an entity that provides meaning to why I want to leave the world a better place.
Yeah, you and I went back and forth on that a whole bunch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you had some great points. But you know, I have another one I've been thinking about.
Another one.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, another one?
Another belief that I question. Do you want me to say it?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
We questioned before your belief in a God, Jesus' message, and why you don't question the existence of God itself.
No, I said I do question it.
In what way?
I question it because I want to believe, because I hope, because of hope. But I'm not sure if it's valid to believe in that just for the sake of hope. Because I hope it gives me. Yeah.
What is the other belief that you brought that you wanted to question?
I believe that I exist.
Oh, I see.
Cat, come back. It's all you.
But I question it.
Yep, I got it. Why do you believe that you exist?
Because I think, and you know, the Descartes, I think, therefore I am. Sorry, there's an echo going on. I'm not sure who that's from.
I don't.
Yeah, I think it's Cat. Sorry.
I think it is you, Cat.
How is it me?
There we go.
Okay.
That was better. Oh, I do want to hear from you, Kat. Sorry. Yeah, I think you know, the old Descartes thing, quote, I think, therefore I am. I believe I exist, but I do question it. You know, I question the nature of reality. And
Why is I think, therefore I am a compelling reason to question whether or not you exist?
no, no, it's not the question. It's not why I question it. It's
why do you question it?
Yeah.
So I question it because, you know, just the nature of reality itself is so absurd. And there's so many...
What does absurd mean?
Absurd, like, it doesn't really make sense to me. I just don't understand it, you know.
Does that mean
so
it's
because
absurd? Or go ahead, Kat. I think you're going to make the same point.
Usually that's how that happens. Because you don't understand something, does that mean it's like... Does that mean it's absurd?
I mean, sorry, there's an echo.
I don't think it's me because I hear the echo. So I don't...
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to think. It is absurd, not just because I don't understand it, but it also doesn't make sense. You know,
is it that it doesn't make sense, or that whatever it is that doesn't make sense to you is just something that you are not well informed about? Like just because you are not well informed or you don't comprehend a subject, does that mean that doesn't make sense?
Wait, they're saying it's me that's echoing. Hold on.
Well,
it is.
All right, can I come right back?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking blaming me for his audio issues. It's never me that's echoing because I always have headphones on. Motherfuckers.
It can happen if your headphones can pick up the audio. If if the mic and speaker are near each other, it can happen, but it's unlikely.
When am I ever the echo Thrayle?
I know.
That's right. Thank you, Tech.
Okay, I got some AirPods.
That will likely be extremely helpful.
Here we go. I'm stealing these from my mom.
Oh, I'm sure she's gonna love that.
1 second.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Bats.
Thrayle, while he's doing that real quick, do you know what's up with your gift count? It's not moving.
Is it stuck again? I don't know.
Well, I came up tapping. I'm still waking up.
Well, good morning. Do you want me to set you back down so you can wake up?
Yes, please. I think there's some blueberry coffee calling my name in the fridge.
Awesome.
Check.
Delicious.
1, 2. Checking.
Sounds like you're there.
I think it sounds much
Am
better.
I?
Yes. Yeah, it sounds
But am
much
I
better.
really?
Okay.
Do you exist?
Am I
We don't know.
here?
Okay.
In this live.
So I will question you on whether or not you exist, but like I can hear me now, Thrayle, thank you. You're the best.
Wait, can I ask one quick question before we start?
We're probably not going to get very far, but go ahead.
Is it okay if I ask you guys questions on stuff?
No.
It doesn't work that way?
No.
Okay, bet.
Question the questioner. I'll say question the questioner on the prompt.
Do you do other lives where I can do that? Or
Occasionally it will say question the questioner. Cool. Your echo is still there.
God damn it. Is this better?
I don't know.
Check 1, 2.
So far, seems all right.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
So, Stan, you want us to question you on whether you exist or not, right?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay. Question it. Hello, Pew. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
Nah, I wouldn't say I have a belief in a god.
Why did you request that?
It says God, why? So I'm assuming it was a why or why not. And then I also heard y'all talking about okay, yeah. I was just gonna pick up the same thing he was saying. Wait, just to be clear, why was y'all like, or is that why he got dropped? Because I'm like, why are y'all questioning him on whether he exists or
he'll
not?
be back.
Wait.
Stan will be back, and we'll question him later. You were new. We were questioning you to see if you have a belief in a god or gods. You don't have a belief?
No, I don't. I don't believe because I don't see a reason to believe. And I think that if I lack a reason to believe, then that is reason enough not to believe.
I'm sorry, if you don't see a reason to believe, that's reason enough not to believe, is what you said?
Yeah.
And can you think of what reason might convince you to believe?
No, which is exactly why I don't believe.
So you can't think of a reason to believe, and absent a reason to believe, you don't think you should believe.
Mm-hmm.
If you had some reason to believe, would you worship the God?
Mm-hmm. Well,
So
it depends. It depends on the God, but like, sure, if it was like a almighty good God, and it was like, yeah, I'll probably worship him. But yeah.
So you're kind of like eating the microphone, and it sounds like you're getting even closer to it. So I'd like you to back up just a little so we don't hear every mouth noise and breath. So can you think of a god or one that you've heard of, or one mythology, one maybe even that you just imagine that you would want to believe in? What kind of god would that be?
Nah, but if it was, it would probably just be a god that just like, to be honest, I really couldn't even like put an exact thing, but like just the idea would be like, think about everything positive. The God just embodies positivity.
Mm-hmm.
And like whatever you could think of, just pure positivity, if that was possible, positivity and only positivity, that would be the God.
Great. In what would you say is the best critique of your worldview?
When you say critique, do you mean like, what do you mean by critique?
What do you think critique means?
Well, it depends, but like you could critique me in multiple ways, but when I ask that, I'm saying, are you asking what are like the best critiques against my worldview, or like, so like against it? What would be like a good, I mean, like I don't think there would be like inherently like a good thing against my worldview, because I don't have
In
really.
what way do you question your own lack of belief?
Oh, well, that's the thing. I don't really question my lack of belief. I don't really have like a lot of certain beliefs. I don't have a lot of certain beliefs.
Mm-hmm. Why did you request that?
Because I wanted to see if y'all believe in God, and I wanted to see why y'all believe in God. Yeah.
It's not the prompt. See, we can try Stan again. Question if he exists. He doesn't exist on the panel right now, but I could have. Wait, what? Oh, I don't know how you became a problem. Interesting. I don't know if Stan got my joke or not, but I thought it was hilarious.
It was pretty funny.
He didn't exist.
He did not. No.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. Why do you, like, what makes you consider that you might not exist? Because I think therefore I am isn't really an argument for non-existence. It's an argument for only your existence, right? Nice fucking teacups.
Sorry, my microphone makes it go teacup sometimes. Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
What makes you consider non-existence? Because I think therefore I am is really just a argument for existence of only the self.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of reasons for both. I mean, because I have this thing about dreams, and I don't want to make a declarative statement, more of a observational statement about my experience with dreams. In my experience and talking to other people's experience with dreams, it seems like, we have our conscious experience right now. You're sitting wherever you are and you're looking at stuff and feeling, and it feels real to you, and it's most of the time we don't question it. And then we have dreams that are almost exactly like that. You're sitting in your normal chair or with your normal friends or doing whatever, and
what was the
feels
question she asked
completely
you?
real. I was saying that. So dreams make me think that maybe I don't actually exist in the way
In
I
what
think
way?
I do. Maybe I exist in that involves my dream. That consciousness goes into is another form of existence. So maybe I don't
You mean
exist in the
realm?
way.
What do you mean realm? Realm
realm
that
of dreams.
consciousness goes into.
Exactly.
Why are you creating this whole fantasy scape where consciousness goes into some other realm in order to create this question about your existence?
Well, I mean, that's what it is.
Seems.
Dreams. Your consciousness goes to another place and experiences stuff.
What do you mean goes to another place?
So I'm here right now in my bathroom, right? And my consciousness is in my body here, and my stimulus is in front of me. And
I'm sorry, are you saying that when you dream, you think your consciousness leaves your body and goes somewhere else?
No, I think it leaves whatever the confines of consciousness are that I perceive.
What is consciousness?
I would love an answer to that. I would love that.
So then what are you saying is leaving the confines of whatever it perceives?
The thing that is in my brain and in my body that
How does something leave your
tells
brain?
me I'm alive. That proves I'm feeling things.
How does something leave your brain?
How does something leave my brain? You mean like literally or what?
Like, I mean, like whatever you just said.
Right,
Whatever. Yeah.
So I'm conscious, and that is a thing that I'm experiencing. It's an experience. And then that turns into something else while I'm asleep. Right?
Yeah, it's called unconscious.
You're unconscious, right? So
Okay.
I still experience things while unconscious.
Does everybody?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Well, I don't know. Do they?
I don't really dream almost ever.
Well, I don't know about most, but a fair amount of people dream, and have pretty vivid dreams. And
Do I not have a consciousness if I don't dream?
no, that's not what I'm saying. So that's part of it. Like, that's part of where your something is happening to our consciousness.
Are you sure?
While we are asleep.
Are you sure?
How do you know that?
I believe this, but I'm currently questioning.
Have you ever tried to research?
Yeah. I read Descartes. I read a little bit.
You read Descartes.
There's a reliable source.
Yeah, when did Descartes write his I think, therefore I am? When did he write that?
It was after he went into a coma.
What year was that? Do you have any idea?
Was it 16? What was it?
And so in studying dreams and consciousness, the up-to-date literature that you have read is from the 1600s.
No, it's just one thing.
Might we have made a substantial amount of progress in fields of study that are meant to illuminate sleep rather than philosophical discussion?
Absolutely, and that's what I'm getting to. And as science has progressed, and I know you guys are gonna question me on my science stuff. I'm not as good as the best guys out there. I've read some stuff. I could pull it up on a laptop real quick, but
You're so in luck because there's a brain scientist sitting next to me.
Oh, sick. Okay. Yeah, what do you think happens when we sleep? Because, I feel like our consciousness, goes to... I like to think of it as the quantum realm. I don't know if that's being real sci-fi, though.
Hey Blake, do you think our consciousness goes to the quantum realm?
I don't. I feel like calling me a brain scientist is giving me too much credit, but I am a biomedical engineer.
Okay.
What do you like when you're saying consciousness? You still have not. What is different from your consciousness than the operations of your brain?
It is the experience and the inner dialogue that I have with my outer stimuli is a basic way, and there are like senses that I experience that like basically remind me that I am alive, and I have intuitive things about me. I get inspired by things that come out of nowhere. I get random flashbacks and memories.
And where are these processes happening? Where are all of these processes happening?
Brain.
So what is leading you to believe that there is something beyond those mechanics going on to create these processes?
What?
Beyond those mechanics
on my brain that I guess it's whatever I guess our brains are electrically charged. Am I correct? They have like they
kind
send
of they use
synapses, right?
they use like charge differentials to interact with each other.
Right. Yeah, so I think that those synapses perform a different function while we're asleep.
Do they?
I'm not sure, but like,
is there a immense amount of study on this exact subject that you could research and look into instead of postulating about it?
Do you have any in mind? I'd like to look some up.
There's an entire field of medicine called like sleep medicine.
Right.
And it is it's not like a single thing that I can just recommend to you. There's an entire field of study on this. And so if you look into like parasomnia disorders, a lot of looking into sleep is trying to fix the dysfunction of sleep. But when you study what's going wrong with things, it can illuminate a lot of what is going on. When something breaks down, it kind of illuminates how the operation is working. So you can do like sleep studies, like all of these different things that we've done, and to kind of understand what is going on during the sleep process. So I would recommend looking into sleep studies before just postulating that there's this hidden variable that's leaving the body during that's quite a leap,
dense, no? Well, it's a pretty dense, subject to really wrap your head around in a short amount of time.
Is it better to postulate something or just say I don't know?
Well, honestly, guys, are like, I'm asking questions. I'm just telling you guys, like,
right. So let's go back.
Beliefs, so don't
No, let's go back to what I just said a minute ago about just because you don't understand it or you don't have the knowledge or does that mean that it is like anything other than a dream, or like does that mean that you don't exist because you don't understand all the mechanisms of existence?
I don't understand all the mechanisms of existence, and
which is fine.
That's okay. Yeah,
totally fine. But
so I don't
does
see
you
why
not understanding?
There's this.
Does you not understanding the mechanisms of existence mean that you might not exist?
Well, I think that it is involved with my questions about consciousness and existing. And
does that answer Kat's question?
If we are, how is it? Okay, well, let me just like
why are you acting defensively right now?
I don't know, because I hear this kind of tone of like a little bit of a mocking tone. I'm really like, do you believe? I'm like, God, I'm thinking, like, trying to figure this out. I'm coming here. I'm not sure. I'm questioning my belief. I have this belief that I exist. I'm in the process of questioning it. So it's good to hear.
I find
what
you
guys
very
say.
difficult to take seriously.
How
you
so?
have a sequence of coming up here with beliefs that you don't really hold, circuitously avoiding the questions and acting defensively about them, while insisting that you want to be here to question a belief.
Okay, help me.
Seems like now. Why are you? Help me. Help you what?
Because
help you stay.
Shut
up. Stop. What the fuck is the matter with you? I'm talking. Shut the fuck up. What is the matter with you?
Is that a question?
Why do you so desperately need to be on this stage that you will make shit up just to come up here and then act defensive about when we question?
Because I thought you guys were like genuinely like prying
questioning
into people's beliefs.
We're questioning people's beliefs who are
without
genuine,
mocking
Stan.
them.
The ones who are genuine.
Okay.
You're not genuine. You don't come up here genuinely.
I openly know that I don't know the inner workings of the synapses of the brain. And if you
But it doesn't. You said you have come up here and you've been saying this whole time, like, I don't know if I exist, and it feels really disingenuous. And you know what? Like, I talk about the idea that I don't exist all the time, right? So like, this is a pretty normal subject matter for me.
Though.
See, and then he's arguing. Like, you argue while people are talking. Get off my stage. You're boring. Like, you just come up here to argue. You're not here to question your belief. You're here to present an idea so that you can then argue about the questions that are asked and then act defensively about it every single time. That's not questioning your belief. That's getting on stage to perform.
Yeah, and also, like, I kind of had, like, a conversation that I thought was kind of meaningful and insightful with you when you were just having a back and forth with Thrayle the other night. That's a little bit, like, I didn't like that.
And I'm sorry if I laugh, but yeah, when somebody's asking you if you've studied sleep and you respond with a philosopher, it's a little absurd. Like, philosophy was an important stepping stone and still is important as like an armchair thought experiment in many ways, but when you are trying to get into the mechanics of the brain and consciousness, you need to get into the fields that are actually like studying those things and not just philosophy. Philosophy can make you feel really good sitting in your chair at home contemplating these things, but you need to go and actually read about the people that have gone out and done the experimentation to actually confirm these ideas.
Well, and you know what? Like, that's what philosophy is ultimately, is just a bunch of really interesting thought experiments, right?
And non-existence is my hands down by far favorite thought experiment. And so the fact that you made it not fun for me to talk about, or not like that's crazy, dude.
He made you question the fun of non-existence.
Yeah, like
I love talking about non-existence, you guys.
Yeah.
You know this.
Y'all are making me sound like I don't like philosophy. I do like philosophy. We just have to be real about what it is and what it's not.
Well, and yeah, there's. I don't know. We don't need to linger too much. Maybe he'll find his way back, but I showed him the door for a little while. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request on that. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I am here to see if you can question your belief, not some shit you made up to stand on stage and be seen.
You know what the best way to get to hang out?
You have to follow that up with Magnus. Shit he made up to stand on stage.
Good.
I made croissants. I just wanted to share with the class. I made croissants.
The croissant rock. The croissant.
Oh my god, are they cinnamon roll croissants?
No, apple fritter croissants.
Oh my god. Those look amazing. Screw you.
They look.
Well, apple fritter croissants. So.
Well, thank you for sharing, Magnus.
Yeah, I made it
Some
from
shit
scratch.
you made.
I made it from scratch, so no, no evidence or anything. Completely from scratch. So, but yep, I just wanted to share. That's all. Have a nice day.
Appreciate you, Magnus. W is for Magnus.
Oh, I'm so hungry now.
You know, I had something like really poignant to say, and now I don't know what it was.
Magnus brought us some shit he made. Right after I said that, I saw Magnus in queue, and I'm like, that's what we need. Snowman Earth.
Morning.
Morning, Will Dot.
Salutation.
How are you doing?
Bosole.
Stay in the neighborhood.
You just missed somebody who didn't exist. And, yeah. And croissants. Fritter croissants.
Well, I caught the croissants, but I did catch the tail end of the guy who didn't exist, and there was a reason I didn't request that then.
Yeah. I had a feeling.
Oh,
What was that, Cat?
Just head say, who's that in the background? Just ask.
I get confused when I read comments sometimes. I wonder if that's me or the comments. Or is the end just becoming more nigh?
I hope not.
I know, you just got here.
Well, I mean, like a minute after I got here, like, I'm on the panel till live. You were telling that gentleman to quiet and not so nice terms, and
I did say shut the fuck up. I was telling him to quiet in not so nice terms.
Yeah. So, I think that supplemented my coffee intake for waking me up this morning.
Oh, me telling someone to shut the fuck up wakes you up?
Well, I just wasn't expecting it.
I see. It happens sometimes. Generally when people are intentionally talking over and plowing through.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad y'all are here to hold firm because I get gaslit so easy. I'm like, no, you're right. I should let you continue to gaslight me.
I have to be able to hold strong against the gaslighting because it's Thrayle's fucking favorite.
Takes one to know one.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Gaslighting is something you made up because you're crazy.
See?
So, Kat, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
All right, so let's say the brain in the vat comes up with like a new religion. Do you think they like add a sticker to the outside of the jar?
It's a really good question, Will Dot. I don't know, but I'm gonna think about that.
Oh yeah, are the jars color coded? Now I'm just having fun imagining the organization
do you think some of the
jars I could do.
Do you think some of the jars what, Will? Missed that last word.
Oh, end up like bedazzled? You remember like the bedazzlers from the 90s?
Yeah. I think that was for you, Kat.
I'm sorry, the jars bedazzled? I don't know. I just said I don't know what's on the outside of the jars.
I'm sorry.
I told you I'd think about it. Just because you changed a sticker from a sticker to a fucking sequence, it doesn't change the answer.
Well, I mean, doesn't it? Because it is a different variable.
I have no idea what the outside of the jars looks like. I'm actually pretty convinced that it's just one jar and one brain. And it's just floating through space, and I don't know how you would bedazzle that. In space?
Well, slowly, ice would accumulate on the outside. So it would kind of just self-bedazzle in the cold of space.
Are you assuming water exists external to the jar?
Yes.
What? Water exists. What?
Well, I mean, why would you assume anything exists external to the jar?
Right.
I suppose the jar itself might.
I was going to say the jar itself might indicate that there was some process to create the jar.
Right, something external to it. Otherwise, why would it be ajar?
Because somebody was tired or lazy?
But I mean, like, why would there be a container if there's not an exterior of the container?
Because the brain needs to be protected from space?
The exterior of the container, you mean?
No, the brain needs to be protected from the exterior of space.
Right, the things on the outside of the container.
Right.
Yeah. So then you're assuming there's things outside the container.
Well, I'm assuming that space is outside the container and that space might be... Well, because if not, then nothing's outside, like, then nothing doesn't exist.
What do you mean nothing doesn't exist?
I mean, like, if there's not anything outside of the container, then nothing's outside of the container and nothing doesn't exist.
How do you get from the brain existing to the container existing?
I don't know.
That's a great...
The limit does not exist. The limit does not exist.
To be fair,
anyone?
Nothing not existing is expected under the nothing world hypothesis.
I mean, nothing not existing is expected. I think that makes sense. Because if a nothing did exist, where would it exist? And if it did exist wherever it did, it would...
I figured out where nothing doesn't exist.
Where?
In the spiritual definition of energy.
Which is what?
Vibes and feels, man.
Vibes and feels. Vibration and frequency. And resonant oscillation was one we got.
Well, it's just a different way to say frequency.
The wiggles.
Sometimes a guy or a person just has to wiggle some stuff out, you know.
If a spiritualist believes in vibrating energy, does that mean that they have the wiggle woo?
Are we talking about the Wiggles?
What is wrong?
I was say, why does it sound like a children's song now?
The wiggle woo. I might need sleep because I find that so fucking hilarious, and it's probably not.
How are you guys talking about the Wiggles right now and I'm getting insulted in the chat?
Misogyny, probably.
Misogyny makes sense.
Internalized misogyny.
I mean, misogyny doesn't make sense, but that makes sense as an explanation. We have Jared joining us. Jared, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, sorry, get that.
Jared, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can I get your age?
27.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do have a belief in higher power. I would say higher power, yeah. I would say, entity, but probably I'd say higher power. Yeah, I would say that.
A higher power?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Higher power means something that I would say is and has unlimited ability, I guess, that can, I'd say, have a big influence on a person's life in terms of, I'd say, direction in life. That's not that form of influence, I guess. I'm not sure if that's if it's just limited to
the
that.
higher tower that you, the higher power that you believe in. Do you think that it is an entity? You use that word.
No, I don't think it's an entity. No. So basically, probably I'll explain where I come from. So basically, I'm a spiritual person. I have spiritual upbringing,
What does that mean?
So spiritual upbringing is someone that believes there's more meaning to life than just the physical world. But you have to believe there is some force in nature. I think there's some force in nature. Okay. Force in nature is something that it means something that drives nature in a way where you can benefit from it. That's how I'd say it's a force that you can benefit from nature. Yeah, I think that's why mainly I just wanted to say was I worship plants, trees, grass. Let's see. Yeah,
Let's slow down there, Jared.
Yeah.
So you believe higher power is something that helps to influence you, but it's not an entity.
No.
And you worship nature.
Yes, Mother Nature.
What does worship mean?
Worship means it's basically giving your time to something. That's how I would put it.
Giving your time to something.
Yeah,
Does it matter how much time?
Yeah, the amount of time does matter, I'd say. Yeah.
If I give something, 20 to 30 minutes a day, is that worship?
Depends. When you say give it 20 to 30 minutes, how would you give it? Like, would you just would you spend it in a manner where it's like with sincerity, or would you just
what do you mean by sincerity?
Sincerity, what I mean by sincerity means like when you just give time towards something, your whole you completely focus at it, and it's not like you're driven by, or you're just taken away by other things. Like when you're
so if I do something,
yeah,
and I am driven by it, the thing that I'm doing, and I'm doing that thing for like a devotional 20 to 30 minutes a day.
Okay.
Is that worship?
Yes, that would be worship, yeah.
So anything from showering to practicing an instrument, those are worship?
Yes, that's a form of worship, yeah.
Showering is worship?
Yes. So basically when
practicing an instrument, that's worship.
Yes, it's a form of worship.
What am I worshiping?
Like I said, if you satisfy the condition where you're devoting your time towards something, you're prioritizing time for it, and you're devoting your time towards it. But it's worship doesn't stop there. You have to believe like in a force. In my opinion, like this is how I'd see it.
Does it matter how much time? Like if I give that same devotion to brushing my teeth, is that a worship?
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, so basically, if you satisfy that condition where the condition is you're devoting your time to it, and you're just sincere about it, and
sincere.
Yeah.
What does that entail?
So I would say you're not you're taking it serious. Like whatever you do, you take it serious. It's not like simply walking in a park just because you feel comfortable walking in the park. You're walking in the park because you acknowledge your surrounding. You actually feel that there's some presence there. There's a meaning in it. So when you look at it in that sense, you're sincere in the subject or whatever you're doing. So, like you said, taking a shower. If that's your devotion and you're prioritizing time for it. It is a form of worship, yes.
So then, me running this live daily, that's me worshiping.
Yeah, if you're coming from that window,
to be devoted, does it have to be devoted towards a thing? And can it just be any idea, any concept?
It could be anything. Yes, it can be anything. Yes, it's not limited.
Why do you define worship this way?
Well, to me, because I have a connection. I find a connection in something. What
do you mean by connection?
So, like I said, you feel some positive. Like for example, if you're walking in a park, it's not just simply walking a park. You actually feel like there's a good presence there, and you feel like there's meaning there. There's a force driving it.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Basically explaining what I mean by wish,
you're walking in the park and there's a force there driving what? What is force?
So when I say a force, like you feel like nature is driven by force, like if you feel that way.
By force? You keep saying what I feel. I think you should probably focus on what you feel or say, believe.
I know, I'm talking about how I feel, not about what you feel.
You keep saying, you keep saying you.
Oh, not you. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not. Yeah, when I say you,
so
I'm not.
You walk through a park and you feel something, a force. What is the force?
Yeah. So when I'm saying you, I mean like me. That's what I meant by that. Yep. But I know it's confusing. But
what is force?
Yeah. So basically, force means like something driving. It's more like you feel like it's driving growth, or like you feel like there's a growth in what's happening. Like you're growing with nature, and nature's growing around you. That's the kind of force I get.
You're growing with nature. Nature's growing
pretty
around
much.
you. I really don't like being spoken over. Does anybody else have questions?
No, I didn't speak over you. I just waited for you to talk.
Well,
I never spoke over anyone.
You're doing it right now.
Okay, so do you think
you're doing it right now, Jared. You are doing it literally. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
You're condescending.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody's being condescending. I asked you. I said I don't like being spoken over. Does anybody else have questions? And now you're getting defensive and talking over Wildot, who is trying to ask you a question.
You can't accuse me of something.
Stop it. I can't accuse you of speaking over me when you speak over me. You did speak over me. I told you not. God, what is the matter with people today?
Yeah, I don't care anymore.
Would you like to resume the conversation maturely, Jared, or are you?
Yeah, I would, but I don't know why you're getting angry and you're swearing at me.
Jared, why did you request up?
Yeah, I wanted to get to a topic, but you were asking me questions. So anyway,
why did you request up?
Oh, well, you're speaking over me now. So basically, I was talking about nature. I had some questions regarding Mother Nature. So Why?
Stop then, because that's not what this panel is. Did you read the live panel? Did you read the topic before you requested up?
Yeah, you said you can question your beliefs, right?
Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, I'm able to question my beliefs, yes.
Okay. And so you wanted to ask us then questions about nature?
Yeah, well, is that the panel's not for that? Is that what you're saying?
Is that, no, is that questioning your beliefs to ask us questions?
Yes, that's what I was. Yep, that's pretty much. Yeah,
So us
but,
asking you questions about your beliefs and seeing if you can question your beliefs in that way, that's not what you requested up for.
How do you know I didn't request that?
Well, you just told me you wanted to ask me questions about nature.
No, it's about my belief. That's my belief.
Right.
Nature is my belief. Yeah.
Nature is your belief, and we were asking you questions to see if you could question it. And as we're asking you questions, you keep doing this, I don't know, interjecting kind of affirmations to speak over, and it frustrated me, and so I stopped. What? And now you're still up here.
I never spoke over anyone.
See that.
Stop accusing me of things I didn't do.
You spoke over me twice mid-question.
Yeah, sorry. I know I spoke over you. Yeah, I know that.
Literally recorded.
Wow.
But he made, like, I'm talking about stuff.
This is a weird kind of trolling. It's boring, too. I'm not interested in this weird, sensitive kind of trolling. It was annoying, wasn't it? Is it me? I mean, I'm willing to question, is it me? Was I too pushy with that guest?
No, I just wanted to ask him why, like, if his definition of worship might be too broad.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of where I was, but he didn't. Yeah. He didn't seem interested in questioning. Well, he wanted to question us about nature. And maybe that could have been productive. I suppose I could have given him room to do that, to see what questions. I'm fairly certain one of the questions I enjoy asking is, what questions do you ask? In what way do you question? Something along those lines. What's your best critique of your belief? That's Rav's question. It's a good one. You get to ask your questions if they're questions about your beliefs. Blue Line says, you are condescending. You gotta shout because you are so emotive and need to ignore my rules about caps in chat. That's too bad. Was I condescending? Maybe. Maybe I'm willing to examine that possibility. Trip says those Australian park walks might be a little stressful. All those venomous bugs. Can't even park without going a little nutty. I appreciate that, Kira. I wonder if the questions put him off guard and made him more sensitive to critique. So when I said that he had been speaking over, he decided to take that as a personal attack instead of I don't know. I'm always open to see if I'm the problem. Blue Line says, it's your tone, bro. What tone is that, Blue Line?
What do you mean? I find his voice very calming.
My tone is the problem. Well, my tone has been doing this in very much the same way for well more than a year now. And I don't think it's the problem. I'm willing to question that, but it's not a common complaint. Is pro-clutching negative gendered language or no? I don't know. I have an uncommon request in the queue. Cassie, did you mean to request? Because I will bring you up if you meant to.
I don't think pro clutching is problematic because it points out an important evolution in feminism where the upper class advocation of suffrage and where
There we go. Hopefully you guys can hear us on YouTube again. Looks like it's working. It does look like Jared is still in the queue. I don't know if he's actually still there. Should we try again? Or maybe he's had time to cool down. Welcome back, Jared.
Yeah, yeah.
Did
So
you mean to request backup?
yeah, I did. So yeah, because I don't know, it was dropped. I don't know if it was internet connection or what it was.
I see. You requested up because you believe in nature and you want to question that belief.
Well, I don't know if you guys have any questions about it.
Yeah, we were asking questions and you didn't. Okay, I see. So you believe in nature as a higher power?
No, I wouldn't call it a mind, no.
When you say you believe in nature as a higher power, in what way is that relevant?
I mentioned before, it's a force, it's a driving force, so for growth. So it gives growth to plants, trees.
It's a driving force, just nature in general. How are you defining nature?
So it's a sustainer for life in a nutshell. It sustains life, but sustains creatures around it. We originally we were herbivores. So it's a force that gives. Yeah.
Why do you think there is a force that gives growth?
Because the way I see it is something's driving, like different environments. Like in different environments, you have different like plants that come out, sprout out, and they thrive. Even in an environment where it's deserted, you will find that some things start to grow there. So there's something there that's driving that growth.
I don't understand what you mean. Something there that's driving that growth.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So like for example, have you been to a place where it might have not much vegetation, and then later you might find it more grass, more trees? I'm just giving a basic example, like something
like as if some seeds had fallen and some water had gathered, and suddenly it was more amenable for the grass to grow, or the grass grows lush, or what? I don't know. I'm guessing. What is it you're actually saying?
I don't think there would be seeds that would be there. I think it just
it just starts to grow without seeds, just spontaneous generation of life.
Yeah, essentially that's how I think.
Is that something you think happens?
Yeah, I believe it happens. Yeah, because I've seen something like that happen. So,
you've seen spontaneous generation of life without like seeds or reproduction. Just something just appears. What?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What do you mean?
Yes, I've seen like
be more specific.
So, for example, like I've been on a farm where there was like a drought. But not only that, it was low vegetation. And in probably a few months, there was trees and the grass grew, and so there was a change in it. So I'm not sure how it happened, but I'm just giving you one example. And no one took care of it.
That's a spontaneous generation of life. That sounds like.
Well, yeah, no. When what happens is when there's vegetation,
these plants don't seed and they don't pollinate. The ones in this location.
They don't seed or pollinate. Well, I'm not sure if they seed or pollinate, but the main thing that I'm getting at is when there's plants and when there's like trees, that would provide food for creatures that would attract creatures, and would provide food if there was vegetation, or if there was some sort of plant that a creature could eat on. It would attract wildlife. So in a way, it's a force that provides growth and sustenance for.
I'm sorry, you just back to it's a force that provides growth and sustenance. It's a force.
Oh, you have a
Nature's a
problem with
force,
that
you
one, I'm
said.
assuming.
And
Yeah.
the question, and I'm still speaking, and the question was had been, what is the force? Like, what is it you're even describing? And you talked about spontaneous generation of life. And now that I'm asking you about that, you're telling me that plants will grow and draw in animals. Is that spontaneous generation of life? Or, like, what are we even talking about other than
Can you let me speak?
things?
You keep bringing up
So you wanted me
spontaneous.
to okay.
Yeah, I never brought that up. I never brought up spontaneous. You're the one that mentioned it.
I asked you about it. You said yes. That's what you were talking about. And then you
I'm
even
not.
said that you had witnessed a spontaneous generation of life.
No, I explained about a farm that. Anyway, look, I didn't bring
He's
up the word
rewriting
spontaneous.
history. He's talking over. I don't hear a good faith conversation happening, but I'm going to withdraw. Does anybody else have questions for this guest?
No, because that just negated any questions that I had, because you just completely did an about turn.
Yeah, I mean, like, because I'm trying to say something like, but I'm trying to explain what I think, how I think the force works, and well, how I believe it works. Sorry, but I never brought up the word spontaneous growth. I'm just explaining how it
Right,
works.
I asked you about it, and you answered in the affirmative, and then continued to tell me a story that you said was, based on my questioning, a spontaneous generation of life. So you weren't talking about that at all. You were just speaking in the affirmative to tell the next part of your story without actually responding to my questions. Is that what you're saying?
So basically, all I'm saying is the force gives growth to nature. So I'm talking about growth.
Dang it. I wanted to talk about the 32,000-year-old date palm seeds that were germinated.
Those words in an order.
He wasn't listening to anything. It was weird. I don't know.
Now, see, I wanted to ask him, is there something that isn't natural?
See, that would have been an interesting route to go. But he'd already defined nature specifically as just the force that makes things grow. And so, is nature just outside? Is it the stuff that exists that humans haven't touched? Or is it like another guest I've had before said, nature is literally everything because it is just all the things. So even stuff we make was nature. It's a broad word that can be used in a lot of different ways. But thank you, Cassie and Rooted in the Pines. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you helping with that goal. He would like around 3. Ooh, Durgon has a question that I can add. And do your ears work? Ooh, I like that. And do your ears work? I should ask people when they come up if they've read the prompt. And then ask them. I should make sure they speak English, too. These are good questions. What question? I was explaining. Oh, Jared, you are answering everything right there. That says so much. What question? I was explaining. Like, we weren't asking questions. Nobody had any questions. Apparently it's the Corbin Dallas. He wouldn't lie. Calls other people gaslighters. Okay, Jared, you didn't mean spontaneous. So if I were to bring you back up here and ask you questions, would you listen to the questions, or would you just wait for your turn to speak?
I wonder if Hammy had breakfast today.
You wonder if Hammy had breakfast. What would Hammy have for breakfast?
He would have whatever he...
Okay, Jared, we'll try this one last time today. You're questioning your belief in nature, which you have defined as growth, or the thing that makes the force that causes growth, correct? I think you had a connection issue there. Let's try this now for the last time. So you're questioning your belief in nature, which you define as the force that causes growth, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Why is that your definition of nature?
Why is that my definition? That's how I believe it works. That's why. That's my definition.
That's how you believe what works.
That's how I believe nature, Mother Nature works.
Earlier you had said that you didn't think of nature as an entity, as a being, but you keep referring to it as Mother Nature. Why?
But Mother Nature is not an entity. It's a force in nature.
So that's two questions now you have not listened to. Would anybody else like to ask him questions?
Sure. Hey, Jared, do you think that there's anything that's not natural?
Not natural. Not really. I think everything, well, it depends what you're talking about. if you talk about nature, everything's natural. But yeah, that's how I would answer it.
If you're talking about nature, everything. Okay, you know what? No, that's not even the question I had. If you don't think nature is a being, why would you call it Mother Nature?
Because, well, it's not a being because that's what they call it. Like it's the force in nature. That's what they call it, Mother
Who
Nature.
is they?
Well, people in general, I think, call it Mother Nature. That's how they label it.
People,
It's not
like
me.
all people?
Well, yes, yeah, I would say all people call it Mother Nature. Yeah.
Thrayle, do you call it Mother Nature?
No.
What is force?
Well, I explained the force is something that gives growth in nature. It's a force in nature. So
What does the word force mean?
I would say the drive. It means drive in nature.
What does drive mean?
Something that promotes growth. I would say that's what the drive is.
Do you see how we've gone in a circle?
Why would it be in a circle?
You tell me. I didn't take us into the circle. You did.
No, you're just asking me what's drive, and I'm just explaining like that's the drive in nature is what gives growth. It's the
drive in nature is what gives growth, and nature is the drive that gives growth.
No, I didn't
That's
say
what you've said.
I said it's the force in nature.
I'm sorry. It's the force in nature that gives growth. Nature is the force in nature that gives growth. In the force in nature that gives growth. What? What?
No,
Are you talking about the okay? Are you talking about the biological imperative to like continue life?
Yeah, essentially, if you want to put it that way, yeah.
Well, that's something that's like okay. So how is that a supernatural thing?
Because that's what sustains life, doesn't it? Like nature's what.
So okay, but like just okay. So the biological imperative in living things to continue living is what sustains life. Sure, great. How is that supernatural?
I didn't. Well, I don't know if I said supernatural before. If I did, but all I said was I worship the force in nature. I never said it was a supernatural thing. I'm pretty sure I never said supernatural.
Kira, do you have anything else down there?
Sorry, have anything else? Is that what
I
you
wasn't
said?
talking to you.
Talking to somebody else.
Oh, okay.
Do you think life is inherently meaningful to the universe?
So, can you repeat that?
Do you think life has intrinsic meaning?
Yeah, I think it has meaning.
Why?
I would say because its meaning is to why because it's sustaining life, so it has a goal, I guess, to keep things alive. That's the meaning. It's that I would say that it carries to sustain life. That's the meaning.
Which we just established was the biological imperative of all living things, right? So what is the purpose of this worship? Like, if it's not a supernatural being, why does it need to be worshipped?
Because it gave us food to live on. Even in our earlier primates, we lived on.
Does it care if we worship it?
I don't think. No, I wouldn't say it cares for us. But
so why are we worshipping it?
To return the favor. That's how I see it. To return the favor.
How is worship returning the favor?
It's giving time for it. I don't see why.
Yeah, but does it care if we're doing that?
It's not a mind. It wouldn't care because it's not like a.
Right. So why are we worshiping it?
Like I said, it's not for it for us. It's not for it to acknowledge us. It's for us to show respect back. That's what I mean. Like we are showing.
But why does
gratitude.
it require respect if it doesn't have a mind and is not thinking?
It doesn't. Well, because it doesn't require a mind for us to show gratitude. That's how it's.
That doesn't answer the question. Why does it require it?
I didn't say it requires it. I'm saying we do it from our own good. That's how I'm explaining.
Is this worship for you or is it for the nature?
Well, I don't know how I would say. Probably it's both. I'm worshipping nature, and I wouldn't say it's for nature. I wouldn't say it's both. Sorry, I would say it's for me mainly, and it's for whoever does it. It's for them. It's
What
for
does
their
it do
own
for
self.
you?
It just brings peace to me.
In what way?
A sense of peace. That it peace in a way where I belong to it in that sense. I belong to nature. Yeah.
What do you mean you belong to nature?
So when I go, like when I'm in nature, I feel like my primates were originated from nature and I belong back to it just like them. That's how I would say it.
Okay, so what is this doing? Okay, so we've established that it's not doing anything for nature because nature doesn't have a mind and doesn't care if you worship it. What is it like? You said it brings you peace, but like,
like a sense of
how?
belonging. I explained it like because I feel like it's like I don't know if you go somewhere, you go to an open space, for example, you get some sense of peace, right? But that's the same thing that I'm explaining. When you go to nature, you get a sense of peace because it's like we trace back to it. That's how I would say it. We trace back to nature. So
what does that mean?
So you feel like a disconnect from the urbanized life where there's like the cities and the houses and the cars and all that. When you go to nature, you feel that disconnect from these kind of things, and you feel like a sense of belonging.
You keep saying you like everybody feels this way.
I never said everyone feels this way. I'm talking about how I feel.
Well, but you keep saying you.
You keep saying you. Why do you project your answers outward onto
I should say
everyone else?
I should say I, not you. Sorry,
Right,
I should say I. Yeah.
So you feel a sense of connectedness. What are you connected to?
I explained it like it feels like nature is given like a sense of peace, like something like you feel peace with it. Like you know how some people, because I don't know if you've heard of it, like people go out in nature to get a sense of peace. I don't know if I'm sure
I
you've
live
heard something like
outside in the jungle.
Yeah, so do you feel more at peace in the jungle, or do you feel more at peace like in a rowdy area where there's cars and
Yeah, I like the jungle, but not everybody likes it.
Yeah, well, you see how, but you know what I'm saying, the difference that you get in different environments, that like the sense of peace you would get in that environment
Right,
compared to
but I don't worship my jungle.
Right, but I think it deserves that, even though it's not conscious, like it's not like it doesn't have a mind, but it deserves it regardless.
Why do you think it deserves it? If it doesn't care if you're worshiping it, how does it deserve it?
I said it sustained life. It gave sustenance to life, to creatures, to our primates. That's why I think it deserves it. Yes.
I can't, Thrayle.
He's not questioning his beliefs. I don't know why he's here. I really don't. It doesn't make any sense.
No, you're just asking me questions and I'm responding. That's why.
Fascinating.
So
you're just responding. You don't think about it very much, do you? It's just
so
the initial first thing that comes to your mind.
no, well, basically she's saying that because it's not conscious or doesn't have a mind, there's no need for worship because.
Is she saying that? She told you that?
Well, the way it sounded like she's saying, since it's not
It's
a
really
mind.
weird. I don't think I made any statements. I think I asked you questions.
Yeah, your question was like, if it's not a mind, then why do you worship it? Like, if it doesn't have a mind or it's not conscious, that's what you were asking me. Like, why do I worship it?
Right, so I don't understand how that's a statement that I made to you, which is...
No, I didn't say you made a statement. I'm saying that was that's what you were asking me. That's what I was saying. Like, you're asking that.
That is not what you... no, I'm not.
It's like, it's almost, I don't know, unintentional, perhaps. Maybe it's nerves, but it.
What was she
seems
asking
very
then?
gaslighty.
I don't know. She said something about why she was asking me then why didn't you worship it because it's not conscious, something like that.
She was asking you why you worship it.
Yeah.
I was not saying at all that you shouldn't worship it because it's not conscious, which is what you said that I said. I did not say that at all.
I didn't say you asked. You told me that I shouldn't worship it. I never said that.
I'm done. I'm so fucking done. I didn't say it. I did say that thing. I didn't say. What the fuck? I don't get it.
Yeah, I think gaslighting is definitely very respectful.
It's respectful to light the gas.
I'm just like, I'm just reading the chat, really.
It's an. I don't know. I gave him 3 chances.
Some would say that was 3 too many. Hi, my name is Sam.
Hello, Sam. What do you say?
Well, apparently I say a lot of things because, but I think a lot of that's taken out of context.
I have to wonder, like, I question myself. Is it me? Am I the one who's impatient? And then I listened to that. And then the final twist and gaslight at the end, which happened in each line of my questions. I hope that he is just flustered and anxious. I hope that's it. And that he can calm down and ask, I don't know, some questions of himself. And yes, no need to dogpile in the chat. Sometimes I have to unwind after, and I shouldn't linger on the guests and linger on myself and how I reacted. until at least somebody with a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that is capable of questioning their beliefs and requests up. That would be awesome. In the meantime, I should think Rooted in the Pines, Cassia the Sea, and Bridget, thank you so much for helping with that goal. You guys are awesome.
I'm starting to see the errors in presuppositionalism.
Thank God.
Our dreams soup.
Well, presuppositionalist, right?
Well, I mean, the only problem, of course, is that a brain in a vat, suspended in a liquid, I assume, would be a layered construction. The vat, the liquid, the brain. It sounds rather sandwichy to me.
It's very sandwichy, for sure. Also, I don't know what I have done tonight to be for every little thing I say to be criticized by the chat, but like it's unnecessary.
Hello. How's everyone doing?
Doing all right, Capybara.
Yo, bro, how you been?
Been good. I know we've spoken before, but can I get your age for TikTok?
Yeah, 36, man.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods?
I do have a belief in a god, but I wanted to touch on what the last guy was talking about. Like, I feel like he was just very.
That's not how we do it.
I know, bro, but like,
we're not gonna. Nope.
All
That's
right.
not what we do.
All right.
We question your beliefs.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I said I got you. I understand.
So, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power?
I do believe in a god. I do believe in a god.
It's fascinating. Which god?
Right now, I'm currently questioning my beliefs in what God I do believe in because I don't know his current name. I've never met him. I've never shook his hand, and I haven't seen him. But what I used to believe in was the Christian God. But like reading the scripture and things like that and going back on like what we were talking about last, there's a lot of things that are in there that I don't really like. And I really haven't found a book that really speaks to me more or less. And just because they're all written by men or they're all written by people that are living,
Sure.
You know?
So, but you don't believe in the Christian God? Or do you?
I do, but I don't believe in the writings a lot of times because those can be just misconstrued or like written by different people that weren't even there. It's just a story of a story that was basically a fable.
I guess I'm confused. If the stories of stories and fables are just that, then why would you believe in the God from those stories?
I do believe that Jesus existed. I do believe that we have a spirit inside of us that connects us all together.
Okay, what is a spirit?
What is a spirit? Like an entity, an energy, a physical, non-physical being that basically exists. It's like us when we sleep and we astral project.
What is every answer is raising like 5 questions.
Sorry.
Can you stop talking over me as I'm speaking to you?
Yes, sir.
I know that other people on this panel have questions. I'm going to let you get yours out.
Of course.
Go ahead, Will Dot.
If the scriptures are just going to be stories written by men, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that includes Jesus. Where is the source of information for your belief?
Well, there's multiple books written about Jesus that are written over time, and different scriptures and in different books. So it depends on what book you want to talk about. But like, even then, that's just a historical figure at this point that I feel like.
Hold up, I just mean like, what is your source of information? What book specifically?
Which book specifically? We'll start off with the Bible. Why not?
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I did. I'm not gonna tell you my backstory, but basically I was like a bad kid that grew up in a Christian school, and they made me read the Bible and the encyclopedia. That was their form of punishment.
So there's a God you believe in, and you were raised to believe in, and the form of punishment was reading about the God.
I did not believe in him at first because I just thought to myself, like, all Christians are just malicious and they have malintent, and they're always like, well, I'm better than you are. And as I've gotten older, I've just realized that like everybody's just rooting for their own team.
So if the Bible was...
I had... I'm not reading chat. I can't read chat. My eyes don't eyes.
Yeah, I'm not.
Man. Yep.
Why do you believe that there is a God at all?
Personally, in my own journey, it's just because although all these bad people wish ill upon me and bad things happen to me in life, I still feel like I have some form of luck, protection. Um, there's some sort of being that is above me, that or below me, or side with me, or inside of me, that is kind of rooting for me, more or less. That kind of gives me a little bit of hope. It's kind of like when you go to Dunkin' Donuts and your coffee comes out right, kind of deal. You know, it's just like, oh, today's a good day. Sometimes it's bad.
So therefore God led you to believe there is a God.
Good fortune.
So things go right for you sometimes means there's a God.
Die.
I'm sorry, but do tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people get into car accidents?
And they die.
And die every year. Is God just not Godding then?
And like sometimes whatever you put out is whatever you get in. So the more malicious you are, I feel like the more malicious things. I'm sorry?
Whatever you put out is whatever you get in.
A lot of times, yes. If I don't study for the test, I won't get a good grade. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying like the same thing as the last guy where it's like you worship and... Okay, then explain it to me.
I just said it wasn't related to what you were saying before, studying and getting a good... Okay, I'm done.
All right, bye, brother. Love you.
Does anybody else have a question for the guest? Nope. Guess nobody's got a question for you. I think people don't like being talked over, Capybara. Maybe you should consider that next time you get on a panel and people are speaking and you decide to just start uttering words over the top of them. He was a sweet guy who interrupted and talked over and didn't listen to questions. It's very sweet, isn't it? Welcome up, Corbin Dallas. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I don't believe in age, but if you need one, 30.
What year were you born?
I believe I was born 1996.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah.
And what god do you believe in?
I don't label the God I believe in, just God.
What does God mean?
Is what I believe in.
What does God mean?
What does God mean? He is the thing that I believe in. I don't believe in anything else.
What is the thing that you believe in?
He's
God.
just trolling. I was actually going to do like a whole poll thing, but fuck him. He's a ridiculous troll who can't actually agitate because he can't read. And it's unfortunate you can't read. It really is. Because you would have read where it said be respectful, and then you would understand why you and the last 4 guests didn't last.
And as a troll, not believing in an age is kind of cringy.
Also, I have said very little, except for a genuine attempt to question a very difficult person, and somehow I have become the public enemy number 1. That's fun. I don't know what we're doing here, but like,
I wonder, group, like a buddy circle of trolls.
maybe, yes, maybe.
Well, I mean, just think of it this way, Kat. You're living rent-free in their brain.
Well, it's not even that. It's just like, it kind of has to be, right? That they all just.
They're jealous of your name.
They're just. Yes. There's, the felineness of it all. And, we all want to be cat. But I would rather be my cat most days. Unfortunately, I'm not. Oh, you know what? No, actually, you know what they're jealous of? I know what they're jealous of. Are you ready for this?
They're jealous of her Wi-Fi. We really didn't hear whatever you said, Kat.
It's fine. Just okay.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything since. You know what they're jealous of?
That's perfect,
Jealous
actually.
of your Wi-Fi. Yeah, was it a mean girl squad? Is that what that was? It was terrible. You would think they would have coordinated better.
She's on her way. Yo, can y'all help me? I got bumps on my dick.
Nope.
Can you help me? I got bumps on
I'm gonna guess that's also their friend.
This is what they're jealous of.
Oh, because you're God's favorite.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is what they're jealous of. This is it. Right there. Yep. Mm-hmm. I don't know how they knew because I didn't have it up, but I guess they just did. Maybe God told them. I don't know. You know, it's a hard job, Kira, but somebody's got to do it. I do. It's the rest of you don't have to. Right? Yes, exactly.
This is giving me flashbacks to the Jesus.
At the gem, it is the empirical evidence of that statement. Yes. I think the fact that I just pulled it out of a bin in the dump thrift store is a miracle, divine act of God, because I'm his favorite. Clearly.
Sadly, that is way more connected than most signs that I've had explained to me.
Right. Like people talk about praying and then finding fruit or something. Not, dude, I didn't pray at all for anything, and it just came to me. Like I just like picked it, like just like boom, plucked it. It's like fucking Excalibur, dude.
Have you ever watched the movie Story? I'm picturing Hank Azaria, the Abraham saying, "It was ordained by God." It's a hilarious movie if you ever want to give it a watch.
If you had made your own God's favorite shirt, would that be more or less meaningful than finding it at the thrift store?
It would clearly be a lot less meaningful. No, that's not right. It might be it.
The psychology behind those two actions are very different. Oh, my bad.
Right. So like it could be just as meaningful if I gave it the same amount of meaning, but it is like it's objective. Depends on how much meaning I ascribed. I think it is more notable because I found it. Also, I would have never thought to make this, so.
So long and thanks for all the fish. Can someone put me down?
Appreciate you, Wilda. Oh, is it not? It's not working. There it goes.
No, you have, it's a hotel fucking California. You can't ever leave. Hi, chat and all the people. Can you tap the screen so we can hit 200,000 before we have to listen to whatever Thrayle has cooked up for poetry?
It is.
Also, your board says getting very night.
Night. It's supposed to say 9.
Well, it.
What are you guys about?
Hey there, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 41.
Do you have a belief in a god?
Do I have a what?
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher
No,
power?
I don't.
Or anything
I don't have.
like that?
I don't have a belief in anything.
I see.
Yeah.
Why are you here?
Why am I here? I'm here to play around. You wanna play?
Okay. Nope. And that's really fucking gross.
In the show, say something fucked up.
There we go. Nye. Is that right? Now I'm questioning.
Much better.
Now I'm doing it.
Thank you, Kira, or Morgan. Or Hammy.
This I have never spelled out "nigh" before.
No, I'm pretty sure.
You got it now.
It says night.
The end is nay.
Bill Nye, according to him.
Trip's over on YouTube just begging me to ask what energy is. If they answer, I'll let you know.
One time my sister picked up Bill Nye from the airport and she said that she has never been, like, never thought that she'd ever be starstruck by anybody in her entire life, but she was just acting a fool the whole time because it just, like, hit her in every
I'm sorry,
part
what
of
do
her
you mean your
childhood.
sister picked up... What do you mean your sister picked up Bill Nye from the airport? What?
She was an intern at a university, and whenever they had a guest speaker and like they couldn't get an Uber or like a more formal driver in time, they would just send my sister. And usually it was like
Nice.
it was sometimes it was like pretty big people, but she didn't like care about it. But Bill Nye was the one that like got her, and she's like, I could not even talk. I could not respond to a single thing he said.
I can't tell if we have a request because the host device is going to drop the panel or not.
Do you? Oh, well, there is one.
I see that. Did you read the profile?
Oh, I read it's great though. Let's see.
You think?
Oh, good. Yeah, no, let's not do that and say we did. Let's just. We don't even need to try that one.
No, no need to acknowledge that one even at all. That wasn't a request. That was just number 8.
We didn't have anybody in the queue. Yeah, there was nobody in the queue. Actually, you guys.
She also said that he just got out of the car, looked at the sky, and said it's gonna rain Thursday, and then it rained Thursday. He probably looked at the weather, but I like to believe he just looked at the sky and knew it was gonna rain Thursday.
He was fucking with your sister.
That was probably a component of it too.
She was probably all weird the whole time, and then he was like, I'm gonna fuck with her.
Do you think there will be one more?
A more serious one is the question. The answer to that is no.
No, I think they might have given up. Debating the meaning of a divinely inspired find. That's the AI summary.
Fuck
You're
the
sure?
AI.
It's
Oh.
a divinely inspired find.
Okay, well that is fair. That's true.
That's fair.
That is pretty accurate.
Maybe that time. I can still reach. Yeah. I feel like I proofread the poem like an hour ago, maybe 2. And so I've
It was a while
already
ago.
forgotten. Yeah, I've already forgotten it entirely. So this will be fun. But thank you guys for being here and being amazing. Wonderful questions.
Thrayle, I fucking suck tonight.
I mean, we can question that.
We can.
Appreciate you, Blake. Thank you.
Bill
Bill Nye, the science guy. And now, of course, we get one more request as the end. And no, they're gone. Good, because we're about to be gone. Before we go, though, I really do want to thank all of you for being here, for being a part of this. The best audience on TikTok. Thank you for all of the engagement, of course, the taps, the shares, all of the great questions that you ask, but mostly, thank you for being here, whether you came in and engaged or fell asleep. For those of you who stay through the end, thank you guys. I really can't thank you enough. And if you do want to be a part of the community and see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, there is a Discord link in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank all of you who help that way. It does make all the difference in the world. Thank you so much. And if I didn't already, I think I've been negligent, of course. Thank you to the mods, the best mods, of course, to make the best space for the best audience on TikTok. I couldn't do it without you. So thank you all. Really, truly, from the bottom of my heart. I think there's really only one thing left. You'll doubt the staff that parted the seas, but trust the cross on Calvary. Dismiss old Moses as myth and mist, yet swear by old wounds on a risen wrist. You'll laugh at Odin's missing eye, call Asgard smoke in a northern sky, but kneel to thunder under another name, and never notice that it's all the same. You'll mock the squirrel in the Yggdrasil tree and Ratatoskr chattering openly, yet angels whispering is just absurd, and somehow those are taken as word. You roll your eyes at moonlit jars, at manifestation, bottled in stars, at moon-charged pickles and crystal light, but dream of heaven by faith, not sight. You doubt that dreams are messages sent, that symbols carry divine intent, yet trust a prophet in desert sand who claims the same invisible hand? Why is one miracle childish lore and another the truth you'd die for? Why is one legend a laughing stock and another the foundational rock? Is it the culture that raised your ear? Is it the tribe you happen to hear? Is it repetition, polished thin, until improbability fits like second skin?